Chapter 16 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. It was twilight in the little square sitting room. A peat fire smouldered on the hearth, sending out a small red glow, for the evenings were apt to close in coldly after a hot noontide. The windows in the sitting room were low and small, but through them one saw the moon sailing slowly toward the west and drawing after it a procession of pale, ghostly clouds. The road glittered, and the moonlight came into the room carrying a checkered shadow. The shadow was of a tree, and it fell over the figure of Jessamine seated motionless by the window. She wore a loose white wrapper, and her head leaned against the pillows of the chair. She was as still as death. Her loosened hair fell over her shoulders, and her hands, lying in her lap, covered something jealously under them. Sometimes the shadow of the tree moving in the wind climbed as high as her breast and fell down again. There was no sound at all, save the singing of a little wind in the eaves, and the figure in the chair against the window, with its flowing white robe and deathly stillness, looked ghostly in the dusk light of the chamber. Suddenly she moved, and opened her fingers, and, bending over them, raised what was hidden there to her lips and kissed it reverentially. It was the white heather which Colin had gathered. Then she dropped the sprigs back upon her knee, covered her face with her hands, and bending her body in a heap together, appeared to tremble convulsively. The checkered shadow of the tree covered her as with a net. It is a pretty fiction, and one traceable to a simpler and more primeval era of emotion, which paints human passion with a child's body wearing colored wings. That might have suited less introspective and less complicated times than our own. Ours it will not suit, not even cases less civilized and distorted than this of Jessamine Halliday. For us today, the legend and the allegory are otherwise. For us, human passion resembles a sphinx-like woman with a grey hood drawn over her eyes. She goes about the world groping inexorably for human heart after human heart. When she has found what she desires, she comes close with a riddle upon her lips and a long knife in her hand, and she propounds the riddle. While we are thinking of it, we see and feel the long knife ready. If we guess it rightly, we are rewarded. That is, she hands us a dish of herbs of mingled sweet and bitter, and clothes us in the garb of a pilgrim, and sets our feet in a path which is sufficiently rough and cruel, and in which at times the stones tear the flesh as we tread, but down this path forthwith we have to march. If we fail to read the riddle right, she plunges the knife into the heart up to the hilt, and leaves it there. Nor can we die immediately, but by slow degrees, expiring of pain by inches. Nor is it possible to assure ourselves that we will avoid the torment of that discipline. One day we shall look up and see the figure of the grey-hooded woman going along the road in front. We see the long grey shadow there, and we try not to think of it. We turn straight out of the road to avoid it. But there it is in front of us again, the grey hood bent, the backward parts so mysterious and attractive that we draw nearer and nearer until we are close by. She does not turn her head. We go ourselves and peep under the grey hood. An irresistible something compels us, for a little moment to see what is there. And she looks at us with her eyes. And then we move away no more. We stand gazing at her, and secrets pass out of those eyes and out of that austere brow, and sink down into the heart. She looks at us. She takes hold of the conscience. She roots up the being. She rakes it from end to end. There is not the 100th part of an inch, the remotest or most insignificant corner, that she does not haul over and sweep out. And then, when we are shaken to pieces and have not a solid foothold left, when every preconceived idea is smashed on the head and every ancient staff a broken reed, she propounds her riddle and presents her knife. That is human passion to an introspective and developed race. Jessamine raised herself again with an effort and left her chair, and began to move slowly up and down the room, pressing her handkerchief against her face and eyes, words every now and then escaping her lips unconsciously. The white gown swept the ground, her hair tumbled about her in a dusky curtain, and her face, lying between like a small silvery disk, caught the moonlight. The red glow in the peat fire shot a broad red ray up the folds of her dress as she passed. Every now and then she stood still, and then the face turned toward the window appeared cold and frozen as in dismay, and dismay stared from her eyeballs. "Jessamine, pink of perfection," once she burst out, "own niece to your Aunt Arabella, is it true, or is it a dream? In love? In love?" She hesitated, and then twice repeated a magical name. "Colin McGilvray, Colin McGilvray," she said. "A peasant." Tears rushed to her eyes. The large dark orbs swam and glittered in the moonlight, and 2 drops hung on her lashes. Her lips quivered. Penetrating further into the realm of reality, she had found herself face to face with the unexpected. It became apparent to her that one is not always master of the event, nor in the position toward it of a graceful enchantress, managing the sequences with dexterous, willful fingers. The event, she perceived, might trap her in turn. She had a frightful sense of bungling absurdly. With that, in a sudden change of mood, she raised one hand and rushed forward a step or two angrily, as though she would strike some foe in the face. "No one warned me," she cried. "Oh, I am trapped." Again her anger melted. The rosy moment of love was still in her memory, and her dazed eyes softened again at the thought. She was in an enchanted place, a place where the wits are distraught by visions, but where prudence kept plucking at her with a cold, cold finger. There were moments when prudence prevailed, and held her, agonized and chilled. And then she told herself that she must think, and with that she would shut the moonlight out with her hand before her eyes. But her brain was a blank place. And while she sought eagerly for an idea, her fingers thrilled with a sudden tormenting memory of the palm of Colin, on which she had permitted them to nestle. Shivering again convulsively, she moved toward the table, and drawing a chair close, sat down beside it, leaning her arms and body upon it, so as to gain the perfect quiescence which was needed before she could cope with her thoughts and emotion. Her raised eyes were fixed on the slow, depressing drift of thin clouds in the path of the moon. "Of course I must go home at once," said she, "back to Aunt Arabella." So spake the well-taught schoolgirl to the growing woman. But her whole nature cried out in rebellion against her tutored tongue. Her brain, suddenly active, inquired why such a return was obligatory. The mere statement of the commonplace inevitable remedy called into being 100 reasons for not accepting it. Some ways which decorum presents to us as right ways offend the nature by their miserable union of the obvious and the distasteful. We tell ourselves that flames and swords are better. Besides, Jessamine's revolt against Aunt Arabella had been a movement of the best part of her nature, and was she to stultify it now by a return? Circumstance suspends us by the hair over the lake of pitch from which she has drawn us, and puts her choice to us in the moment. Jessamine had a love of adventure, and within this adventure were alluring possibilities which thrilled while they terrified. Every prudent dictate was ruined and confused by a colored halo of sweet reminiscence and still sweeter promise. In her heart were both delight and fear, longing and foreboding at once. She tried to summon into clearer prominence the chiller, self-repressing prose, but the thrill triumphed. She was young, and it was her first taste of a common human experience. While her lips shaped themselves to cool resolutions, feeling overflowed. Oh, she cried in sudden mighty emotion, as primeval as that of Eve. Let me give myself to him, or I die. The words out of her lips, she snatched herself together with a shrinking gesture, as though someone hailed blows about her ears. Impossible, impossible, most miserable Jessamine, hush! Whereat her heart rushed welcoming toward that very word impossible, and accepted it. For the one seductive and ever more seductive thing is the impossible thing. Once let the heart fix there its desire, and it may not relinquish it again. Jessamine opened the window of her mind, and drew the bird within, and held it in a full-grown grasp, and knew her treasure, even though she cried over it the feeble tears of a girl. For indeed, bitter, slow tears began one by one to drop over her cheeks. "I cannot understand it," murmured she. "God is mocking me. Supposing they knew, my Aunt Arabella and all those." Even as she told herself that she could not understand, her heart began swiftly to spell the heart's own lesson. The impossible is the important thing in life, the thing that carries us furthest, that gives us power to achieve or power to resign, that shakes all our thoughts apart and discriminates. But this emotional creature had no defenses of the mind. She had been taught not to discriminate, but to ignore. Neither had she been trained into any heroism of will. The new phase of her love was introducing, already, strange companions within, conjuring them out of her maimed nature as by some cruel trick. All the soft luxury into which she had been trained revolted against the austerity amid which the dazzling figure of love had chosen to alight. She could not support the conditions which he offered, nor carry the burden he imposed. Neither could she endure, on the other hand, to set the knife at the root of her happiness. She was a divided thing, and each part cried against the other. Moreover, what she had of clear and truthful in her undeveloped character asserted roundly that her duty to Colin forbade her to undertake a position for which she knew herself to be unfitted. There. Close on that, too small to be flung out, subtle, dark, came the suggestion of a sweet falseness to Colin. To decide nothing, to drift on and on. To what? Jessamine laid her hand over her eyes and moaned as she learned her lesson, the lesson of the mastery of feeling, reading the inconceivable thing within herself in lines too plain for her mistaking. The moonlight could not quench the crimsoning of her cheeks when she looked up again. "There are two me's," said she in a frightened whisper. "There is the Jessamine that was ready to sell herself to Lord Harriot for a title and the diamonds, and there is the Jessamine who is ready to throw herself at the feet of a peasant tomorrow." The words being spoken, her lips drew in unto a narrow outlet, shrinking from the thing they had uttered, and she clapped her little sunburned hand over them, as though to entrap and enforce what had escaped, while her wild eyes, conscious of the world, cast a timid, fearful glance about the chamber. In truth, she had fled from her London experiences only to fall into as indecorous a piece of human passion as ever startled the world. There was nothing in him than his work, his genuineness and massive simplicity, and she, with all her undisciplined impulses, fought frantically against but one part of her surrender, that is, the chain. "I can't see anything," she said. "I can't tell one thing from another. Is this passion? Oh, my lover, my lover!" The moon slowly edged out of the window opposite which Jessamine sat, and the shadow of the tree climbed in gigantic effigy up the wall. The girl had withdrawn her hand from her mouth. What was the use of laying it there? The words she had uttered returned to her from the sides of the chamber, and they escaped out of the window and were anyone's possession. She leaned her chin upon her hands and stared into the darkness, and heedlessly muttered and murmured on. Before her, on the table, lay the white heather. "I think," she said, "if I think of it at all, that God must be too great to mind, to be angry. Oh, my God, I feel that I could sell the world for him. And if I went to him because of the drawing of my heart, and clung to him, would it seem a wicked act for which I must be punished? Oh, my God, you should have made me different, if so. For I feel him drawing me, and I long with every nerve to go. And if I did my duty, and ran away from him, and tomorrow in a church married myself with the clergyman's blessing to Lord Harriot, would it seem a good act, for which I shall be rewarded? Oh, my God, if that is so, you should have made me different." Her praying was revolt. And that was the first earnest petition to invisible powers which had ever left her heart. The conventional being broken through, she found sincerity within, and with it rebellion. Not the mere teasing wilfulness with which she had delighted to confuse society, but a heartfelt resistance to an order which she suddenly found was laying a cold prosaic claim upon her own intimate devices for warm and natural joy. And order, to her, was summed up in the figure of Aunt Arabella. God and the social laws might lie behind, but Aunt Arabella officiated in the foreground. The idea of this hated incarnation of religion and society, piercing with her small metallic eye to her own scene of disorderly tumult, thrust her upon a harsh mood. She struck her hands sharply upon the table, breaking the sob in her throat by a laugh. For, indeed, A sense of the inadequacy of all she had been taught as a guiding principle suddenly affected her. The incommensurateness of any reason for goodness with which she was acquainted, with the difficulty of the effort. Goodness, to her, was synonymous with prim negations, and she glowed with life. It made her bitter to think with what a defenseless heart and ill-furnished mind she had set out on her quest for reality, and how among her range of acquaintances there was scarcely a friend whose wisdom she could trust with a priceless secret. "I have never had anyone to tell things to, save Aunt Arabella, and—" She paused, struck dumb for the moment by an idea of import. "And Dr. Cornerstone." With the thought of Dr. Cornerstone, her emotion passed into a new phase. Her heart leaped in her breast, and her face became transfigured. Whatever this phase of emotion was, it appeared to carry her from the realm of agitation and struggle. She remained perfectly still, intent upon something which erased the whole problem by diverting the attention to a plane of thought beyond it. But not for long. These abstract, uplifted moments could never be sustained ones in her mind. She caught her hands up with a frightened cry and sank forward, burying her face within them. "I dare not," she cried. "I dare not. My whole nature chooses him before all the world for my lover. I prefer his strength and his simplicity and his wholesomeness to all the culture in London. I am sick of culture. But I dare not, dare not. It isn't because I am good. I am not good any more." To be in revolt was the recognized form of evil, and Jessamine had nothing in herself to oppose to the idea. A code of rules is the least useful baggage with which the character can set out on its mysterious journey. It will probably find them to be pure impedimenta. What is wanted is a furnishing in qualities, and then the conscience may be trusted to solve its problems for itself. Disaster and error spring not so much from what is done as from hesitation in the will and fevered incoherency in the choice. Jessamine was conscious of temptation either way. It had been easy to escape from the Harriet entanglement in London, but in view of the temptation which met her here, and the fearsome attraction of it, the Harriet entanglement, with the church and clergy behind and the support of society, appeared almost as the path of virtue. How was she to discriminate? Everything within herself appeared ready to play the traitor, because she had no notion to what she should be true. Her mind, however, retained energy enough for that self-derision and sorrowful candor which dictate the terms of treacherous capitulation which the soul makes. "At least let me be true," said she mournfully to herself. "Let me be true as death for once. It isn't goodness in myself that guides me. I haven't a guide. I haven't a reason. There is nothing that I know about by which I can direct myself and control myself, except just vanity and custom and fear of Aunt Arabella and her set. If I escape, it is not because I am good, it is because I am vain. Praying is no help. When I pray that God would help me to Colin. As to Dr. Cornerstone, I cannot confess to him. I am afraid, because I am sure I don't know, but something tells me he might say something that would help me to set things in queer, fresh lights that seem good lights. Help me, help me." She snatched herself suddenly from her seat, horror, the horror of outraged vanity, in her face. "Like any housemaid," she whispered, with a thrill of fear and disgust. From which terrible moment she gathered herself at last. To act in common with common natures was the one thing which the particulars of her education caused her clearly to repudiate. The word housemaid conquered for the moment. She had been taught to credit common people with feelings unworthy of herself. That decided her for the moment. And yet the less conscious self which haunts with criticism, the more conscious deciding acting self, did not acquit her now. She had no comfort nor release from self-disdain. Rising from her seat with a soft rustle of her garments, and with a composed, undulating movement of her figure, she approached a second and smaller window of her room, about which a little moonlight still played. Her face was tired and cold as snow that has lain 3 days, and her voice was bitter and thin. "Of course I shall keep straight," she said. "Of course I shall go on right enough. Not because I am good, however, but just for vanity's sake. I must have praise." Then she turned and walked to the door. Her hand was on the latch when, with a new impulse, she looked back on the little room which was so dull, but which nevertheless glowed with so much thought and feeling, and her eyes swam again with tears. A presentiment lay heavy on her heart, a clear foreboding of the inevitable lying before her, of something toward which she was destined to advance, and which beyond this present turmoil and colour waited, fatally and cold. Would she have the power to escape it? The question shot beyond consciousness, dimly hovered in her brain, disappeared, and left her heart and her eyes empty and distraught. Then the door closed, and the small square chamber was left silent. The shadow of the tree had long been expunged, and the moonlight was drawing slowly away from the second window. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The next morning, Jessamine went out like one benumbed in feeling. Exhaustion for the moment had emptied her of passion. Mrs. Mackenzie watched the girl's face, sealed as it was by a new reticence, and shook her wise head. When the midday meal was over, Jessamine went out. It was a real harvest day, a day of delicious heat and quiet airs. The farmers had been up from the earliest hours reaping, and the fallen corn lay about the fields in yellow bundles, while everywhere along the standing edges passed in persistent rhythmic movement the figures of mower and gatherer. Jessamine perceived that the harvest had really begun, and remembered that Colin would certainly be cutting his barley. Yet she turned up the road in the direction away from Dalfaber. Had it been possible to lie down under the trees in some sequestered spot, and softly to sleep herself out of existence, she would have been thankful. The way she chose was not one much frequented. It led over the moor-covered side of one of the hills, and gradually dwindled to a mere straggling path which vanished among heather and boulders. At first her idea had been to reach some high crag, and at least to lift herself as far as possible beyond the region of her turmoil and passion, but her limbs refused the task. She was enfeebled by yesterday's emotion, and needed quiescence from effort. so that midway up the path she paused and sat down upon a heather-covered rock. The place was not far from a small cottage, a tiny tumble-down house which had no pretension to be called a farm, but where, nevertheless, the morsel of surrounding land showed signs of cultivation. It was more like a picturesque hovel than anything else, and yet had an aspect of comfort. There was even a little outhouse and one or two other accompaniments to the meagerest form of agriculture. A burn tumbled down the hill by the side, and a water-butt placed across the channel served to arrest the stream and to form a convenience for washing purposes, and then the water leaped out of the other side of the butt and continued its flow with a cheerful murmur. Jessamine liked the sound. Of late the vast silence of the country had oppressed her, and now she sat down willingly within hearing of the brook's chatter, because it broke up and dispersed the settling of thought upon speculative ideas and uprooting questions. After she had been seated there for some time, the door of the cot opened, and a little child came out and ran toward the burn. She had a tin pail in one hand, and in the other a rag and 2 or 3 common spoons. Upon her small face was a look in miniature of housewifely bustle. Having reached the side of the butt, she dipped the pail in, deftly preventing herself from following it headlong, and pulled it out again full. Then she sat down and drew it cautiously between her sturdy bare legs, and forthwith proceeded to dip the spoons in the water and to rub them clean with the rag. All her actions were deft and careful, a delicious parody upon grown-up humanity, and Jessamine watched with increasing interest and admiration. Her beauty and vigor were great, and she appeared to be but 5 years old. She had firm limbs and a velvety golden-brown skin, through which showed the healthy red. Her hair of dark brown curled about her head, and underneath the pretty tangle looked out an alert pair of brown eyes. But it was the content of the child, the happy activity and unconscious joy in being and faculty, which best expressed the exuberant wholesomeness of her nature. Jessamine watched the little creature with growing admiration, and then with yearning. An inexpressible look came into her eyes, one which may be seen often in the eyes of women, but which was new in Jessamine's. She continued to watch until all the spoons were rubbed up to satisfaction, and with every movement the mingled delight and longing increased. "Little one," she said at last in a coaxing tone. The child turned her brown curly head and opened her eyes wide in the direction of the sound. Perceiving the beautiful smiling stranger, she stared unwinkingly for full 20 seconds. "Come and speak to me," called Jessamine from the other side of the burn. Then the child very slowly and deliberately drew her sturdy legs up, rose from the ground with great care as to upsetting the pail, lifted it, and carrying it to a safe distance, emptied away the dirty water. After which she picked up the wet rag and put it in the pail. Then she took the clean spoons in the other hand, and, having now finished her preparations, approached the burn and stood on the side opposite to Jessamine, with her bare legs and firm little feet well planted, staring reflectively. Jessamine smiled and sought for a coaxing phrase, but the child saved her the trouble. Without removing her eyes, she uttered an ecstatic crow and shouted, "Granny, come and see the bonny wifey." This summons was followed by the appearance of a woman at the cottage door. Seeing the beautiful stranger, she hurried forward with apology upon her lips. "Oh, Bessie, that's a naughty bairnie, staring and talking to the bonny leddy," said she. "Don't take her away," said Jessamine. "I like to see and hear her. Come over the burn, little creature." But the child shrank behind her granny, and peeped out roguishly from her skirt. shutting up her eyes and making a little mouth and playing off her coquetries in the manner of babies. Jessamine laughed and turned to the woman. "What a beautiful child she is," said she. "What glorious eyes, when she is kind enough to open them. What fine firm limbs. How old is she?" 3 years, ma'am." 3? I thought she might be 6, and was certainly 5. "Aye, she's a bonny bairnie, and a good one," returned the woman with pride, "and she can do for me already. Aye, she knows how to make herself useful." "Is it your grandchild?" asked Jessamine, looking at the splendid little creature with renewed admiration. The woman did not immediately answer. She lifted her apron and appeared to wipe off from her lips some shrinking apology, while her eyes deviated for a moment from Jessamine's inquiring face. Then they returned with a glance which shyly appealed to a possible knowledge within the beautiful lady's breast of matters which are frankly human, but which do not come under the range of the respectable. "Well, no, ma'am," she said. "I'm just carin' for the bairnie. I'm no relation, but she calls me Granny because I'm fond of her. She is not a legitimate child, ma'am." "She does you credit," returned Jessamine with feeling. And then she turned away with misty eyes that looked at some far-away thought. "Have her parents forsaken her?" asked she presently. "Oh, no, ma'am," returned the woman, scandalized. "The father is very much taken up with her indeed. He comes every week and brings me the money. He is a carpenter in the near town, ma'am, and the mother is in service at Edinburgh. She sends me the money regularly, and she will just be coming to see the bairnie when she will have a chance." "Are they going to be married?" asked Jessamine, with the astonishment of one taking a peep through the open threshold of a new world. "Oh, no, ma'am. The mother is just in service, and the father is just a man busy at the carpenterin' and keeping his old grandfather." "Is he a good man?" "He will be very steady and hard-working, ma'am, and he will be very fond of the bairnie." Jessamine sat silent, her eyes full of thoughts. The woman, after looking at her hesitatingly, drew softly away to her work, and the child began to play. With the cheerful inconsequence of 3 years, she chose to dig up the ground with one of the 3 spoons she had just so deftly cleaned. But presently a wonderful thing happened. The beautiful, mysterious stranger crossed the brook and came close to her and dropped upon her knees and encircled her with her arms. It seemed to the little child like the closing of soft-scented wings and shadowy sweetness and delicious wonder about her. "Will you kiss me, little one?" asked the tenderest voice she had ever heard. And she put out her red lips and nestled her red cheek against the marvellous face with the swimming eyes, and kissed it readily enough. How Jessamine loved the beautiful little mortal who had been born into this world out of wedlock. The thought, like some waif and stray into an ancestral mansion, ran into her heart and hid there. She got up and went down the hill, and took the way toward Dulfaber. It was getting toward evening, and the reaping day was almost over. She walked down to McGilvry's land, as was her custom, and seated herself upon a bank near his barley field to look on. As she sat there, watching from afar, she felt like one upon the edge of the river of death, who turns a last look at life. And the picture of life which she saw was calm and beautiful, and weaved from nature's quiet moments. She saw the yellow waving corn, into which the mower thrust his scythe, and at his feet were the fallen glittering heads. Leaning across this more distant picture was a rowan tree with dark leaves and scarlet berries. On the right was a gloomy edge of forest-covered hills, and on the left a beautiful, bright, soft range meeting them and fading into an exquisite farness of blue and opal tints. Above that were the piled-up clouds and brilliant ether. The figure of the mower passed along with a strong, swaying grace of movement, and the sunburn showed on his cheek and neck. Over him the sunshine rested like a homely benediction. It caught also the figure of the woman following after him in her dun-coloured dress. McGilvray was a favourite with children, and when he worked, a little cluster of bare-legged mites were apt to play about him. They pattered after him now, their fair hair and bare legs twinkling in the light. Two older boys stood motionless, side by side, the sunshine on their heads and about their bare legs, absorbed in admiration of the mower. Over all, the net of light fell with its softening and uniting power, and through all ran the sense of people at wholesome work, joyful, kindly one to another. The brown-thatched cottage also was near, and a white kitten came and played about the peat stack. Behind, two red horses, attracted by the fallen corn, came lumbering up to stare from a distance, and round every part was the softer background of blue hills and pine woods and tinted moors. Against this beautiful, sober picture, Jessamine rested her overtired heart as one who earns a little respite, but who hears a sound like the running edge of the deathly river. Presently the picture changed. The woman in the dun-coloured dress left off gathering and rested her arms on her hips. Colin stopped also and drew his scythe out from the corn and leaned upon it. Jessamine could hear his voice as he talked with the woman. Then the latter began to move away from the field, calling and beckoning the children as she walked, and these went running in a little fluttering cloud after her. Colin resumed his work alone. But it seemed to Jessamine that as the woman moved away, he had turned and looked at her. And she got up from the bank and went slowly down the field toward him. She fancied, as she came up, that he welcomed her with the old air of courteous indifference, and at this, with the most inconsequent of chills, she felt that the agonies of the few past days had been gratuitous, yet longed to be assured that they were not. For not one of the human kind, having tasted it, would barter love with all its sharpness for an empty peace. "It is a grand harvest day," said McGilvray, desisting for a moment from his work and lifting his cap. "Yes, the woman has left you. Are you going on alone?" "Well, yes, I am bound to finish before night, but the harvest day is really over, and the little ones went in for supper." "The sun shines still." "And while it shines, I must be shearing." "You have no one to gather for you?" "No one," he smiled. "I must gather for myself after the shearing is done." "I could gather for you." He raised himself from his leaning posture and stood erect, looking at her with a ray in his eye that reached her heart. "It will be too tiring for you." "No," said Jessamine with desperate joy. "I am strong." "But you will not know how." "Yes, for I watched." "Indeed, you do not know how it will tire you." "Let me try. I cannot bind, but I can gather," said Jessamine meekly. "Thank you. You are most kind." He resumed his work without further argument, and she placed herself behind as she had seen the woman do, and followed, picking up the corn as it fell from his scythe, and laying it aside in a large bundle. It was very still, not a sound could be heard save the long swish of the scythe through the barley. He did not speak, and when they reached the end of the row, he merely stopped and glanced over her work with a smile. Then he went back to the other side of the field and began again. Not much remained to be sheared. After an hour's steady, silent work, the corn had all fallen, and mower and gatherer rested from their toil. For Jessamine, the hour was one of benign calmness, a restoration to sanity, a beautiful, tranquilized moment, within which she would willingly abide. The air of the fields, the peace of Colin's kindness and presence, the delight of necessary work shared and accomplished, these things sufficed, because the whole kingdoms of the world have nothing better to bestow. "I cannot bind," said Jessamine, standing still and pushing at the last fallen sheaf with her slender foot. "No, I will just do that myself, and then I must stook them." "Show me the way, and let me bind too." "Very well, if you are not tired." "I am not tired." "See, then, you will just take a little bit of the straw first." Jessamine knelt down and pulled a piece out as he directed. McGilvray, stooping near her, did the same. "Now watch," said he, and he put two ends together and by a deft wrist movement twisted them into a secure straw rope. "I can do that. How easy it looks. Now see." She tried and failed with a pleasant ripple of laughter. McGilvray laughed too, and came nearer, his shadow falling over her, and his bronzed hands outstretched. "You just did it wrong. Indeed, for you turned your wrists the wrong way." The words were small, the voice rich and deep. It seemed close to her, and as she looked down disconsolately on the unattached wisps of straw, he laid his hand upon them to take them from her. And at that moment she raised her head with a smile at her failure. Close to her was McGilvray's strong, bronzed face under his straw hat. Close to him was the lovely face of Jessamine, pink, dimpled, the eyes swimming with pathos and wistfulness. He looked into them intently for 3 brief seconds, and then a kind of blindness smote into his own, and he stooped forward and kissed her on the mouth. For Jessamine, the earth seemed to leap as the fire of his kiss burned to her heart. She knelt motionless, staring at the corn in her hands. And then a sudden, inconsequent fury seemed to erase the whole problem of her passion, and to leave her free and untouched. She looked up, dropping the corn, and turning a face of anger upon him. Had there been in his the least trace of swagger or triumph, the anger would have endured. But she found that he had withdrawn a step, and was standing a little apart, his arms hanging by his side, his face dark and soft with a fathomless remorse. And before it, the anger and remnant of her resistance vanished. She caught her hands to her burning face and covered it, and knelt, trembling above the unfinished sheaf. Had anyone seen that kiss? The world was full of it. "You will not be needin'," said Colin in a low, desperate tone, "to be looking at me like that. You will not be needin' to cover your bonny, bonny face. I know what I have done. I am one just not fit to live, and I will not be living any longer if it harms you. I cannot wipe my kiss off your lips, but I can go and drown myself, so that you need not be thinking at it again, or flushing red like a rose because of my being alive on the same earth. I can go now. I am not caring any more to be alive if I have hurt you." The words in their quiet desperation reached Jessamine's ear, and sank, every one of them, to her heart, and created there, every one of them, an added circle of joy. When he ceased to speak, she made no answer, but still seemed listening. She felt like one lulled safely on a small islet, about which tumbles an infinite ocean of disaster. Would he speak again? A woman fears to spoil the music of the first love words by any utterance of her own. But he said no more. She fancied she heard his feet moving from her through the stubble, and then a misgiving lest she should miss her moment, the golden moment of life, and drive him with that look upon his face to some despairing deed, sent thrills of terror through her. Keeping one hand over her eyes, she stretched the other out toward him with a passionate gesture, and cried, "Oh, Colin, Colin, I am not angry." He caught her hand in his own as she rose and stood before him. "Not angry." He waited, looking anxiously at the lovely living cheek and quivering mouth. The hand still covered her eyes. "Do you know what you will be saying? Jessie, bonny bird, not angry means you love me," said he, trembling exceedingly, but pressing the question home with grave insistence. "Let me go," she answered, waking up to the thundering of those waves of disaster in her ear. "No," returned he firmly. "Since we are come so far, we must go further. If you bid me, I will drown myself for what I've done. I'd rather that than shame you, Jessie. But a man does not throw his life away for nothing. I will drown myself if I hurt you with my kiss. But if I did not hurt you, tell me, and I will live. I must know before I let you go." "No, no, you did not hurt me," said Jessamine, shivering. "Why then should you tremble? Ah, my wee bonny doo, why would you be looking at me as one not fit to live?" His voice thrilled and shook with hope, and in her heart was so strange a commingling of joy and complete despair, that it seemed to her beyond the slightness of her frame to bear it. She found no words. "Let me see your bonny eyes." He laid his fingers timidly upon the wrist of the hand with which she still veiled her emotion. "Jessie, Jessie, when a man trembles on the edge of a great happiness and on the edge of a great trouble, much may be forgiven him." He used his strength with reverential gentleness. Her hand dropped into his, and her eyes opened upon him. "My God," said he, with a great tumult in his heart, as he read what was written there. "Now let me go," she murmured, drawing away from the passionate force of his embrace. "Be content and let me go. Colin, Colin." And as his arms relinquished her, she fled like a frightened shadow through the gathering dusk of the field. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. It is no delusion which makes true lovers feel that their own passion fills the world, for the world itself is interested. As a rule, the affair of love, the grave meaning of human union, is lost sight of in the fuss and prettiness of an engagement. Sentiment and elegance serve for passion, and morality is exchanged for conventionality. If there be a white dress, a wreath of orange blossom, a train of bridesmaids, a church or conventicle, and an officiating priest, the union is moral. That is to say, society leaves a card upon the couple. If these things are missing, the union is considered immoral. Society does not visit. An abnormal situation, however, throws us upon our own resources. We cease simply to breathe in and out the exhausted atmosphere of society, and retiring to some isolated peak of genuine thinking, brace ourselves up to a nobler tenor. Once more, the square little chamber was the scene. Jessamine paced up and down like a caged creature animated by a hope of liberty. Sometimes she leaned against the wall, her hands behind her and her head thrown back. Colin's kiss still glowed on her lips, and the pressure of his arms about her body, while the certainty of his love snatched her, as in a chariot of fire, out of the ordinary world which she had trodden so long with disdain. "I am happy," said she. "I am in heaven. I am alive for the first time." The little chamber could not hold her. She folded a woolen cloud about her head and throat, and went out. At the back of the house a path led a short way up the hill. It was moonlit now, though the light was crossed by the frequent overshadowing of birch trees. Up this path she walked, continuing the ascent until she saw a birch tree growing higher up and apart from the rest, larger than them, and with a trunk so divided as to form a natural seat. Leaning against this, she looked across the dusky heads of companion trees, the foliage sown as by a silver coinage, to the land of shadows beyond. There was nothing to hear. The breeze of the day, so valuable to the reapers, had fallen, and the quietude was absolute. "I am happy," said she, "because the thing has happened to me which happens to few women. I have found with my heart the very man my heart would choose out of all the world, and he loves me." She nestled down in the forked trunk of the tree, leaning her head with the knitted shawl about it against a branch. Twinkling leaves hung motionless about her, but her feet and grey skirt were scarcely to be discriminated from the ground on which they rested. "It is because he is so real that I love him," said she, "because it is all so removed from the lies I lived in down there in London." She crooked her arm round a branch of the tree and settled herself more securely. "Also," she added with a gasp, "because it is so shocking and ill-regulated, such a frightful smash-up of everything I know about. Oh, 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 how happy I am!" She closed her eyes dreamily, the moonlight falling placidly upon her face. "Colin the peasant kissed me," she said. Her heart beat and leaped with mingled fright and ecstasy. She was like an antique Sicilian girl, whose lover seeks her in the woods, and says nothing about ceremonies, nor makes any bargain. Jessamine's idea of a bargain was forever connected with her London experiences and the detested Harriet. Her revolt into sheer nature and primeval emotion following upon that was a wild and fearful joy. For the moment, at least, she had got hold of the undivided man, the simple beloved, unattached to a banking account, to an elegant position and fine upholstery. She was nearer to nature than most women. And this, for the own niece of her Aunt Arabella, was a sufficiently wonderful matter. "Supposing other girls, other professional beauties, were like me," she said, "I wonder what would happen." Her face, with the eyes now wide open, gleamed with a little terrified fun, across which mournful shadows kept flitting. "I wish," she said, "that the thrusting out of my finger," here a small finger like a little white line appeared from among the shadows, "could topple down the whole hateful fabric of London society. Yes, I do wish it. Suppose that, hidden away in this Scotch birch tree, I had such a power with my enchanted finger, would I not use it? To desire this social upheaval was equivalent, with Jessamine, to a wish for the destruction of every moral law for the furtherance of her own chance inclination. A want of discrimination gave her wild fancies the criminal touch, which properly was no part of them, her mood becoming that of reckless self-abandonment, without regard to the innocence of her projects, or even their beneficial tendency. It was the consequence of her want of brain that she fell into so immoral a spirit, and turned to evil, a situation which by no means necessarily involved it, though it certainly demanded a powerful choice. The thing which had happened to her argued, obviously, an unbalancedness within, and, receiving this, all the footsteps to joy looked, to her, as a flight downward. Whereupon her mirth faded to mournfulness, and she tenderly considered that to reach her Colin, who was so good, she, his bonny doo, could only be bad, a frightful situation that turned her young heart cold. For the instincts of deep affection detected in this the irreparable spiritual separation from the thing beloved. She drew her hand back within the shawl, the scornful daring finger seeming, in fancy, to turn against herself, and sat with her head downcast, musing. To be sure, she was born under a curse, for wherever she turned she was beaten back. When it touched her marriage with Lord Harriot, the splendid wedding supported by every possible prestige, Dr. Cornerstone, who was in a sense her exterior conscience, had looked, she recalled, upon the proposal with a sort of satanic wrath that became him and heartened her as to the next step, the kiss in the cornfield exchanged with the stalwart peasant. Her ears tingled and her cheeks smarted already with the hootings of an indignant world's outraged propriety. How could she keep her head in face of the conviction of so multitudinous a condemnation? It is a hard thing to be a woman and heroic. Jessamine's resource was recklessness and a meteoric shooting forth of unguided will. Oh, mad, bad, miserably happy Jessamine! There was no smile on her face as she raised it and gazed up into the vastness of the sky, which night and the moon were filling with changing cloud pictures. But night is night, and some of nature's great influence dropped on the weak, forlorn heart beating beneath it. A thought came east, and a thought came west, and softly fell upon the confusion of her mind, and for a moment it seemed as though that delicate little used thinking apparatus of hers would interpret it, and would move under the impulse of a genuine idea. Forsake the artificial, and accept the true, the rose with the thorn. She put out, as it were, feelers, half blindly, but wholly earnestly, toward a true solution. Her prerogative as a human being kept breaking in momentary light in her face, startling her mind with apprehensions too great for its grasping, too great for a definite response, but leaving her with an aching, beating, aspiring heart that stretched and yearned she knew not for what. It is a terrific experience, and Jessamine at best was a slight creature. Her position on the tree became presently too restrained for her emotion. Sliding out of her seat, she stood erect, her hand pressing the knitted shawl upon her breast with both hands. The prevision upon her was of the universal, which touches us in every personal experience, the call to be, through any single event, something which belongs to us alone and which yet is for all. To miss the significance of the unique moment, that is desolation. The girl's heart grew under her passion to a half sort of cosmic apprehension, the wide setting which rims our remotest act being suddenly surmised by her, but never for one moment so clearly comprehended as to leave her free to think. She drew the long quivering breath as of a vaguely rising resolve, and stretched her hands out searchingly toward the night, looking up as she did so with solemn, asking eyes. "What must I do?" she said. "What must I do?" Then she paced the small space of ground beneath the tree with agitation, forcing her thoughts to marshal themselves in regiments that ran with too restricted an aim. Better to have gone on lifting a passive heart to the skies. "Colin knows nothing," said she. "Need he ever know? He knows I am beautiful, and he vaguely knows I am something beyond the Mackenzies' farm help that I choose to appear to be. He knows it just in the way the Mackenzies know it. But he never dreams that I am rich, that I am socially altogether out of his ken. He does not picture, has not the faintest flash of an idea of my real position and surroundings. How should he have? He is just simply a man who sees in me a woman. He and he alone has found me, has found Jessamine. I am in a sort his creation. I am just what I should be if he were Adam and I Eve. All the rest seems to fall away when I am near him and see his clear-looking, truthful eyes, and feel him loving me. Why was he not Adam and she Eve? What shuts the gate of paradise against them? She stood there knocking at the doors with a timid but ever more and more importunate hand, until the whole night filled with her appeal, and she sank upon the earth kneeling, with extended arms and uplifted face. It was to all the old-world mythologies she cried this time, not to the rigid spectre whom Aunt Arabella had set up as God. She cried to everything primeval to which men from time immemorial have carried their wants, and, like any pagan girl, asked her impossible heart's desire from earth and skies. "O good God, forgive my thoughts," she cried, "and fulfill them." She drew her hands back, pressing them against her breast, and shivering, but still cried on to that whole mythology of nature. Then she rose and restlessly paced in the shadow of the tree, staring round with a fearful face, a face ever too conscious of a prying and derisive world. The pictured mockery drove her to severe lengths of thinking, to a self-flagellating imagining. Mentally, she leaped her abyss and landed on the other and grim side, and there summoned before her the shallow world of critics whom she knew. Her thought, shuddering beneath the weight of its own temerity, pictured the thing that might be. A return, after an interval, that interval too dimly sketched to be anything but a blissful terror, in which heaven and hell were strangely commingled, and from which her thought shrank hurriedly away. But afterward, the return. London, and the old circle of flattering friends, with ominously silent faces and a pin-like curiosity in their eyes. "To these," said Jessamine, "I speak frankly. I force myself to do it. I carry in my arms my little baby, and I say, this is the child of the man I love, and for whom forever, Though I see him no more, I shall live as a true wife. He was the best and truest man I ever met, and the finest to look upon, and he took my heart by storm. He was a peasant, and lived in a sort of hovel, and worked in the fields with his own hands. He looked splendid when he was reaping the corn. He had been educated, but it was a small matter. He did not read much. He said quiet, wise things instead. I'm afraid he knew no poetry, but his eyes were poems in themselves. He had no adventures, neither had he any vices. He was wholesome from his sunburned skin to the inmost core of his heart. There was not a spot in his whole nature from which you had to turn away your eyes. Such a power of goodness went out from him that he had but to look at me, and I grew better. I could not marry him, because I was not fit for the duties of his wife. But yes, I loved him, so that I united myself to him with trembling joy, and this is my baby. Supposing I said this. Pausing in her walk, she rested again against the birch tree, while her eyes and features lent themselves to the expression of some deep natural yearning. It grew in her face as though she saw something far off, as a star is far away, with which she had some intimate connection. It seemed that she became enwrapped, even to partial unconsciousness, for her arms involuntarily extended themselves as though to receive a gift. The yearning in her eyes increased, and she drew her arms together, empty as they were, and curved them toward her breast. The fashioning of her face under the spell of the idea was wonderful. Presently, as she gazed down, enwrapped, upon her empty arms, a rain of tender tears fell from her eyes. Then a little wind came in the tree, and the fluttering of the leaves waked her. She glanced up with a distraught look, upon which smote sudden anguish. I dare not, I dare not. And she fell to the ground, shivering and sobbing, and drew the shawl over her head and smothered her face on her gathered-up knees. The moonlight drew away behind the hill, and left the place in shadow. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The morning brought apathy and a passive inclination to let things drift. The performance of household duties in itself helped to carry the moments onward, one by one, in soothing activity without too much leisure for thought. "Where is Mr. Mackenzie? I have not seen him today," said Jessamine in the course of her labours, turning to Mrs. Mackenzie. During the morning her eyes had more than once wandered to the open door and the gate in the yard in vague expectation. "Oh, he is just away. Colin McGilvery was calling this morning, and John was to go with him to the sports at Rychar." Jessamine's cheek burned as she sedulously rubbed up a chair. "Mr. McGilvery was here, then?" "Oh, yes, he would be here early, lingering about just like anyone daft indeed." Jessamine felt no offence. She smiled at the criticism. "Colin, I was saying," continued Mrs. Mackenzie, "you will be resting ye at the wrong end of the day, whatever. And Colin, he was just laughing." "What are the sports?" asked Jessamine, knuckling up her white hand and leaning her pink cheek upon it. "Has Mr. Mackenzie gone away to them?" "Oh, yes, John was to go with Colin. It will be a change for them." "What will they do?" Oh, it will be a very grand affair indeed. They will play the pipes, and they will dance the Highland reel, and they will run and jump and throw the caber and the hammer, just all sorts. Does Mr. Mackenzie join in them? Oh, no, he will not be joining. What will he do, then? Oh, he will just stand round and watch. Does Colin McGilvery just stand round and watch, too? Colin McGilvery will be trying for a prize. He was ever the best at throwing the hammer. Colin is a strong man, whatever. Jessamine dropped the duster and came up to Mrs. Mackenzie, blushing like a rose and wearing a coaxing face. Mrs. Mackenzie, I want to see the games. Am I too late? Can I get there? Will you let me go? I should think I will let you go, indeed. No, you will not be too late. But it is not fit for a wee bonny lassie to go her lane. It will be fit for me, Mrs. Mackenzie, because I am not a Highland lassie, and because I am very canny and know how to take care of myself. Ah, weel, that will be as it may be, said Mrs. Mackenzie with a sigh. Ye can be seeking out John amongst the crowd, and ye can be standing near him, and he will just be looking after ye. Can I go now? Just as soon as ye like, indeed. Rychar was a town 15 miles distant. The station was 5 miles from Drynach. Jessamine would have to walk so far, and could then take the train for the rest of the journey. Her dressing for the occasion was studiedly different from the costume of grey with which the villagers were already familiar. She hoped to escape detection in the crowd and to watch McGilvery in his action among his own people when he was unaware of her presence. The dress she chose was a simple one of black with a tight-fitting jacket. The costume had been made for an unfulfilled purpose of hospital visiting in the old days, and it was finished by a close little bonnet and a veil over the face. She did not reach Rychar until the day was well advanced, and the games, in spite of Highland ease and dilatoriness, more than half over. The scene was in a field, and the arena, which was extensive, was simply marked out by placing the spectators in a circle. In the centre of the space thus formed, a number of handsome Highlanders, some in national costume and some not, were expected to display their prowess in feats of strength or grace or agility or in musical skill. At the moment of her arrival, a reel in costume was going on, but a glance sufficed to assure her that Colin was not one of the performers. Indeed, neither he nor John was to be seen. A few carriages drawn up on the edge of the ring had enabled her to approach unobserved. These were surrounded by groups of respectably dressed people, and, placing herself near, she trusted to her proximity to them and to the newness of her dress to conceal her from notice. The spectators were, with the exception of the few gathered near the carriages, composed almost entirely of peasants, and she soon detected the feeling of association and familiarity which leads a community of equals to call the members by their Christian names and to recognize each one in his individual character and capacity. In due season the reel, the weird grace of which delighted her, came to an end. The bagpipes, however, by no means concluded their operations. They retired behind a wooden shanty, from which the prizes were to be handed, and then each piper, with a strange and quite magnanimous toleration of the rights of others in the matter of music, continued to play, each one, his own instrument in cheerful and uncomplaining independence, marching about the while in plaids and kilts and unabated dignity. But the dancers having made their bow and disappeared in a picturesque and medley group, a new group of men came now into the centre. These were hatless and coatless, and clad in jerseys and short cotton drawers. Among them, Jessamine's heart leaped up to recognize Colin. The feat to be performed was tossing the caber, and 2 men appeared bearing what looked like a small tree, denuded of its branches and about 8 feet long. 2 or 3 Highlanders each, in turn, raised it, only to let it fall again, whereupon a great laugh rippled round the circle of spectators, and a man carrying a saw and dressed in ordinary working clothes came forward. Amid the holiday-makers, he had a certain irrelevant and prosaic air, and he applied his tool stolidly to the caber, and made as though he would shorten it. The crowd tittered. But then Colin walked forward with his grave, nonchalant bearing, and pushed the workmen aside. The people clapped in anticipation. As for Jessamine, when she saw him stand there in the pride and ease of his strength, the heart within her stirred with a delicious surprise. McGilvray took the caber, planted his feet firmly, and poising it, small end downward, on his right hand, stooped low, and then with a mighty movement of his arms and body projected it forward in the air. The caber went up a great height, and then turned and fell to the ground at a considerable distance onward, big end foremost. The spectators clapped and shouted, and Jessamine drew her breath with a quiver. It was the sense of achievement this time that dazzled her. "Yes, he did that," said she. "He sent that great thing that I could not lift, high and far in the air, and he looked beautiful as he did it, as though it were a trifle. He can do things that I cannot imagine." The unconscious Colin retired modestly after his achievement, amid the plaudits of the crowd, and the eyes of Jessamine followed every one of his movements. The exploit next on the programme was leaping over the bar. It took the good Highlanders a considerable time to erect, first the 2 poles, and then to balance the bar across them. However, they were up at last, after falling down 3 separate times, and the game began. Colin took no part in the leaping, but upon his return to the ground there was a marked difference in his demeanour. Instead of his former collected air, a certain restlessness was to be detected. He held his head high, and walked about with his figure consciously drawn up to its full height. His eyes, too, shining lustrously, darted hither and thither over the crowd, and he laughed and talked more than his wont. After the leaping came putting the weight. 1 or 2 men walked into the square and acquitted themselves moderately well, and then it was Colin's turn once more. "A McGilvray against all the Macphersons," was the cry. McGilvray shook his hair back and presented himself, his face smiling, and in his eye a curious, excited light. He took the stone and placed himself in the square. The stone weighed about 22 pounds. Having this in his hand, and standing on the back line of the square, he raised it to the level of his shoulder, keeping his elbow directly under it and close to his side. His body was balanced on the right leg, the right shoulder being drawn back. The left leg was raised up from the ground, and with the left arm thrown forward to help the poise. In this attitude, he crouched somewhat, as though pressed down by the weight of the stone, and then raised it up slowly 2 or 3 times to the full stretch of his arm, and then he took a quick movement forward, and, both feet now on the ground, but the weight of his body still on the right leg, and the right shoulder still held back, with a sharp spring and rapid half-turn of the body, a movement of exceeding grace and strength, he propelled the stone, holding himself strongly back as his right shoulder swung forward and as his right foot touched the scratch line. Jessamine saw him, after the fine and rapid changes of his attitude, with white-set face and strongly thrown-out arms, and well-controlled body held back from following his shot. The stone, as though it had been veritably projected from some powerful spring, whizzed through the air and made its first pitch at a distance of about 35 feet. Jessamine did not know that the put was unusual, and would be announced in every sporting paper in England. Nor was she aware how great a part the influence of her own personality had in it. But a roar of applause, accompanied by hand-clapping, burst from the crowd, and her heart beat high with pride and joy. "It's no canny, the lad's fey," cried out an old fellow who knew McGilvray, and was accustomed to his quiet and cautious ways. And Colin, the excitement playing over his face, stepped back a pace or two, and stared round as though dazed by his own achievement. For indeed, in that moment he touched, as it were, the high-water mark of his life, throwing out in the way most possible to him a sudden expression of that fuller personality which lies latent and hidden under the everyday character, to escape but in those rare hours when some deep stirring of the nature carries it forward for an instant to a higher plane of action. Then he ran, laughing, from the field. A group of peasant girls near Jessamine were shouting with delight, clapping and cheering with might and main, and what they were saying sank suddenly upon her ear. "Ah, Colin's fey!" they cried. "Colin's fey! See the big man running through the field like a bit laddie. Aye, it will no be canny. Colin's fey!" Jessamine felt the interest and exhilaration die suddenly out of her heart. She wanted to escape and to get home. Slinking out of the crowd, she hastened to the station, determining to take the next train back. But arrived there, she found there was an hour to wait, and that time had to be passed in the waiting-room, which was as dreary as such places usually are. A timetable of the Highland Railway hung on one wall, a bundle of texts in Gaelic upon the other. In her heart, instead of any pleasant thinking, went the peasant girl's cry of "Colin's fey." In and out of the room came an occasional passenger. Some Highlander in costume returning, slightly intoxicated from the games, some dull, respectable Scotchman of the lowlands travelling on business, a family group dragging about with them a half-witted member, a laird and the laird's man. There was nothing in the surroundings to mitigate the sense of horrible dullness or the prevision of evil which had fallen upon her. Colin's fey still rang in her ears, and with it the inevitable sequence. People are fey in Scotland before a great calamity falls. What have I done to Colin? It was getting toward dusk when she arrived at the end of the short railway journey and stepped from the train, and then a walk of 5 miles lay before her. The road was long and lonesome and silent. To begin with, the banks on either side were high, for the road ran through a cleft of the hills, and they leaned close upon it with an overshadowing of woods which made it gloomy. After a mile or so, the small cleft widened to a broad valley, the hills retired on either side, and the road ran as an exposed white line over a moor-covered and partially cultivated country. Just now, when a break in the woods permitted her to see it, a beautiful light lay on the tops of the hills, but this was drawing away, and the sky above her gathered already in depth. She met few people. 1 or 2 traps overtook her, and once a group of gypsy tramps passed by, but the traffic was small. She had walked on for about a mile, and dusk was really closing, when a dog-cart shot past her at a great rate. Looking after it, she recognized the figures of John Mackenzie and Colin McGilvray. "They did not notice me," said she, "and I am glad." Another quarter of a mile brought her to a fir wood, It closed the road in upon either side, and leaning against the fence under the shadow, she saw the figure of a man. She advanced with some feeling of trepidation, but as she approached, the figure came out and stood in the road confronting her. "Ah, it is you," said she, with a quiver of mingled gladness and timidity. "I'm thinking it will be me," said the low, laughing voice of Colin. He stood in front and stopped her. The heart in her breast was agitated, and yet felt heavy as lead. Looking up with an effort, she realized at once, from the expression of his face, the magnitude of the change which yesterday had made in their relations. A word, the touch of human lips on each other, and causes are started which go palpitating on, with the whole of life for their circuit, perhaps with the infinite space of ages. "It's me," repeated Colin, "and I'm just hungerin' for you." "Shall I take your arm, and shall we walk down the road together?" asked she timidly, with the sense of warding off some greater proposition by a less. "That will not be enough," said he. And before she had time to surmise his intention, he gathered her to his breast, lifting her in the fervour of his embrace almost off her feet. She gazed up at the strong, masterful, tender face with something like terror. It was all so different from her expectation. "I am frightened. Set me down. Let us walk on," she murmured involuntarily. "Na, there will be no one comin'. I could carry ye as I was doing before. My arms ache for ye." "Oh, no, no. It frightens me, Colin." "You have given me no kiss." Her heart beat terribly. Present to her mind was the strong, direct strength he had both of mind and body, the fierce candour and simplicity before which she was helpless. "Colin, I have something to say," said she, grasping for safety at straws. "Aweel, Jessie, my doo." "I saw you at the sports." "I'm thinking you did. I saw you just as the leapin' began, and it was like wine in my heart. Nothing would have been too high for me today." "Colin, no, no. Let me walk by your side." "Aye, a maid knows well how to plague a man." "You must not talk that way. They were saying today, when you threw so well, that you were fey." "Fey, was I? I was to believe them, I'm thinking, if they were saying so a while ago. But not after yesterday, Jessie. Fey or no, I have all I am wanting now, and more than my best dreams." "Was yesterday so much?" asked she, at her wit's end. "Oh, yes, yes. Why, lassie, would it be small to ye?" His voice held a disconcerted tone, and that was as intolerable to Jessamine as his unquestioning claim upon her. "No, Colin, no, it was not small." "Look, my wee bonny Jessie," said he tenderly, "I love you true. There will not be a corner of me that does not love you. You just will be my heart." "Yes, Colin, thank you. I like to be your heart. You passed in a dog-cart with Mr. Mackenzie just now? How was that? Did he see me too?" "No, he was not seeing you. I saw you. I just thought that the machine would do vera weel without me, and I said to John I would just be walking the rest of the way." "It was quite dusk, and I was close to the hedge, yet you saw me." "I'm thinking I would be feeling you if you were near, whether I saw you or not. But I saw you, Jessie, my dearie. There are eyes in my heart." "Are there, Colin?" "Yes. Now for my kiss." She raised a vainly protesting hand. "Jessie," said he solemnly, and he pushed the hair back from her brow with one hand, while he held her with the other arm. "You must love me true." "Oh, Colin, I do, I do." He gazed down upon her face with a long, grave, yearning look. The eyes that opened wide upon his, after his kiss, were dim with something like terror. He vaguely perceived it. "You will be tremblin', lassie," said he tenderly. She made no answer, but caught at the lapel of his coat. "Aweel, tremblin' will just be the way of a maid. Come closer, and you winna tremble." "No," said Jessamine in a choking voice. "Let us go on." "And you're greetin', lassie. For why? What will you be greetin' for?" "Oh, Colin, perhaps that's just a maid's way too." "Perhaps, but I'm thinking we will just make the most of today, for tomorrow I shall be away." "Away? Where?" "Oh, it will only be a sale of corn to which I'm bound to go, with John." "When shall you be back?" "Oh, by evening." She walked on a short distance in silence. They reached the open road, and then she pulled him by the sleeve. "Wait a minute. There is something to say. Listen to it now." "Aye, Jessie. What will it be, my Lou?" She was so white that a vague apprehension dawned on his heart. "Will you remember what I am going to say, always?" "I will ever remember it. What will it be, my Doo?" She placed a hand on either shoulder and looked him full in the face. "It is that I love you, Colin, and ever shall and ever must till death comes. Believe it always, remember it always, whatever happens." He took her hand down from his shoulder and held it in his own. "It will be a great matter to say that, Jessie, my wee wife, but it will be true, for I feel it in my own heart." After that they walked on soberly together, speaking little, but her hand rested on his arm, and his feet trod on air. For herself, the unexpectedness and directness of his love-making were at once a terror and charm. He appeared not to dream of circuitous preliminaries, gift-bestowing, court, fictitious distance, and compliment-paying seemed not to enter his head. The simplicity and ingenuousness of his passion, now his reserve was once broken down, had in it something inflexible and austere. His love tokens were the pressure of his arms, the thrill of his voice, the look in his eyes, and these signs in himself he evidently considered sufficient, and that with them she should be well pleased, just as in her they were for him all satisfying. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Old Rory McGilvray, sitting in the nook by the kitchen hearth, fancied that his dim eyes caught sight of the fluttering of a woman's garment past the window. The rain beat slantwise across the smoke-stained pane, but he had an impression that with the rain the wind had puffed some loose grey streamer over the blurred outlines and mist-washed shapes of the mountains. It made him stare and open his mouth wider, and turn his head and his ear in an endeavour to supplement one failing sense by the failing power of another. Then the idea of the fluttering shawl touched some association, and he sat thinking of it, his mouth still open and his eyes perusing the smouldering peats on the hearth, upon which, in comfortless fashion through the open chimney, grimy raindrops fell in frequent spurts. His old wife, a plaid about her shoulders and an umbrella, or rather a blue roof, in her hand, had set out at an early hour on a 5-mile walk to the merchant's, that is, to the store of the universal provider of the place, an emporium warranted to supply all human wants, from curling irons down to a ha'porth of treacle, in addition to which large enterprise the merchant had undertaken to manage the post-office necessities for 10 miles round. Those who possessed their souls in patience were really likely to get their needs supplied at the shop, for it was well stocked. But the drawback of a monopoly is to breed an indifference of spirit which rebels against the routine involved in business habits. So that the customer, arriving hot and breathless from a long and burdened peregrination over the hills, was as likely as not to discover the postmaster and manager nodding in the back parlour in a hopelessly bewhiskied slumber, while a slow and confused boy pottered over the post-office business, from which no entreaty could seduce him, and the girl engaged in farm work at the back would peep in to acquaint herself with the customer, and 10 to 1 would disappear again with a final air. Old Rory, therefore, from prolonged experience, did not expect the return of his wife for hours to come. As for Colin, he was attending the sale of corn with John Mackenzie, so that the old man's mind, roused to momentary attention, trotted off again tranquilly to 50 years ago, when the things that happened had not so dim and vague an air, and when the fluttering of a shawl, by no means belonging to the present Mrs. McGilvray, had been an incident of consequence. The world was not so good as it had been, old Rory frequently remarked. Events had little interest. Whiskey, it is true, retained its fascination, and while his eyes twinkled at the peats in the delights of disreputable reminiscence, his old hand sought at the shelf by his side. There is reason to believe that the old fellow had been left at home alone on parole, for Mrs. McGilvray held it a disgrace to be drunken at the 3rd hour of the day. Nevertheless, his fingers were just nearing the recess where the whiskey bottle stood, when a knock came at the door. Old Rory's hand was jerked down by frightened conscience, much as the hand of a child is snatched back from forbidden sweetmeats, and he stared hard at the direction of the sound. It came back again. Then he felt for his staff and slowly raised himself, showing, as he stood up on the kitchen floor, a not inconsiderable height, and went to the outside door and opened it. A little figure in grey stood there, at the sight of which he jerked his head forward in an attempt to surprise his senses into grasping its full meaning, and then, lifting himself to as erect a posture as possible, made the salute of the peasant. He did not in the least recognize in Jessamine the Mackenzies' farm help, of whom he had heard much, but he did recognize the air of a great lady. "Is Mr. Colin McGilvray at home?" asked Jessamine, who knew very well that he was not. "No, ma'am. Colin is away. He went west this morning, and he was taking the horse and cart." "Will he return soon?" "I'm thinking, ma'am, that he will be back this evening. He was going to a sale of corn with John Mackenzie. Him and John will be great friends, ye see." "I am sorry not to find him in. It rains fast." "It's a very bad morning, whatever. Will ye come in, ma'am, and rest ye a while?" "Thank you." Jessamine stepped forward without alacrity. She had been gazing at old Rory's face with fascinated interest and yet with horror. It was so fine and yet so grotesque, the civilization faintly veneered over the obvious barbarism. His features were of the Scandinavian type, the racial markings still as pronounced as in the age when the Viking harried the coasts. The upper classes pare away the traces of their ancestry. The rustic peasant startles the fastidious by retaining them unmodified. Moreover, besides his wild though grand tribal features, old Rory was not clean, nor were his manners pleasant. His corduroy clothes were greasy, and his woolen shirt was open, revealing a shaggy breast. The course of ages and the surrounding of a gentle-mannered people had, as it were, trimmed the claws of the ogre. Old Rory was incapable of cruelty. He was hospitable, and had a strong sense of personal dignity. He possessed with this a conservative, though independent, respect for the laird and the great world of which he knew nothing. He believed in the election of the saints, and had no doubt of his own salvation, and though his youth had been somewhat tinctured with the disreputable element, and in the matter of whisky he was still an impenitent, on the whole he was reckoned among the highly respectable members of society. But then culture had given but the hastiest daub to his once splendid animal physique. Of all that manifold limitation in air, speech, gesture, which we call good manners, and which is woven out of an inherited and acquired knowledge of that which is pleasant or unpleasant to our fellows, he knew nothing. The unlimited and the dubious render intercourse impossible. Disparity of manner is as disparity of race, an incalculable thing. Jessamine, therefore, followed old Rory with trembling. She would have shivered to have followed a red Indian into his wigwam, or a Zulu into his kraal, or an amiable gorilla up his tree, and her sensations were not materially different now. Still, she was resolved. He was Colin's father. "May I see your kitchen?" asked she, as old Rory turned to the room on the left, to which Colin had ushered her on her first visit to Dalfaber. "Oh, yes, ma'am," answered Rory. "It will just not be cleaned up the morn, you see, but ye can come in and welcome." He opened the door into the kitchen where he had just been sitting. It was a square room with low wooden rafters, and the rafters and ceiling were black with smoke. The floor was of stone, and so was the hearth. This last was simply a flat surface raised 2 or 3 inches and extending across the room. The arch of the chimney hung above it, and was simply an immense cavernous aperture, the size of a small room, which, without diminution in its proportions, opened to the sky. The shelterless nature of such a contrivance was exemplified now by the dribbles of wet which came down upon the soot-covered wall and fell about the hearth. Old MacGillivray, however, evidently regarded his chimney as a show. He beckoned Jessamine to approach the hearth and to look up. She did so, and saw 4 stone walls festooned with soot. Above them a grey sky, across which trails of rain-cloud swept. A thin spiral of smoke was whirling about toward the top, in momentary indecision whether to rise or descend. "Surely," said Jessamine, "you are smothered with smoke on windy days?" "Oh, aye," answered old Rory. "We will just be smothered. You see, the vent's too large. You see, the smoke blaws down back into the room, and that makes the rafters black. And you see, it will be very cold in the winter time. But," added he, "we're used to it." His smoke-ingrained skin well testified that time had lent the clemency of habit. As for the rest of the room, there were good presses against the wall. There was a table, a wooden bench, and a chair or 2, shelves with pots and pans, and an indescribable piece of furniture which Jessamine suspected to be a bed. "Will your Highness like to see the other room?" asked old Rory, throwing in a title which he judged commensurate with his guest's distinguished air. "Thank you," said Jessamine, unwilling to confess to a former visit. "We live mostly in the kitchen, you see, for comfort," explained old Rory, "but we have the parlour." And he led the way to the other well-remembered room. There was the bed in the alcove, the clothes tossed aside as Colin had left them that morning, a couple of tables, a few chairs, a rifle leaning against the wall, a small looking-glass, for Colin was something of a dandy, one or two books, a vase or two upon the mantelpiece, and a small ordinary grate. The floor was without drugget, but everything was neat and orderly. "This will be the parlour, ma'am, and that will be Colin's bed. Colin sleeps here, ma'am. This will be his rifle, for Colin was joining the volunteers, you see." "Colin is your only son?" "Colin will be our only son, ma'am. He will be having the farm after me." Here old Rory assumed a confidential air, and approached close to Jessamine, who felt exceedingly alarmed, nor was she at all encouraged by the laying of his hand upon her shoulder. "He will be a solid man, ye see, ma'am, with money at the bank. I'm telling ye this, ma'am, not to boast, but that ye may just know that Colin will be something. He was ever a very quiet lad with his words." "You live very simply," said Jessamine, edging back nervously from the old peasant's confidences. "Oh, aye, vera simple. Just porridge and potatoes, with a kipper now and then, and milk. That will be it. A very good diet, ye see. Folks will be overheating themselves with meat. Oh, aye, I'm often saying that porridge is the finest diet in the world." Jessamine smiled. Not even the terrible presence of old Rory could quite overshadow the wistful strangeness in her heart at standing in the room of the man she loved. She leaned against the window frame, looking out upon his beloved landscape, and ineffectually envying his austerity and simplicity. "Ye must excuse me, ma'am," said old Rory, seeing that she made no answer, "if I am not speaking the English right. You see, I'm not very good at the English." "Oh," said Jessamine, "do you speak Gaelic?" "Oh, aye, we will just be talking wi' Gaelic at home. I can go into more things in the Gaelic. I must ever be looking for my words in the English. Your Highness will understand." Jessamine looked up quickly, a pink spot in either cheek. "Do not call me your Highness. I am the Mackenzies' farm help at Dryknock." Old Rory's jaw dropped at this information. His mind had a long way to travel from the title of his invention to the simplicity of Jessamine's claim, and her aspect belied her words. At last, while she rather tremulously watched him, the bewilderment passed from his face. He made an emphatic gesture with his hand, bringing it down to his side with a slap. "Oh, weel," said he, "oh, weel, the farm help at Mackenzie's. It's come on me of a suddenty. Dear, 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 I'm no very good with my eyes, and I was taking ye for a grand leddy. Aye, but ye are bonny. I'm not so blind but I can see that. Ye are bonny. Lads will let ye know it, I'm thinking, and you'll be trailing a good few at your heels. Aye, I was hearing of ye, a bonny wee lassie at Mackenzie's. But ye'll no be much hand at the working?" "I am strong. I can do as much as most. Mrs. Mackenzie thinks I have learned a good deal," said Jessamine, feeling rather like one who has swept down all defences with his own hand. "Aye, ye will just be learning, so as ye can manage your own farm, I'm thinking." He turned rather a cunning eye upon her. "Perhaps," said Jessamine. Then she added hastily, "And are you able to work upon the land yourself still, Mr. McGilvray?" Oh, I can plant and hoe and lift potatoes myself vera weel, but Colin, he will be rare at the workin', mem." He looked sideways at Jessamine, a cunning thought visibly changing his features, and he nodded his head more than once. "Indeed," said Jessamine. The old man approached again with his terrifying air of confidence. Jessamine's little start backward did not discourage him. He came and laid a patronizing hand upon her shoulder. "Aye, Colin will be an awful clever lad. When he was a bit bairn, and a charge was laid upon him, he was aye on the alert. Oh, yes, he will just go straight on, and you won't be stopping him. He will have the farm when I'm gone, mem, and Colin will be a great match, mem. A solid man with money in the bank. Aye, I was a saving mon in my day, and Colin's bonny, mem, bonny." Still with his hand on her shoulder, he looked into her face, grinning confidentially. "Yes," murmured Jessamine faintly. "The lassies was ever running after Colin." He gave her shoulder a pat as he spoke, and then drew back and expanded himself into the joviality of reminiscence. "I was a great mon for lassies when I was young, but that will be a great while ago, mem." "Yes, 80 years, I'm thinking, or more. But I was ever for lassies, and Colin will be his father's own son. Favours me, mem, in his features, but he will be quieter." "Yes. Lassies will be ever running after him, though. They will know a bonny lad when they will see one. I was saying to Colin, 'Colin,' I was saying, 'you'll be choosing a lass one of these days.'" Old Rory chuckled. "Yes." "And Colin was just laughing." Old Rory bent himself together in a quite inexplicable ecstasy. "Yes," said Jessamine. "I'm saying to him sometimes, 'Colin,' I am saying, 'you will be choosing a lassie and bringing her home.'" Again he approached Jessamine, and laying the tips of his fingers upon her shoulder, stood leaning back and chuckling with a lively mirth. She gazed at him with fascinated intensity, tracing through his dirt and grotesque manners the curious faint remains of Colin's bonniness and grandeur, in type of which he had claimed the parentage. Suddenly he withdrew his hand and crumpled up his smiling features into a shrewder look. "Ye see," said he, "we will be wanting a lassie about the bit hoosie now. The auld wife, she's aging fast, and we would be glad, very glad, of a thumping lassie to scrub round and gather and hoe a bit. But my Colin, he's slaw, I tell ye, slaw and canny, my Colin will be." He shook his head with affected gravity and great concern. "Aye, my Colin's slaw. But I'll just be telling ye ae thing, and I'd no be telling it to every lassie. My Colin will stick. A lassie will just be dealing skillful with my Colin, and he'll stick. Slaw he may be, but he ever was for sticking since he was young." He surveyed her to see the effect of his words. "Yes," said Jessamine. "And I'll tell ye aye ither thing. My Colin's aye very tender in his feelings. Good bless ye, that was myself when I was young. But a mon wears a bit better when he will be 80 year. My Colin, he will be tender, and a lassie will just be saying snap to his snip. A lassie will, if she was skillful, and my Colin, he will stick." Having delivered himself of these predicates, old Rory drew a deep breath and gazed down at the lassie before him. "I am rested now," said Jessamine, whose eyes perused the ground, "and I think the rain has stopped. I will go now, and I thank you very much." Rory disentangled his mind with difficulty from its preoccupation, and with a very dignified air opened the door to let Jessamine pass. As she did so, she glanced up the staircase, which disappeared into some nondescript region above. "That is your bedroom up there, I suppose?" said she. "Oh, na, that will just be a make a loft. Me and my auld wife, we sleep in the kitchen, just for comfort, ye see. But," he added cunningly, "I'm not for saying that Colin wouldn't knock up a bit room upstairs for the lass and the bairnies when they come." "When Colin is married, you and Mrs. McGilvery will remain here, then?" "Oh, aye," returned old Rory, with the tranquillity of full assurance. "He wouldn't be turning on his old father and mother, whatever." "No. I will go now, Mr. McGilvery. Thank you, and good-bye." "Good morning to ye, ma'am," said the old peasant, standing on the threshold and involuntarily saluting the high breeding in Jessamine. "I am most pleased to be seeing ye, and we will be very pleased if we was seeing ye again." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. That evening, Jessamine stood in the small enclosure which contained Mackenzie's barns and outbuildings, her hand resting upon the railings. It was the place in which she had first become aware of Colin's existence. Her face looked worn and pale, and she grasped the rail firmly so that the knuckles of her hand looked white under the skin. This was the sole sign of the tension of her mind. All day she had done no work. The storms of the morning had ended in a steady drizzle of rain, and it was chilly enough. The landscape was gloomy, the nearer details sordid under the dripping wet, the hills covered with shreds and trails of chalky mist, and overweighted with the heavy roll of black clouds of moisture upon them. Jessamine's eyes looked steadily southward. The stern and unillumined front of a hill, down which the storm-rack crept with chilly, clinging hands, intercepted her gaze, but there was an expression in her eyes as though this natural barrier had melted before their penetrating rays, and they saw something beyond and far off. She wore a grey Glengarry bonnet and a grey plaid about her shoulders. Her position was uncomfortable, but she had chosen it rather than endure the closeness and dullness of the little square chamber. The air, at least, was fresh and sweet. But it was silent. Everything that runs or flies, chirps or sings, and lends its little being to help make up the cheerful intermingling of sound and movement, seemed to have sought its lair and to have hurried beneath the ground. The very rain fell without its usual jovial tinkle. It was but the noiseless emptying of one of those cold and chalky clouds, and its drip washed out rather than intensified the colours of the grass and heather and foliage. Suddenly Jessamine gave a violent start. Her eyes flashed and dilated, and a glow as from some reflected sunlight burned in her face. She withdrew a step from the railing and looked to the right. A cautious step among the bushes had been, to her heart, an unmistakable signal, and now, from the mist and greyness of the birch wood, Colin's form appeared, and stood out on the green knoll near. He looked at the house for a moment, and then discovered her. She was gazing at him with a curious panting fear in her eyes. "Jessie, my do, ye're waitin'," and he ran down to her. The fence was between. "No," said she, drawing still further back and speaking almost sharply. "I thought you were away." "Ah, weel, but ye're here, and it makes no difference." "Have you bought your corn, and has Mr. Mackenzie returned?" "Oh, yes, we bought a stock for seed. John will not be back yet. He was staying at Mackenzie Craiglowry's, his cousin, you'll understand. He will be returning, Colin, and if so, he will see me. I should not like that. She made as though she would withdraw, and a blank look drove the radiance out of Colin's face. "Oh, Jessie, you mauna be going. Why, lassie, I was not seeing ye all day." "Is that so very necessary?" asked Jessamine, mournfulness chasing the sweetness of her smile. "I'm thinking it's likely ye need be asking that. Jessie, I'm coming over the fence." "No, Colin, no." "Aye, Jessie, aye. I'm no for bearing these bits of iron between. I've had no kiss." "Colin, stoop your head, I will give you one." "Your own self, lassie?" "Yes." He stooped his head over the fence, and Jessamine, pulling at the lapels of his coat, stretched herself up and touched his mouth with her lips. It went to his heart like a sting. In another moment he was over the fence and had her in his arms. "Colin," said Jessamine, "let me go. You are crushing me to pieces. I thought I forbade you to come over the fence." "You'll be forbidden the sun to shine, and the wind to blaw, and the burn to run down the hill, winna ye, lassie?" "Perhaps Mrs. Mackenzie has seen you from the windows." "Then, lassie, I must be making my bit explanation. I have got, you'll understand," added he gravely, "to be telling Mackenzie soon." Jessamine, who, after an anxious scrutiny of the road, had retired to the protecting angle of a barn, stood with her back against the wall. Her face was red enough now, and her breast rose and fell. Colin, the very picture of a handsome and triumphant lover, stood looking down upon her, his eyes wandering over the flower-like face, and his heart a mere suffusion of mingled tenderness and worship. "Colin," said Jessamine, in a rapid entreating tone, "promise me something." "If it's no against nature, lassie, I'll promise ye anything. I'll no promise not to kiss ye again in a minute." "I want you to listen in real earnest," said she anxiously. "You said you would promise." "Aye, lassie." "Promise me not to tell Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie anything at present." There was a moment of silence. If Jessamine had looked up, which she did not do, she would have seen in Colin's eyes a little flash of pained astonishment. "Not tell? Ah, weel, Jessie, that will be as ye like, my loo. Come," he added tenderly, "a little nearer. I cannot see your eyes." As he spoke, he put his arm out and drew her close to his side. The pressure was more like that of a protecting husband than of a passionate lover, and Jessamine yielded to it tranquilly, laying her hand in his and looking up to his face with eyes swimming in tenderness. "Not tell, my lassie," he repeated, as he bent down to look closer into them. "You do not understand," said she, her lids drooping for the moment. "That may be. But it will be my part, I'm thinking, just to be seeing that folks about gets no wrong notions into their heads." He loosed his hand from her small clinging fingers, and folding both arms about her, pressed her jealously to his breast. She lay there with her cheek pressed against his coat, and her eyes looking up at him with a sad, inscrutable gaze. "We see things differently, Colin," murmured she. "Oh, aye. Ye will be versed in many things that I was hearing nothing of. But if ye love me, it will be all one." "I do love you, Colin," said Jessamine, with sudden emotion, and she lifted her arms and tightened their grasp about his neck, and once more startled his lips with the soft fire of her own. "That's well, lassie," said he, the grave depth of his voice intensified by tenderness. "It is like the opening of heaven's gate to hear it. Many and many's the time I was thinking of love, but I was never seeing the lassie that could just make me in love with love. But when you saw me, Colin?" I was just set of a sudden out of earth into heaven. Yet you thought ill of me at first, the day you came into the yard and stood staring at me, Colin, so as quite to frighten me. Ill of you? No, I was just thinking that you were a make of lassie I was just not seeing before, and that a man had need to be cautious. Cautious? Aye, cautious when wraiths and witches were about. You were right, said Jessamine with bitter energy. Right, was I? Well, I'm no saying, but there's witchery in your kiss, lassie, my ain lassie, but wrong because you love me. Do you trust me so much, Colin? Oh, aye. What else would I just be doing? Yet you know little of me. Perhaps it is just possible I am different from your ideas. Oh, maybe. It will just be a very pleasant page to learn, I'm thinking. Colin, you always seemed canny, cautious, yet you're taking up a new book and thinking, like a child, that it will all be straight reading and pleasant. He laughed. Then he laid his hand against the curve of her cheek and chin and lifted her face a little and kissed her mouth and eyelids. It was so small and flower-like a face, the figure in his arms was so slight, the locks of hair ruffled against his breast were so fresh and curly and childlike. I'm thinking I'll just risk all that's written there. Once I've folded ye to my heart, Jessie, I'm not the man to go back on a tough bet or two. I'm thinking that I'd rather like a wrestle with ye. Colin, be warned. It was almost as though a bird should chirp out a caution, or a child exhort its elder. What in her was there which he could not master? Warned, said he, with a low, murmuring laugh. I'll show ye how. Colin, you frighten me. I cannot breathe. You must not kiss me again tonight. And she struggled in his arms until he loosened them and let her slip from him. I saw your father today, said she, rearranging her plaid and beating the wet out of the Glengarry bonnet, which had long since tumbled on the ground. Did you? Said Colin, his face lighting up with mingled surprise and anxiety. Yes. You called there, answered he with a dubious air. Yes. Well? Your father is a splendid old man. Oh, aye. You saw my mither? No. He waited for more, a vague unrest troubling his heart. He scarcely liked this independent call at Dalfaber, when he had not been there to soften its asperities. His eyes were downcast. Jessamine watched his face with remorseful sympathy. Jessie, said he, looking up at last, ye're but a bit lassie. Ye shall have a servant when ye're my wife. Jessamine looked away with a curious creeping of blankness over the love-light and colour in her face. Thank you, Colin, said she softly. I'll be telling my father and my mother tonight, said he. She glanced at him quickly, alarm shooting into her eyes. No, Colin, promise me you will do no such thing. He came nearer and looked longingly at the little bit of warm white throat he could see between the folds of her plaid, but he made no effort to kiss her. Have you ever a mither, Jessie? Asked he with grave tenderness. No, I have no mother. I never knew what it is to have a mother, Colin. A vision of Aunt Arabella, of her high-ridged nose, the elegant insipidity of her visage, rose to Jessamine's mind and sharpened her tone as she spoke. That will be a very great loss, my dear, a very great loss. I'm thinking I will have to be mother and man to ye both. He looked at her leniently as one looks at a child who needs directing. She looked at him with the sad, unfathomable eyes of those who are learned in life and the world. He took her hand in his own. She turned her head away. "Jessie, lass, it will be sweet to me to carry a secret in my breast, and share it just with ye alone." She made no reply, but the leaping of colour to her cheek showed that she listened. "But I'm like a partly drunken man, with wine still before him, when I see ye, Jessie." A smile like a meteor lit up her eyes. "And I'm kind of jealous of myself. I'd like to build a church about ye." Jessamine shuddered. "Oh, no, I should not like it." And turning her face, she suddenly lifted her eyes to his with a soft, mysterious, tempting light in them. "Bonny, bonny bird," he murmured. He stretched his hand toward her, but she drew a little further off and stood gazing into the murky, misty grey, where the south was. She was so still that Colin did not venture to interrupt her thoughts. She stood lifting the drenched plaid to her chin and slightly shivering now and then. With her great beauty still before him, he had not room in his mind to discover how inscrutable she was. At last she spoke. Her eyes lifted themselves no higher than the top button of his coat, and her voice, in its low, firm tone, seemed driven out of her by a studied effort of will. "Colin," said she, "I will give you leave to tell John and Anne Mackenzie and your father and mother in 3 days' time from this, if you still wish it then." "I see no harm in that delay whatever, and I'd willingly lengthen out my joy, for it will be a joy to steal round and see ye, Jessie, to know ye're all mine, and no one else to guess it." "You feel it so?" she asked, with a low, wild little laugh and a darting look. And then she shivered again. "Good night, Colin, I'm going." "Bide a wee. I'm no sayin' that I can wait these 3 days and not see ye. I must see ye, Jessie." "Well, where?" said she, with a sudden fierceness of intonation. "Could ye trust me, lassie?" asked he hesitatingly. She looked in his eyes with a wild, challenging smile, triumph and dread in one. "Ay, how ye look! Lassie, every glance ye give me goes straight to my heart. I feel partly mad. But if ye can trust me, come tomorrow night to the new barn by the stack. Come, and you'll find me waitin'." I'll come. Her eyes were meteors. "Good bless ye, my lassie. But... What, Colin?" He raised his hand and laid it confusedly upon his brow. Jessamine crept near again and leaned against him, watching him. Her looks were wild, her lips were parted by quick breaths, and her bosom panted. The man gave a great sigh and dropped his hand. "Oh, naething. Ye'll just come," he said in a faltering whisper. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Women, when they are frail, are so in great measure because they have not been instructed in the nature of choice, nor taught the art of selection, nor the meaning of responsibility. Willfulness they may know, but not too many are acquainted with will. Jessamine's mental debate was in an ever-increasing darkness, if indeed it could be dignified with the name of debate. She was merely a prey to varying strong impulses, a thing passively delivered over to a struggle between opposing inducements. Shaken with longings and terrors either way, she stood wondering whither her fate would lead her at the last. There was an element in her passion, perhaps unusually strong. She longed definitely and deeply after motherhood. Her thinking upon this point was no more the precise reasoned thinking of a man than on others. It was a brooding, pictorial feeling on the part of a very feminine type of brain, but it colored all her love for Colin, and was not distinct from it. In Jessamine it was not so much that natural feeling lay like a rich residuum beneath a cultured mind, as that she was a pagan creature covered up in artificiality. In character development, with all her pretty cleverness, she was far behind the level of her age. She and other women like her move in a world for them not realized and beyond their understanding in its serious claims. But this fact does not exempt them. The serious claims are made upon them, nevertheless, fair neglected children as they are of the centuries of moral training which have never taken them in hand. None of the girl's overpowering emotions were relieved by the consolations of intellectuality or the dignified sense of a possibility of firm choice. Had the life she had condescended to in a freak proved too lofty for her? Or was she infected by the element into which she had come to something lower than herself? Neither question was she able to decide. "Give yourself to Colin," cried the strong voice of nature. Jessamine did not discern whether this voice came from an angel or the devil. All her thoughts were contradictory. At moments she found herself girding about her the armor of Aunt Arabella's instructions. At others, whipping herself up to the catastrophe almost as the virtuous whip themselves up to virtue. Beaten thus between two hesitations, either way the result would be simply frailty and not decision. And out of frailty nothing of good in this life was ever won. All the next morning she moved about silent and distrait. Mrs. Mackenzie watched her and read her with quiet motherly eyes. Trouble had come to the wee bonny lassie, but its nature she could only faintly guess. Yet, since matrimony is the way of bonny lassies, she ventured upon that subject at last, her soft voice throwing around her a region of temperance, safety, and peace. "Jeanie McBain will be making up her mind at last," she ventured with cautious irrelevancy. Jessamine started at the quiet voice and blushed at it because of its mild contrast with her own tumult. The cup she was washing slipped from her hand into the wooden bowl with a clatter. "It isn't broken, Mrs. Mackenzie," said she penitently. "I won't be saying that I thought so," persisted the good woman. "Jeanie McBain will be making up her mind, whatever." "What to do?" asked Jessamine timidly. "She and Willie Dallas will be married soon." "Willie Dallas of Sluggan-Granish?" "That will be he." "A very well-to-do man, I suppose. I am glad if Jeanie is happy." "Oh, I'll not be saying so much about that. She will be ever very moderate, but it will be a right thing for her, whatever. Willie, he was ever very backward and melancholious, and Jeanie, she was laithful. But they are making it up at last, whatever." "I'm glad. Jeanie is not very young." "She will be getting on in years, indeed. Many a weary body would ha' had her, but Jeanie she was ever very back withdrawing. And I said to her one day, 'What will you be thinking o' Willie Dallas now?' And she said, 'I'm thinking he's getting grey.' And I said, 'Greyer than yourself?'" Jessamine reached down a tea-cloth and began to wipe the cups and saucers. The slop-stone stood under the window. She had been stooping over it with her back toward Mrs. Mackenzie, but she turned from it now and leaned against it, her slim figure in the short blue linsey gown defined against the light, and her face downcast and rosy. Every ripple of the matron's tones, as she sat opposite, knitting by the hearth, contained a gentle admonition and personal application. "Yes, Mrs. Mackenzie?" said the girl softly, seeing that she paused. "It'll be best for a wee bonny lassie to be wed. Lassies weary in time of jinketing round. Best get a good man while they may." The tone was firmer and more direct. Jessamine said nothing and rubbed carefully round the plate. "It will ever be a comfort," continued Mrs. Mackenzie, "to find a straight road. It will be a comfort just to run right on without a sight of wonder and uncertainty. Whiles there will be turmoil in a lassie's mind, and I've noticed it gets settled down when a lassie buckles to, with a deuce quiet mon to do for, and bairnies aboot. That will be just a woman's way. There won't be so many roads for a woman as for a man. It's aye a wise dispensation, for they're but ill-shaped for rovin'. Seems like the hearts in our breasties need harbourin' and restin'. Oh, indeed, it was ever better with me since I took John. It's still the sight o' thinkin'. A deuce quiet mon and bairnies aboot will be the best thing for a woman, whatever." Mrs. Mackenzie ended her speech with some sense of surprise at the unwonted length of it. "It is the best thing for a woman?" repeated Jessamine, gently and slowly. Mrs. Mackenzie, raising her mild glance for a moment, was startled to find the girl's eyes dark as with a veil of trouble thrown over them, and with a face now as wan as it had been rosy. So inscrutable and deep an air of misery had rarely met her eyes before. She dropped her knitting and planted her hands upon her knees and leaned forward, not in excitement, but with a large, comfortable, inquiring air of sympathy. "What will be ailin' the lassie? She will be greetin' the nicht through." "Nothing ails the lassie," repeated Jessamine gently, a twisted smile tremulously altering the lovely mouth. "Nothing, nothing at all. I am, I think, almost terribly well, Mrs. Mackenzie." The wild, wan eyes rested hungrily upon the good woman's face. "Ah, weel," said the latter, "I'd not be one to be finding fault with the good health, whatever. It's a gift of the Lord to be thankful over. Lassie." "Yes, Mrs. Mackenzie?" "You'll not be saying a word over the sports. Did you like them?" "Oh, yes, very much. Oh, I liked them." The thought of Colin ran with a thrill through her voice. "Colin McGilvray, he went west to the sports too," said Mrs. Mackenzie deliberately and with a quite infecting calm. All Jessamine's glowing thoughts scampered like startled wild things to their lair when they saw the trap thrown out for them. The rustle of them seemed to her scared senses audible. "Oh, he was there, of course," she responded hurriedly, "and Mr. Mackenzie too. And there was a very good piper there, a short man who played better than anyone." "Oh, indeed. You'll not be so very much taken up with the wee bit chappie with the pipes, I'm thinking." Jessamine, trembling and frightened, laid aside her tea-cloth and turned away to place the cups and saucers on the shelf. It was notable that all the skilled society fencing to which she was accustomed failed her in the wise controlling eye of this wholesome peasant woman. Mrs. Mackenzie's atmosphere threw everyone around her back on simple virtues. "Mrs. Mackenzie," faltered the girl presently, when the last saucer had been put by, "shall I not sprinkle a little salt in the porridge?" Just a thought, lassie, responded Mrs. Mackenzie, and you might be getting the platters down. Jessamine reached up for the wooden salt box, but her fingers were trembling and awkward, and her eyes were blind. She pulled the thing forward on the shelf and let it fall, scattering the white contents over the floor. "Oh, that will be one chancy, lassie," cooed Mrs. Mackenzie in scarcely a raised voice, and more sympathetic with Jessamine's ill luck than sorry over her own loss. "Very one chancy, whatever." "One chancy?" repeated Jessamine, staring at the white heaps on the ground. "Oh, indeed, yes, lassie. Very one chancy, whatever." After the midday dinner, the rain, which had fallen heavily all the morning, cleared off a little, leaving the atmosphere warm and damp, and Jessamine restlessly wandered out to the yard at the back of the house, near which she thought she heard John Mackenzie at work. She found him building up a peat stack near the shed under the shelter of the projecting roof. All the summer, at odd times, he had been sawing and preparing wood to build the shed, and with the aid of Colin and other friendly neighbours, it had gradually risen from the ground, and now presented the appearance of a tolerable building. Today he worked alone at the peat stack, piecing the black blocks of fuel securely together so as to form a convenient heap, and this in the leisurely enjoying manner of one not concerned to take time by the forelock, nor to perform any astonishing feat of empty celerity. The acrid, pleasant smell of the peats filled the air, and Jessamine, strangely soothed and secure, as she always felt in either of the Mackenzies' presence, drew nearer and nearer, until the man's busy glance took her into it. Whereupon he welcomed, with his usual pleasant glance, the lovely presence which he was now so accustomed to see lurking furtively about the edges of his daily labour. "Won't you sit down and rest you a while?" said he gently. Jessamine climbed onto a heap of fallen wood and perched herself on the top. For a moment the turmoil that filled her life was stilled. She breathed in good odours. She watched healthy labour. She was conscious of kindly companionship, and somewhere deep down in her nature of the love that gives richness and glow to all life. "We've had bad weather lately for the harvest, haven't we, Mr. Mackenzie?" she began, identifying herself, as usual, with the interests of the place. "Oh, indeed, and it's very bad weather," returned Mackenzie, with the patient glance at the sky characteristic of the Highland farmer. "Will the corn be spoiled?" Jessamine was anxious and opened very grave eyes on Mackenzie's face. "We'll be waiting to see that, whatever. We've got it and the stooks, and we shall carry a bet soon." "I'm glad if it is not spoiled. That peat is the winter fuel, I suppose?" "Oh, yes. In the summer we will be building the stacks, and in the winter we will just be burning them." John threw a pleasant glance up as he spoke. The peace, the monotony, the day-by-day living and labour soothed her sense more and more. "Where does the peat come from?" said she. "Side of Craig Ellachie," said John. "Above the fir woods? That's a long way to go. How do you bring them down?" "Just with the cart and the horse." "But the road through the deer forest is closed." "Whilst they close it, whilst they open it. It will be open when we will be casting the peats." "But it is so rough, scarcely a road at all." "Oh, it's a very bad road, whatever. It's awful hashing for the horses and the harness." "And you have to go so often to get enough." "Ah, weel," said John, "a good few times." "How tired you must get with the long journey up and down." "Oh, yes, a body gets very tired and hot." "I think the laird should mend the road. It knocks the horses to pieces." "It will be very hashing to them. But whiles I'm not so sorry to take the roan, he was ever a very wicked horse. He will be for Russian, even in the plough, and it will quiet him a bit. But the roan is a good horse. You made some new turnip drills in the old hayfield. Hadoof, you said, hi, whisht, and the roan turned, or stepped to one side, or stopped, and was, I thought, very clever and obedient. I wonder how you can make the horses understand. Oh, we just teach them. They just learn by degrees, like the scholars in the schools. Whilst the roan will be good enough, but he was ever very nervous. Since he was young, he was a nervous beastie. What a long time it takes to build a peat stack. Oh, I'll soon be through. Jessamine leaned her pretty head against the side of the shed. It was a moment of ease and forgetfulness, of genuine peace, and of that unmarked happiness of which we make too little because it is only a level of quiet thoughts and gentle, composed sensations. For the time she forgot even Colin and her passion. The thought of them may have sung a little, gently, at the bottom of her heart, but they were merely an intermingling of colour with the hueless woof of pleasant thinking and sensation. John's very unconsciousness of and his aloofness from her personal turmoil helped her to forget it. It passed, for the moment, into the comforting obscurity of things unconsidered. The outdoor life, with its health and large calm, soothing that too intense feeling of the personal, and setting it in truer relation to the rest of nature, a relation which few attain to even in moments, and none securely hold throughout a lifetime. Out of such moments, if any activity arises, it will be sweet and generous. Jessamine felt a desire to be genuinely useful to the good and kindly folk among whom so long she had resided. The sense that she had power, might have power to help, was strong within her, and she found no reason why she should not use it. She forgot on what the power was founded, and its accompanying humiliation, if indeed she were capable of feeling this last, and she forgot, too, her carefully preserved disguise. It was with a little grave considering air that she spoke next. "The land is poor," said she, "and it would be better if you had the hill with the fir wood on for pasture." "Oh, yes, it is a poor bit land," said John tranquilly, "and if we got the fir wood from the laird for sheep pasture, it would be a very good thing for us, whatever. We could be keeping more sheep and helping ourselves that way. Oh, it would be a very good thing if we had the deer forest again. Whilst there was no deer forest." John, without pausing in his work, glanced up at the long, wide range of the hillsides, where the land, which might have sustained a village, was covered up from use by the mantle of fir trees that formed part of the deer preserves for the amusement of one person. Then his glance fell again, and he fitted the peats together sturdily. "When I go back," said Jessamine composedly, "I shall speak to the laird. I shall ask him to cut down the fir woods and to give the deer forest to the people for the sheep, and I shall ask him to open the old road and to mend it." When John heard her speak thus, he left off his work and stood still, leaning his arm over the peat stack and looking at the morsel of humanity before him. She proposed, it appeared, in her own small person, to bring about what was to him and his interests a sort of millennium. She proposed to do it by the simple process of asking the laird. He had not the faintest idea of the commercial value of that bit of exquisiteness perched on the heap of his cut wood, her head against his newly built shed. He was unaware that lovely women were bought and sold in the London marriage market, very much as Circassian slaves are sold to a Turkish harem. Nor could he form any notion of the prices lairds and others might be willing to give for their possession, even for their momentary favour. The genial twinkle of his face, and it was always there when this pretty whiff hovered about him, broadened to a forbearing smile. "That'll be a rare bit of work for a wee bonny lassie to undertake," said he. "But you'll not be talking of going back yet a while, lassie. We'd be after missing you if you did." Jessamine started. What had she said? Go back. Stay. What terrible meaning was locked in either simple phrase to her? For her, what alternative was there which was not hemmed in by terror? She darted a wan, frightened look at the good, quiet face before her, and slipped down softly from her seat. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. The evening cleared up more determinedly, though not with any settled tendency toward finer weather. The moon, sailing high in the heavens, wore a beautiful watery halo, and was followed and crossed and surrounded by a court of ever-changing, chalky, wraith-like clouds, the whole appearance of the sky being of hurry and preparation for a coming downfall. Every now and then they dispersed and drew back, leaving the tranquil disk, with its colored ring, peaceful and lonely in a deeply colored, cold, clear night, over which again presently that noiseless tumult swept and hurried. In the upturned leaves of the birch trees went the sound of a little showery breeze, and the winding paths showed in the silvery light as cold and slimy tracks through the fields or heather, while the sides of the barns and sheds exhibited also the same silvery, shining wetness. It must have been toward 9 o'clock that the door at the back of the Mackenzies' cottage softly opened, and Jessamine slid cautiously out into the night. She had her rough grey skirt drawn high above her slender ankles, and her grey plaid twisted about her head and shoulders. Save for the exquisite face lying like a carved bit of ivory between the folds, she might have been taken for any village lassie creeping out for a tryst with her lover. Slipping cautiously round the corner of the house, Jessamine peered toward the kitchen window, and saw that a faint ray of light came from under the door and from the chink in the shutter, and lay upon the wet pools in the yard. The Mackenzies, then, had not yet retired, but the house was closed up for the night, and there was no chance of disturbance. The gurgling sound of water in the gutters, the dropping from the eaves, and the cold swish of the trees threw an indescribable feeling of discomfort around. Jessamine shivered. She half drew back, went forward a hesitating pace or two, and paused, and then ran desperately on. Her light step was indistinguishable amid the various noises of the night. There was some distance for her to traverse, and once across the road in the safe loneliness of the fields and open space, the girl sped recklessly onward, uttering every now and then a sobbing, incoherent word or sentence that seemed to throw itself out of her agitation without her will and purpose. For whither were her hurrying steps bent? They carried her not over the heather merely. Her spirit, as a skiff broken from the anchor, leaped and bounded forward on uncharted seas, scudding before the winds and at their mercy. Each beat of her foot upon the ground thrust the familiar world behind her. The new, the irrevocable, the wild adventure lay before. an intoxicated sense of loose moorings, an exaltation of the mind at her own daring, the thousand vivid allurements of the moment sped whirling through her brain. In one spot, a complacent whisper hummed an assurance that the future still lay in the future, and the possibility of safety was not yet snatched from her, that the seductive could be dallied with, yet find her adamant in the last resort. Another corner concealed a reckless thing, which told itself that the cup was there, and that the lips should drink it every drop, nor pause till it was drained, and just there it was that the wild fiery throb kept burning and stabbing and thrilling her through and through. Somewhere on the edges of all was a whisper, cold and grey as the dim shade that uttered it. This murmured of the consequence and muttered warning. But who listens to a thing dreary and chill? That was the place of the anchor and the mooring from which she bounded away, and behind it was an old world in collapse, with faint thunders of falling cities growing less and less in her ears. I care for nothing. I care for nothing. Some strange voice floated that out on the air, and suddenly she stood still. She looked up. The greatness of the night and the streaming rack with the moonlight leaping upon it arrested her. With it some answering greatness, some womanly foreboding rose within. She stared up to the sky, clenching her hands, but her eyes and cheeks were wet as the night itself. Again she sought wildly over the heavens, and again nothing like prayer would come, nothing save that sick revolt against the purposeless convention, which was all the goodness she had ever learned. She raised the clenched hands upward and cried out again, I care for nothing. I care for nothing. There is no meaning anywhere, save this. What was I born for, if this is wrong? Out on the air rose her cry, and, shrinking from the silence that followed, with renewed recklessness she darted on. McGilvery's land being reached, she walked more composedly, casting, as she went, searching, fearful glances about the bushes, and this because she became suddenly seized by an unreasoning fear that old Rory would start out from them and claim her with his terrible courteous welcome. The barns, the new substantial buildings, so much handsomer than the cottage of their owner, were presently to be discerned, their slated roofs shining in the mingled wet and moonlight. By night they seemed larger than in the daytime, and the little path was swallowed up in their shadow. She paused confusedly, wondering which way to turn in order to reach the door in the front, and as she paused she inconsequently blamed Colin that she was thus left to hesitation and permitted to wait alone. The next moment, just as inconsequently, she shrank at his presumption, because she found herself encircled by his arms. I was waitin' for you, lassie mine, for a whole long hour, came the warm, rich voice through the chill night air. Many a weary time have I stepped over the Betfield to the road, and looked and waited. There will be a hunger in my heart indeed, for it will be a night and a day since I was seeing you, and your promise made the time seem longer. Jessamine sank against his breast, suddenly still. She heard over and over again the echoes of his voice. Everything was done, then? There was no more any struggle left, neither decision nor hesitation, but mere drifting and helplessness. The thunders and voices and hurry in her mind were at an end. Silence came with his touch. She slightly shivered. "Take me to the barn," she murmured. In a moment he had lifted her in his arms like a child. "It'll be wet for your wee bet feet, lassie, and oh, my Lou, I canna draw thee close enough." She clung about his neck stiller than ever. Thought, anxiety, terror were annihilated. There was nothing left in all the world but this, the moment, that was all. No peace was ever more complete. "A nicht and a day," he murmured, with his lips against her cheek as he walked. "Only so long," the sweet mouth breathed back in the lowest whisper, so low a whisper that the words seemed to slide from her tongue to his ear without the medium of sound, and with no more will than is thrown into a sigh. "And long enough, my doo, my wife." "Only so long," stole the tiny musical murmur again. "I thought it was a week, a month." The phrase uttered, her eyes closed softly. Was ever love-making sweet as this? He strained her to his heart with such an upleap of wonder and of thankfulness that utterance overflowed into silence and was lost. Treading gently, strongly, and slowly, so that the tender moment might not be overpassed too soon, he brought her silently at last within the shelter of the barn. "Set me down," she whispered, when she felt the dry rafters over her and the warm air about her. In her heart was no other feeling than that of a helpless sliding, strange, delicious, fatal, and full of that peace. There was a homely smell of hay and seed, a mild agricultural odor, and from somewhere beyond a partition came the soft, wholesome breathing of cows. Instead of obeying her, Colin seated himself upon an upturned wooden box which he had prepared for the purpose, and drew her to his knee. A single lantern swung from the roof, sending a meagre though steady light, which disclosed the middle part of the barn floor carefully cleared and brushed by Colin. In the centre was the improvised seat, with a rug thrown upon it. Some gleamings from polished metal showed the harness hanging in the dark corners, into which also various simple agricultural implements were pushed, and the sides of the barn were decorated with scythes, hay-forks, bunches of herbs, and repositories for seed stock, save one side, which was a bare partition with apertures, whence came the quiet rustle and the warm breaths of cattle. Above all, the lantern's steady ray illumined the group in the centre, the woman lying still as death in the arms of the man, her face with closed eyes against his breast, while his head leaned down to touch hers. For a full quarter of an hour, speechless and motionless, the two remained locked in an emotion apparently as simple, primitive, and undivided as though time had run back for them and borne them to the age of paradise. In truth, Jessamine was in a half-fainting condition, will and thought obliterated in the strong reaction after struggle, of which indeed the sole survival was a faint surmise, a surmise indefinitely circled by that peace of acquiescence. She lay with her face, like a bit of exquisite carved ivory, against his rough coat, her long black lashes resting on her cheeks. Colin's face, with its deep conscious life, presented to hers as strong a contrast as it is possible to conceive. He had spent the interval between the last meeting and this in a way of his own, and the mark of it remained with him. He leaned above that half-fainting, acquiescent feminine frailty upon his breast, with a look of reverence, the impassioned tenderness of his eyes undivorced from the strong quiet curve of the restrained lips, and delicately harmonizing with that, and the thrill of his arms over their burden subordinated to the slow, massive, and accumulated power of his will and conscience. Thus, within this seemingly mutual trance of emotion, difference was already at its work, the woman slipping darkly and helplessly towards some moral abyss, and he with his will anchored, as it were, to the stars. The stirring of a heifer beyond the wooden wall, and a sudden prolonged and plaintive low, aroused the pair from their impassioned stillness, and set the tongue to its restless work of speech. Colin had his thoughts to impart, and these had been lashed to unwonted speed by the sweet confession which had fallen from Jessamine in the moment that he raised her in his arms. "Lassie mine," he murmured at last. The lids at which he looked longingly and reverently raised themselves suddenly to a wide-open gaze of suspense that startled him. He looked into them until his heart almost swooned with bliss and pain. "We need not be waitin' long, my doo," he whispered. "Not long." His utterance was slow, unwilling, and bare, because of the mighty restrained emotion behind. The dark, unfathomable eyes stared at him, the very breath suspended, and the heart almost ceasing to beat. What could he say more? Where seek for and hit upon true expression among so much? He failed to discover fitting words at all. "I'll be after knocking up the wee bit chamber for you," he murmured. "There's nothing money will buy, but I'll get it for you, lassie," he continued, impulses of extravagance shooting across his canny Scotch thriftfulness. At this she made a movement. She laid her hand on his coat and pulled herself to a more upright position, still with that wild, suspended gaze. It shook more words from him. "You'll be tellin' John Mackenzie, my own sweet Lou," he said, "and we'll be looking for the wedding bells before the month is out. Thank God," he added in an eager whisper, "I'm a solid man, and there's naething need keep us twain waitin' and apart. I'll fix it up, Jessie, this month. We'll go straight on, my lassie, like the lightnin'. Love," said he, "canna be waitin' too long, too long." But to this he earned no response. Had all the love been breathed out in that one sweet whisper, whose echoes still stirred live and warm in his heart? She sat straight up now, looking into his face all tremulous with tenderness and reverent devotion, and she placed one hand on his shoulder, while the other lay limp in her lap. "You'll not be saying me nay," he pleaded. "Lassie, I canna wait. My heart's pooled in two with lovin' when I'm my lane. I canna be my lane, sweet Jessie, any more. I'm needin' you snug in my life, and no more good-byes nor good morrows. I will never be knowing what love was before. It is," said he, trembling a little and looking away from her and up to the rafters where a dove or two sat, a great matter." Whereupon, at that, suddenly she slid from his knee and stood upright on the floor beside him. He rose too, and came close to her, and, impatient of distance, drew her again unresistingly within his arms. She leaned against him, but still she did not speak. "I cannot fetch it into my mind," he continued, "that I'm deservin' of this great gift whatever. But I'm thanking the Lord indeed. Seems like the fiery chariot of Elijah that went by." He looked away from her again and raised his hand, moving it gently in the air, and seemed bereft of further speech in wonder. "Colin." The tone was scarcely natural. It was thin as well as low. "Oh, my wee doo, What your voice is to me, he murmured, overjoyed at hearing it. Tell me you'll be saying yes to your own man. Tell me you'll be coming to me, drawing into my wee bit housie like the sunshine that you are, and that you'll be resting there and making it summer oncether and all. Colin, my lassie, don't say that. Not that about the chariot of fire. Why not, lassie mine? I'm fair whirled away into a heaven of my own, caught up and carried. I'm lifted up from earth. Oh no, Colin, oh no, not that, not that. The voice wailed with helpless tears in it. The engrossed tenderness of Colin's face changed a little to surprise. I'll not be saying a thing that my lassie will not be liking, said he briefly. I don't like it, gasped Jessamine with her hand against her throat. It frightens me. It will just be what I was feeling, but I'll be saying it no more. The girl stood clutching the lapel of his coat and staring at him speechlessly. The echoes of his silver tongue pierced her ear and touched her heart. His face and his eyes overcame her. But all around and about this fair image of manly love beat chaotic miseries, and the religious fervor of his wooing and his simple, conscientious aims drove her cruelly back upon them and divided him and her, and froze up that acquiescent glow within her heart of hearts into a nipping grief. What was the simple natural issue to him was just the clear impossible to her. Not yet could she fathom or dare to realize the abyss between them, but the feeling of it crept near already, cold and cruel as death. Colin, she began again, her voice hoarse with a fear beyond words. Jessie, he responded. And then he looked at her gravely, with more attentive interest and scrutiny, a scrutiny which was not so much blinded by his own emotion as before. The terror and entreaty in her eyes began forthwith to become apparent to him. His head leaned forward a little, and his puzzled look gazed into them. As for those eyes of hers, they searched everywhere over his face and over his whole nature in a wild and desperate appeal. Just such an appeal had she made to the dumb mythologies of all times, just such an entreaty against the laws of life and fate that crushed and threatened her. Her own feeling became darker to herself and more overwhelming. The intoxication was over. Each thought was an abyss, each breath a slip downward. She shrank in ignorant terror from herself and in shocked amazement from her remembered thoughts. But more than all, she shrank from the religious fervor of his wooing, from the austere tenderness which made so terrible a claim upon her, and up to the level of which she knew it was impossible for her to rise. How should he see that every word conjured up images of distaste and unbearable hardness, that behind the face and eyes to which her gaze might have clung with supreme and satisfied love, hovered, to her mind, an austerity that terrified? All the best gifts he had to offer seemed to her half-swooning heart as fetters and a dungeon. Her love had the quality of self-abandonment, but could not rise to sacrifice. Shame she would have accepted, but noble endurance was as yet beyond her. So the pair of human souls, chained together solely by passion, divided by everything that remained, gazed into each other's eyes, silent because the darkness and the separation were invincible. Yet some reflection from the terrified phantoms that stole up and down the edges of Jessamine's mind and did duty for thinking crept into the mirror of her eyes, and suddenly into the midst of them Colin's quick words were interpolated. "I mean fair by you, lassie," he cried. The tone was anxious, hurried, even businesslike. Before it, the sick heart of the girl swooned afresh as with a wound. The contract! The contract! How should the honest, fair-dealing man dream that the terms of the bargain are not forever the main thing in the heart of the impassioned woman? To his quick, short sentences she offered no reply, save a gasp. She continued to stare up in his face as a dumb child might to a mistaken parent, as a lamb to the slaughterer, as human nature to an irresponsive God. The silent, searching fear of her face, the desperation of her mute appeal, moved the man beyond expression. It drove him from love-making to asseveration. A spirit as of the ancient Covenanters wakened in him, a remorseless, puritanic, self-sacrificing austerity. "Woman," cried he sternly, "as I live, I'm mainen fair by you." Whereat, hearing the sternness of his voice, her own wild, daring, tender love fled and sank away somewhere out of sight, abashed and horrified. The rose in her heart froze in a moment. The man, her own lover, had detected it, perhaps, seen it, and reproached her. She was wrong, then, bad in his eyes. Ah, there was something more awful than society's tongue-wagging. For love's sake, leaping in her own experience over some abyss, the nature of which she but faintly comprehended, she had alighted at the bottom only to meet with the furies of disdain. Chaotic sounds rang in her head and ears. She uttered a broken cry and threw herself upon his breast, grasping his coat with her hands and sobbing in an emotion as incomprehensible to him as it appeared to be inconsolable. No penitent but disgraced wife could have felt an anguish more acute than did Jessamine as she lay there. Colin held her firmly, quietly, concerned now chiefly in the beneficent habit which he extended to every living thing, to still and soothe this emotion away. When he believed it to be subsiding, his own tenderness broke out again in the only speech that he knew of which might be likely to touch and heal this fear, and draw her again within a circle of reassurance. "Why do you greet, lass?" he murmured with unutterable gentleness. "Why will you not be speaking? You understand me, Jessie, bonny bird? You will be trusting me, your Colin? I mean fair by you, honest as a man can mean. What do you fear, my Lou, my doo, wee wife of mine?" He spoke with difficulty, his bronzed, strong throat quivering with tenderness and sympathy, and his heart heaving with the great faithful tumult of his passion. He passed his hand over and over her dark hair in curious, worshipful delight, and his thinking was a single, unmingled vow of devotion, protection, and plighted troth. It was the highest he could conceive of love's surrender, for Colin, too, had prized his freedom, and he held it a cheap price indeed. She kissed his muscular, sunburned hand every time it neared her lips, and shuddered at his words. That shudder he felt, and he marvelled the more. His slow mind, quickened by love, moved from all its well-anchored points, and sought far and wide over all his knowledge and experience for some solution to the trouble that shook her, and his tongue gathered up into unwonted words the tender distresses of his heart. "Jessie, my lass," said he in a firmer, graver tone, through which ran a hint of reproach, "you must be leanin' on me, trustin' me. Colin," he added, "would never shame you." Whereat the slight figure trembled like a leaf, and the head drooped like a withered flower. She had abandoned herself and all her preconceived ideas to meet with blank rejection. "Good save us!" cried the man, in intense agitation. "I will be always holding you high. You will never need be fearing, nor flying off, nor trembling like a shy, frightened bird. The angels above—" His voice choked and broke. "It will be like that I am thinking of you, Jessie, my wife, my wife." Words could not express his uttermost devotion and reverence. Speech altogether failed him. He lifted his hand and his eyes helplessly to the rafters, where the white gleam of the sleeping doves arrested him with a sense of harmony that answered for him. But then the half-swooning girl, lashed by his words as by scorpions, terrified, ignorant, withered by shame, her very passion flying from her like a wild strayed thing from some immeasurable prairie land of freedom back whence it came, slipped from his arms and tumbled suddenly to the ground at his feet, and lay before him in an abashed heap of tingling dismay. Colin, startled beyond expression, his Scotch slowness and undemonstrativeness hampering him in the one brief second that was left, drew back a step before he stooped to raise his fallen burden. Did he, for the first time, apprehend something foreign, incompatible, strange? Into that second of time rushed all the dividing legions that come between human souls. When he stooped toward it, the form which had lain like a dead thing leaped to its feet ere he had touched it, and darted from him to the half-open door, and thence out into the night. Colin, like a man amazed, hesitated for another brief second, and then rushed to the entrance, sending his voice after her in a mighty cry of tender entreaty. But the night itself was cruel. Strangling clouds hung over the moon, and in the north the hurrying rack had suddenly coalesced, and from thence, blown by the risen wind, a blinding, furious shower came and beat across his eyes. He stood peering and calling, and waving his arms like one distraught. Then he plunged over the heather in a direction different from the one her winged feet had taken. And at length, struck by a sudden faintness of despair, he fell face downward on the soaking ground of his own field. Like a wraith, she had vanished from his life. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. 10 years had passed away. The beautiful month of May was in its zenith, and the parks of London were gay with flowers. Jonquils and tulips were being sold in the streets, and the shop windows of the great thoroughfares vied with each other in the display of feminine fashions for spring attire, and the other knickknacks of tortured ingenuity which the hand of competition throws out to catch the eye of extravagance. The main business of the hour was so to organize the interplay between permanent greed or neediness and chance spendthrift desires, that the fickle stream of the latter might be caught and utilized as by a mill wheel before it dashed onward on its aimless play. It was May, and it was night. Everybody was in town. Not to be in town argued one, in fashionable circles, as a country cousin and an ineffectual nonentity. In the West End the atmosphere was charged with social and political intrigue, with intellectual strain, with all the pressure and confusion of a great world bent on struggling onward in pursuit of its own glittering, noisy aims. The streets and squares were beautiful, with their regular setting of the topaz-like gas lamps or the imprisoned moons of electric light, with the moving stabs of color in passing trams and other vehicles, with the suspended glows at tavern or theatre doors, in chemists' shops, night-abandoned road-mending, or other opportunities and tricks of illumination. Fashion was, for the most part, in the theatres or concert halls, or in the great drawing-rooms of favoured houses, or at least on its way to them within the safe protection of closed carriages. Glimpses of the brilliantly dressed, glittering, presumably happy persons flashing out through the windows as they rolled by. The footpaths of the street were left, for the most part, to passengers of another kind. And in the labyrinth-like quarters that lie huddled and clustering behind and near the great thoroughfares, outstreamed permanent London to its street chaffering, its leisured hour, its genial gossip, its despair, conspiracy, or crime. It was an hour when the great city in all its parts is more restlessly awake, and in some more evilly active than at any other time. An hour for the lover of the sensation of things to be out and moving, feeling beneath his feet the pavement of a great city, or realizing from the top of a tram-car the stir and pulsation and intoxicating sense of a tumultuous life and fateful destiny. Being night, it was also the time when those whose hearts and brains are impressed by the deep and tragical reality of suffering existence, which underlies the noisy and ambitious struggle above, become in their consciousness clearer as to the causes of things, more convinced as to the distinction between shadow and substance, more acutely discriminative between the barrenness of party aims and the import of those anxious demands which knock periodically and constantly at the doors of the nation, the hunger of starved souls and bodies in their ominous reiteration. Invincible faith, rather than despair, is the characteristic of onlookers and thinkers such as these, the heart of patience and hope being retained amid the central glow of pity and indignation which keeps their energy in the cause of the people at a white heat. To them, the suffering outcry, or the more piteous dumb appeal of the oppressed, contain within themselves their own irrefutable reply. The unanswerable demonstration of any evil endured by the inmate of a civilized state is a matter which may wait long, but which draws its conclusion inevitably after it. Not the brilliant talent or the particular gift, but the ascertained need of the weakest and most broken of the children of fate is the fulcrum which determines how and in what direction the national will shall move, and the leaving behind or the dropping out from social advantages and modern ease of many, of some, of even a few, is the signal for the readjustment of national contrivances until these laggards in the race be drawn up abreast with average progress and be reinstated in that place in the world to which chronologically they are born. For within the average mass lies the strength and fate of the nation, and the exceptional success of advanced skirmishers toward progress is immaterial unless it be utilized in bearing forward that desolated and mournful fringe which drags down the average by existing beneath it in the evil social conditions of 50 or 100 years ago. On such a May night, a great minister gave a great entertainment, and everybody who was anybody was there. It was a pure and beautiful evening, starlit and mild, and the coachmen, driving up their precious freight to the handsome house in the handsome square, blessed themselves in that they had not to sit there under a blinding rain or soaking fog. The stream of carriages was long and imposing. It obstructed the road for some distance beyond the square, but the cause was respectable and out of the arm of the law. So, one by one and inch by inch, they crept along until, after patience and manoeuvring, aided by the dexterity of the police, each one deposited its burden beneath an awning amid the breathless and solemn silence of an awestruck crowd who watched the guests advance up the crimson-laid steps and vanish into the brilliant hall above. This silence and awe produced an effect as of a religious ceremony, which touched the imagination of a sharp-faced street child of some education. "Oh, my!" came the shrill little voice through the sweet night air. "It's just like the celestial city, and the pilgrims, and the hangels what took them in at the gates, what teacher told me on." A burly policeman, with some sense of incongruity in the allusion, and feeling that it might be distasteful to parties concerned, here took the prattling little one by the ear and led it, gesticulating, away. At that moment a hansom crept up, a common, vulgar hansom in the middle of the coroneted carriages, and out of it popped a small, shriveled, deformed gentleman with an ugly wedge-like face and great burning eyes. He ran up the steps, looking, as he did so, like a curious beetle, and the crowd burst out into a hearty, irrepressible laugh. An agreeable sense of pleasure suffused itself over the heart of the little gentleman at finding himself the innocent occasion of momentary mirth among the poverty-stricken gathering outside. Mr. Carteret, when he found himself well within his sumptuous surroundings, committed at least 3 solecisms in tranquil unconsciousness before he reached the opening chamber of a splendid suite of reception rooms. Near the entrance to this first apartment stood the host and hostess, receiving with mechanical cordiality the constant stream of arrivals, who advanced, exchanged a few words of greeting, and were then carried onward by the press into the apartments beyond. Carteret, as surprised to find himself present as others were to see him, as whimsically conscious of incongruity in his person as any observer could be, followed the loud herald of his own name into the dazzling scene, and confronted his hostess with a short bow and swift, sarcastic, silent smile. The high-born lady extended the momentary patronage of her graceful recognition to the man of genius. The host said a few apt and cordial words, and Carteret, singular little blot upon a scene so gay, passed onward with the rest. There were 4 reception rooms opening one out of the other. The first was upholstered in a faint yellow hue, which admirably suited the pale dark colouring of the minister's wife. And this room was lavishly decked with the most recherché and expensive kind of cream narcissus, having the long golden centre bell. The fireplace, the mantelpiece, the lamp brackets, the myriad lights being also shaded in faint yellow, and every available receptacle were heaped and covered with these delicate, highly cultivated blossoms, each one a miracle of perfection and beauty. From this fairy-like scene, the guest passed on to an apartment upholstered in aesthetic green and white, and decked with maidenhair and gloire de Dijon roses in beautiful lavish masses. The next reception room was of well-toned tints, both enriched and softened by a show of delicate, fantastic orchids, each one a wonder in itself, and so disposed that the long trailing blooms seemed fancifully etched upon the bronze-coloured wall beyond. And last, there was a large, brilliant apartment in pink, or in some faint, indescribable shade of that colour, the vulgar milkmaid hue being toned down to something exquisite, which could hardly tolerate its low-born name. And this room was decked with gently perfumed and marvellously tinted azalea blooms. It was a scene of such enchanting beauty and taste that only the extremely well-bred and blasé managed to pass through it without exclamation or remark, and with a mere determination to outdo the effect when their turn for an entertainment came about. Carteret, poor little blot, wandered, or rather was brushed on, through the exquisite scene, his head thrust forward, his brows puckered, his restless eyes searching and noting, his underlip pushed out, grimacing from habit, and, again from lonely habit, unconscious and lost from himself, but gathering up all that he saw and heard with his swift observant faculty. People saw and noticed him, of course. Beautiful creatures, and under the influence of the lights and the colour, plain women appeared good-looking, and good-looking women beautiful, and beautiful women exquisite ethereal angels, while everybody lost a decade from their age. Beautiful creatures remarked Carteret as they passed. The silken and lace billows of their trains swept over his legs and knees as the wearers undulated onward, and some of them glanced down on him with a faint amazement, and back again as from something unpleasant and startling. Men went past him whose shoulders obscured him. He noted broad backs and thick necks with tight-cropped polls, gentlemanly cultivated backs, weak slanting backs with irritable shoulders and long stretched necks and unmanageable hair carefully distributed over bald heads, scholarly university men backs slightly bent, every kind of back and neck and headpiece. "No, lots of these faces," muttered Carteret to himself. "Punch, essence of Parliament." In process of time, it took quite an hour, Carteret, with his observant eyes, had arrived at the last apartment, at the room, that is, decked with azaleas. From this there was a wide egress into an open space above the main staircase. The azalea room appeared to be the favourite, partly because people were arrested in it by the fact that the egress, though wide, necessarily narrowed the stream, and partly because it really was the most beautiful portion of the scene. Carteret, who was already getting bored and depressed, had contemplated passing out through this egress, which he had detected from a distance, and afterward slipping away home. He paused, at last, near a lounge, constructed to hold two persons in a pleasant tete-a-tete. Looking toward the outlet, he found that it was blocked by silks and satins, dress coats, and their wearers. His frail body was too much fatigued for him to attempt the standing, waiting, and dexterous pushing necessary before he could get out. So he sank down on the lounge, took out his handkerchief to mop his face, and resigned himself. Two young married ladies came presently and stood in front of him, talking together in calm oblivion of or indifference to the fact that so insignificant a person as this small beetle-like man could overhear every word they uttered. "There she is!" exclaimed one lady to the other. They turned their heads and stretched their necks and looked keenly in a particular direction. The tone in which the three words were uttered was noticeable, Evidently a show person of some kind was approaching. Carteret got up, stood upon a footstool, and looked too. He caught a glimpse of a tall and slender figure, of a magnificent dress, a perfect coiffure, glittering jewels, and an oval cheek. Then the crowd closed over the form. Carteret got off his footstool and sat down again. "It is quite too sad how she goes off," said the First Lady, in that make-believe sympathetic tone which barely smothers self-congratulation. "She manages to be very, very beautiful still," returned the second, in rather a longing voice. "30 if she's a day, I suppose," said Mrs. 4-and-20 disdainfully. "Well, yes, but at 30 a handsome woman is handsomer still," returned number 2 a little anxiously. "There is esprit, experience, a je ne sais quoi that younger women miss. It isn't her age." "Oh, I am aware she poses for originality as well. One has to do so much nowadays to be anything." The speaker sighed. "It is all wear and tear. The demands on one's resources are continual." All the pewter gilded and rubbed up to look like gold, and everything set out upon the counter as in any trumpery shop, said number 2, with unexpected asperity. "Well, I don't know that I should care to be as severe upon her as that," returned the first, dexterously taking refuge from the hit in a fold of the garment of charity. Number 2 coloured slightly and was silent. "What now is the special peculiarity you referred to?" asked the First Lady, in a voice warmer for the sense of momentary victory. "I think I was alluding to the oddness of her charities. You are aware, I suppose, that she takes a particular interest in women who are no better than they should be," replied the second in a lowered voice. "Dear me, is that all?" returned the first in an indifferent tone. "But it is the fashion to take up that sort of person now. It makes such splendid platform material." "Oh, yes, but it is not in that way. She does not exactly take them up. She sympathizes with them." "Openly?" "Well, of course. You call that charity?" "I did." The back of the First Lady expressed, from Carteret's point of view, a rigid sense of her own virtue. The ear and cheek and neck of the second, a sense of confusion. Number 2 was no match for number 1. She had a habit of blushing. Women over 50 have been known to retain the trick, but they are not usually social successes. It was number 1 who heartily returned to the topic. "How does she exhibit this sympathy?" "By never assuming any superiority, and by holding out a friendly helping hand where she can. I like her face. I rather like her odd ways. She is so inoffensive and gentle and strange." Look at all the men trooping after her." "Oh, well, of course. She is a great society belle, almost historic." "Nothing, I suppose, of a scandal in her own life?" "I assure you, no. There have been odd freaks, but no scandal whatever. She is considered exemplary, a perfect model as—" At that moment the oncoming stream moved up so determinedly that the speakers were gently brushed aside, and Carteret lost the end of the sentence. He remained seated as before, and was presently glad to observe that the lady who had formed the subject of so engrossing a conversation neared the spot, and stood for a moment in front of him, exactly as the late speakers had done. Carteret looked at her attentively, at so much of her, that is, as he could see. To him she presented an appearance made up of soft colour, lace, mystery, sweet odor, flowers, and jewels. There would have been nothing more than that for him if it had not been for the words which he had overheard. She would have been a shining something outside his ken and his world, something with which he had better not trouble himself, had it not been for these. As it was, he surmised the human being beneath the ethereal wrappings, and peered somewhat curiously at the slender, graceful neck, with its splendid diamond necklet, and the irrepressible small rings of dark hair, which would escape from the jewelled pins to prettily intrude themselves upon it. Presently she moved a little. "Let me sit down," said she, in the softest and most weary voice which Carteret had ever heard. She addressed herself to the man by whose side she had advanced into the azalea chamber. Carteret sprang up and moved aside, and the dark lady seated herself, submitting as she did so patiently to a certain fussy assiduity from her companion, who, however, immediately left her, almost, Carteret thought, with an air of relief. It was then that the strange thing happened to Carteret. He had relinquished the idea of escaping, and stood by the lounge looking down on her. He was vaguely conscious of a buzzing pressure of men around and near him, as bees press round a honey-laden flower, and he himself was lost in the quiet, almost religious contemplation of the beautiful face near him. It was over-wearied and too languid, but beautiful. How beautiful! Suddenly, he could scarcely say how it happened, he felt that she looked at him, and had noted his appearance. That was followed by a faint, though unmistakable sign, he hardly knew how to characterize it, that she wished him to take the seat by her side. Carteret placed himself on the lounge. He had no scruple in watching her. Was not she there to be watched? Indeed, her attraction was so great that he was not able to prevent himself from doing it. She leaned back in an attitude of indifference, her long lashes on her cheek, and her hands idly holding her fan. It was doubtful whether she saw the azaleas, whether she saw anything of her surroundings. Her beauty attracted more and more of the passing people. They made excuses to pause and look at her. Carteret became convinced that everyone knew her or recognized her. Her name, he perceived, was whispered from tongue to tongue, though he did not catch it. To all this, to all the stir which her appearance and presence excited, she seemed, however, blind or indifferent. The deepest respect was in everyone's bearing, but some there were who envied Carteret his seat. Carteret remarked this, but he refused to budge. Inconceivable, incomprehensible though it was, he was convinced that he had received an invitation to seat himself by her side. While others buzzed and paused impatiently around, held off by the invisible barriers a woman knows how to raise, he was permitted to remain snugly beside her, a delicate fold of her drapery intruding over his knee. He, the odd little blot on the brilliant scene. Men began to cast angry glances at him, but Carteret sat on. He sat there speechless, his arms folded together over his bent figure, his eyes fixed on a definite spot in the leg of the trousers of the man in front of him, and his underlip shot out. The sarcasm of his face, the crumpled figure with its stubborn pose, held them all at arm's length as effectually as did the cold graces of the lady. "Beauty and the Beast," murmured over his head a faultlessly attired wag with more shirt-front than brains. At that moment a hand was laid on his shoulder, and he raised his head to find, leaning over him, the genial face of the first friend he had met that evening, the friend to whose good offices he owed his introduction to the scene. Carteret's mouth puckered good-naturedly. "Lucky dog," whispered the friend. His eyes glanced across to the beautiful woman and laughed back at the little man. "Just so," said Carteret. "Won't you come out of this and have a chat?" "No." "Well, I can't say I wonder. By the way, old man, have you seen Cornerstone lately?" "Cornerstone?" repeated Carteret. "Have I seen Cornerstone? Why don't you ask me if I've eaten and drunk and slept and clothed myself lately?" "I see. All right, old fellow, don't go up in a balloon. We're all mortal. But just tell him I've got the new microscope I spoke of, and ask him to drop in and look at it. And, Carteret—" "Well?" "Just come out of this and have a chat. There's something particular I wish to speak of." "I won't budge." The friend laughed and passed on. Then Carteret started again. A hand was laid on his arm from the other side. "Sir, I beg your pardon." Turning quickly, he found the most perfectly beautiful face he had ever seen, anxiously bending toward him. The eyes were remarkable, even startling. Wide open as they were now, and dark as night, they appeared to him to be dashed by an incomprehensible and haunting look of horror. So deep were the pupils, so marvelously transfixing in their look of human entreaty and fear, that Carteret gazed back at them for several perceptible seconds silently. "I thought you mentioned a name?" "Yes, I mentioned the name Cornerstone. I spoke of my friend, Dr. Cornerstone," replied Carteret, attuning his voice to unaccustomed softness. "Is he living? Is he well? Do you see him?" "He is living and well, and I see him every day of my life." "Then you will give him a message?" "Willingly." "Sir, I trust you. I do not know who you are, but I trust you not to forget." "I will not forget." At that moment a shadow fell upon them. The beautiful woman felt it, and shivered before she looked up. Carteret, shrinking instinctively, also raised his head. He had heard the speech before he saw the man. "I'm going directly, don't you know?" said a voice whose minutest tone was saturated with mental disease and feebleness. "Take my wife home, don't you know?" The speaker bent over the sofa, disclosing to Carteret a tall head with retreating forehead, bald at the temples, the hair limp, fair, and thin, the nose small, narrow, and mean, the eyes gold, and the lips wandering and feeble. He put out his hand and took hold of that of the beautiful woman. Carteret expected her to wince. Instead of that, her hand rested quietly in his, and her face was attentive and no more. "Don't you think you've had enough of it? Shan't you be tired? I'm deuced sick of the thing myself. Do you want to stop, or will you come?" There was a note of anxiety in his appeal. "I will come." Her voice was a little dazed, and her eyes, still with the strange look in them, wandered back to Carteret. "Well, then, come now," returned her husband querulously. She rose, dropped her handkerchief, and as Carteret stooped to pick it up, stooped also, and contrived to whisper, in a wild, hurried voice, these words: "Tell him, I entreat you not to forget, tell him to come. Beseech him, pray him to come." Then she took the arm of her husband ungrudgingly, and they turned away together quietly, amicably, as any other united pair might do. Carteret rose and followed them. She had neglected to give him her name, and it was necessary that he should know it. He watched narrowly to see if she would shrink, would snatch her hand away, or whether either of the pair would exhibit signs of that connubial impatience which is of all earthly experiences the bitterest and most hateful. Nothing of the kind. The ill-assorted couple kept as close together when no one was watching as when they were being observed, and it was to her husband she turned when the costly wrap was to be hung about her shoulders. Whatever this hidden tragedy might be, it had elements in it not of the common sordid kind. As the pair stood waiting in the hall, surrounded by footmen and the bustle of departing guests, Carteret fancied that a certain mysterious isolation marked them out, discriminated and united them, as some pairs have been united in the imagination of all time within the circle of the peculiarly damned. Presently a splendid menial came forward and announced, "Lady Harriet's carriage stops the way." And then the pair moved forward together, and together vanished. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Dr. Cornerstone had moved his place of residence. He had left Bloomsbury and taken a house in the district of West St. Pancras, not far from Regent's Park. Here he could give his wife and children the advantage of a beautiful open space, green trees, and some picturesqueness, and yet not be too far from the centre of things, that being, in his eyes, the East End. In West St. Pancras, close to and yet isolated from the main thoroughfares with their noise and traffic, one comes on the unexpected oasis of a quiet street, of a little nest of pleasant detached houses, each with its own bright garden. In this street Dr. Cornerstone had settled himself with his wife and children. He had selected it because the atmosphere was bright and healthy, and this he knew to be essential to proper development and happy existence. Dr. Cornerstone had no mind to embrace in his own person and in those nearest to him the misery from which he daily saw others suffering. He preferred to maintain a high, though simple, standard of comfort, and he would no more have attempted to improve and assist a suffering world by adopting in his own person any portion of the scandalous poverty and degradation inflicted upon the struggling hordes of the workers, than he would have tried to save it by assuming the wicked luxury and degradation of the superfluous rich. He regarded it as his first duty, as it is indeed that of every responsible citizen, to keep himself and those whose well-being depended upon him sane in body and mind. The pursuit of wholeness was the aim by which he determined his daily personal conduct. His second duty was the work which he had cut out for himself in life, and that was the rescue of others from the high misdemeanors consequent upon either poverty or wealth. That work occupied all his time and energies. Dr. Cornerstone's practice had increased, and as it included the rich as well as the poor, he found himself in a position to give more and more of his advice gratis where it was most needed. His name had become a well-known one, so that the idle rich would appeal to him when, beaten by the diseases that follow in the train of ennui, excess, and self-indulgence, the human nature within them revolted against its own sickliness and yearned for a tonic. This, the caustic tone of the uncompromising doctor was sure to present, for his habit was the commingling of heart-searching advice with medicinal prescription. To sick women among the rich, Dr. Cornerstone habitually mingled mercy and tenderness with his firm truth-speaking, save in a few instances. There had been cases when the dealings of the doctor with his feminine patients had been indeed awe-inspiring. There was no doubt that he regarded all disease as being somewhat of the nature of moral delinquency, or at least as being closely connected with it. This somewhat severe idea was really the occasion of the optimism which was unexpectedly found to color his otherwise grim appreciation of the misery amid which he found himself. Possibly he needed a strong imagination to support him under the burden of human woe. And his imagination was of the kind which extracts from desolating facts a reason and a cause, and which possesses an invincible faith in remedial application. Dr. Cornerstone could never persuade himself to accept evil when he saw it, or to pause on the indulgence of mere emotion. The sight of evil invigorated his will, stirred up his brain, and drove him on to that kind of beneficent action which is named hard thinking. After some particularly heart-rending experience among the wretched and forsaken of mankind, he would come home and sit with knit, reflective brows, dreaming dreams and seeing prophetic visions, until at last he would shake off his depression in the startling declaration that old age and death themselves, those two unconquerable items of our fate, might, for all he knew, lie finally in the hands of the race, so magnificent a latent power to work out his own salvation did he discover enclosed within the brain and heart and will of man. On a soft, warm evening, a day or two after the minister's great entertainment, Dr. Cornerstone sat on the veranda of his house with his friend Carteret. The windows of the sitting-room were thrown open behind him, and every now and then a child or two stepped out, ran to play in the garden, and ran in again. There was an attraction in the sitting-room that called the little ones constantly back to itself. The mother sat there with her work, her soft movements, the snip of the scissors, the laying down of the reel, the rustle of material, the gentle voice speaking to the children, came through the open window to her husband's ear and accompanied his thoughts and conversation. The 10 years which had passed over Dr. Cornerstone's head had changed his brown hair to silver, his eyes were tenderer and more attentive than they had been, and his mouth a trifle firmer. Otherwise he was unaltered. Near the pair a laburnum hung its delicate, beautiful flowers. The trees were covered with fresh and beautiful green, and the sun turned the well-cut lawn into a carpet of gold. Around in the air the roar and jar of traffic was all too close, yet not so near but that the softest tone might be heard, and the pants of the children's breath from their little red mouths as they ran, and their light footfall in the race. "The age," Dr. Cornerstone was saying, "belongs to the common life that flows through our streets, and not to rank, riches, nor genius." "I am aware that we are destined to sit under the footstool of the mob and hob and nob with the tramp," responded Carteret meekly. "When I see anyone adorning and yet more adorning his own life, and refining and yet more refining his own spirit, and comforting his spiritual imagination for this world and the next—" "You yearn to bundle him and his fads off this serious earth," interrupted Carteret with his usual dry air. "But when the virtuous recognizes his kin in the commonplace sinner, and the man of genius does not exalt himself against the fool, what then?" "There you are at your ineradicable individualism again," said Cornerstone testily. "Oh, take all the feathers out of all my caps." A good brain is, in justice and right, a communal belonging. It owes rent to the community, just as the possessor of a good field, or a mine, or any other special advantage owes rent to the rest to make the balance even. "This intrusive age," sighed Carteret. "It leaves us no privacy, nor any private property, not even our own heads." "Those least of all. The better furnished one head is, the less is there left for the rest." "I decline that," said Carteret. "I insist," returned Cornerstone. "There are limitations everywhere. If we use up the national capacity as a forcing bed for the few, we draw off mental power from the rest. The best individual brain falls off somewhere, so of the national brain. I seem to see—" "What?" "I seem to see each man of genius and capacity among us dogged in his steps by the pauper, the imbecile, and the rogue. I will say that the crime, imbecility, and degradation beneath stultify the refined product above. What national pride can we have so long as one degraded specimen is left to run like a rat to a hole at the tread of a policeman? Our symposium at Westminster is cancelled by our thieves' quarter, just as a city feast in November is cancelled by the hunger of the unemployed. In these things we are debtors." "But how to get at the complacent consciences of the mentally endowed?" asked Carteret. "Would that I could do it," returned the doctor. "Would that I could bring your man of abnormal brain power into contact, genuine spiritual contact, with some of the broken and degraded, and say to him, 'There lies the blot to your personal civilization. This savagery shames your development. This noisome shadow dogs your advance and belongs to it. Wipe out that blot. Change these shadows. Cancel this shame, or your presence in our midst, and not theirs, is the worst of our national disgraces.'" The doctor stretched his arms out and got rid of the irritation of shirt cuffs while he gazed at the setting sun. It burned slowly down through the trees opposite and sent flames of colour up into the London sky. A child ran suddenly forward and leaned a round pair of arms upon its father's knees, looking up into his face silently and happily. Then it darted away to its play. "Cornerstone." Carteret's voice was sad and musing. An unwonted depression had characterized him during this interview. The doctor turned and looked at his friend. "When we have harried all the rogues off the face of the earth and solved all our problems, the women we have always with us." "Ah, I for one decline to speak of that difficult problem as an insoluble one. I will never allow that natural law is so stubbornly adjusted as to leave one half the race under a real permanent disadvantage." "Of late an odd thing happened to me." "Out with it." "I went the other day to a great entertainment. I was present at Lady Shunland's the other evening." "Poor strayed sheep, poor fish out of water." "It was there the odd thing befell me. I saw there the most beautiful woman in England, or in Europe, for the matter of that." Said the doctor with an uneasy frown. "In my opinion, there's no beauty left, since—" He broke off suddenly, and that with an eye of regret. "Well, proceed." "I saw her, and she exhibited toward me a certain favour." "The deuce she did! The jade! That was your odd experience, eh?" "She held all the men at a distance. None might come near her, saving myself. I was the favored one. I might sit by her side with a fold of her dress over my knee. The Jezebel had heard of your book, Carteret. They'll take up with anybody when they fancy it increases their power. I found myself touched, Cornerstone. Devil take her! Pooh, did I swear? Don't let my wife hear. The doctor here cast a rather fearful glance toward the sitting-room, whence now came the gentle click of knitting needles. I was moved by her, Cornerstone, moved as I rarely am by a woman. I suspect them all, range myself against them all by instinct. With this one, on the contrary, I took sides against the world. The doctor shook his head. This is bad, Carteret, bad. You are advanced in life, but that makes the case worse. Change of scene might, however, be effectual. Ever since I saw those eyes of hers, I have been dreaming. Heavens and earth, what of? Of mortal ruin and despair. Ah, I see. This is not a common case, no mere outbreak on the part of an elderly old fellow who ought to know better. Proceed. There was something in the eyes that went straight to my heart. I could believe that I had heard the cry of a lost soul. My bodily ear did not receive the words, yet they haunt my mind as though they had been spoken. I am lost beyond hope, but soothe my soul with one drop of human comfort before hell swallows me up forever. Indeed. I am tough enough, yet I cannot endure the memory of that woman's eyes. Poor soul, she was in the usual feminine predicament, sucked in by love and passion into some moral morass? I hardly think it. What then? There were certain indications that the case was peculiar. Well, her name? Her name. That is a thing of disgrace, a name to scald the tongue. Pretty company for you to be in. What name was it? A great name as the world goes. She answered to Lady Harriet. Ah, my prophetic soul. The doctor set both hands on the arms of his chair, leaned forward, and stared silently in Carteret's face. Did you know of this thing, Cornerstone? It is far off now, the marriage, I mean. I have put it out of my head as much as possible, seeing that it was unalterable. I heard nothing from her since I received the long letter I told you of prior to her disappearance. A little more than a year afterward, I read in the paper that she had married that revolting brute. He was there with her. Well, and she has made her discoveries? The doctor was a little pale about the cheeks, and his jaw looked square and black and ugly. She has found out something, returned Carteret. Some more than ordinary experience has produced in her eyes a certain look of unfathomable sadness. I should call it more than sadness. Some sight she has seen, some shock she has received, has impressed itself permanently on her mind. Of this I feel sure. Did you speak to her? Were you introduced? I was not introduced, yet we spoke together. Anything of note? It was confidential. For once, my withered hideousness was of service with a woman. She wanted me to sit by her and protect her from the nauseous assiduities of sexual admiration. Poor wretch, poor wretch. They educated her into sexuality until it is impossible for her to avoid exciting the corresponding sensuality in our coarser natures. With me, however, she was safe. She detected it by instinct. And how unerring have her instincts become on matters such as these. By me she sat contentedly, at rest. "How did you know it?" Something burned for a moment in the eyes and withered face of Carteret, something that was like a flame from a long-repressed smoulder of pain at the center of his being. But his voice in replying was commonplace and quiet. "Because," he said, "usually women cast a hasty glance at me and scuttle away. I am so accustomed to it, so prepared for the inevitable moment of repulsion, that the slightest variation appeals to me like a plain word. Lady Harriet's lovely eyes noted me and my deformity as I made room for her to reach a lounge, and as she seated herself she indicated by a look, by a movement of the hand, that the place beside her was vacant. That in itself was an event to a man such as I am. It was a greater when she did not withdraw the trespassing fold of her gown, nor shrink from me into the remotest corner." Dr. Cornerstone drew his handkerchief out and dried a drop or two that stood on his forehead. "You comprehend," he said, "that the inimitable Jessamine was the most precious of my patients." "Well, as I said, she spoke to me." "Yes?" "A friend of mine mentioned the name of someone with whom she was once acquainted." "That would be me." "Just so. There is some tragedy behind, some weight on her mind. She found the occasion to send you a message. She whispered in my ear, 'Tell him to call. Tell him to come. Beseech him. Pray him.'" The sun was edging slowly out of the sky. Nothing but a red half-disk remained. Dr. Cornerstone leaned back in his chair and stared at it. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. The sexes suspect each other. Even the heartiest sympathy falls short of sympathy in proportion as there is therein an admixture of good-natured tolerance. And much of the sympathy between sex and sex is no more than a purposed toleration of probable weakness, little understood. There was a note in Jessamine's message pitched too high for Dr. Cornerstone's comprehension. Even his insight into her probable misery could not account for it, and it irritated him. "She can go away. She can break the tie. Let her free herself," said he. To those not within the delicate meshes of some difficulty, action seems always possible. "It seems easy, doesn't it? The odd thing is that everybody's individual mess is a sort of charmed circle, out of which they do not find it so simple to step," returned Carteret. "Shall you go?" "Yes, hysteria and wretchedness are my business." It was getting dusk next day when Dr. Cornerstone found himself alone in the private sitting-room of Lady Harriet. A single lamp, covered with a shade, served rather to add to the obscurity than to illumine it, but he saw that the room was furnished with every possible luxury. It gave him a sense of oppression to be there. The wretched hours spent therein by an unhappy soul burdened the atmosphere. There seemed no escaping the infection. The breath sucked it in, and it lay heavy on the heart. He sat down to await her coming. He thought of her as one who had left his guidance to learn life's merciless lesson by herself. Some deep experience she had conned alone. But that, he said, is life. And here, after 10 years, he sat on her hearth watching the light stealing from the window and giving place to shadows, and the lamp glowing more and more to a ruby redness. Loneliness, he said, and isolated experience are the great facts. We may be conscious of the rod above us, the rod that falls when errors are made, but we spell the lesson alone. The rest, sweet mates and the play hour, is palliation and exception. It is a dream, haunting the heart against all knowledge to the contrary, when we say to ourselves that one day we shall sit hand in hand with some lost, beloved creature, the barriers broken between, hearing without reserve, at last, the untold history. Oh, groundless hope, he said. Time shakes the sands down in the glass. The thief age strips us of our opportunity, and death steals on and hems the way at last. And still the heart, befooled with visions, holds to its goal and runs. One day, so we picture, he said, we shall overtake the vanishing moment, catch up the long-sought friend, and, as self to self, bend and listen to the story, feeling no need to pardon, or forbear, or excuse. To visions impossible as these, was there a substance and a counterpart? He thought, perchance, it might be so. He thought that he who silently loves his friend, without one breath of the word forgiveness in between, who wholly loves, accepting utterly, comes nearest, for all dividing space and years and facts, to that most unattainable and sweetest of dreams. A curtain, Dr. Cornerstone observed, hung over one corner of the room. To that his eyes wandered from time to time, uneasily. Would it be from such a pall-like symbol of mysterious years that Jessamine would step? He thought of her past as lying huddled behind it, and of her face straining toward him in speechless consciousness of what was hidden there, the eyes full of the eternal voiceless cry of the human creature, "O fellow soul, there lies the irrevocable thing behind me. Is there hope? Has life taught you that there is consolation anywhere?" He fancied he caught the faint rustle of a garment. A step. No, there was nothing. The air was full of steps. They walked and pattered through his heart, departing. As hopes unrealized that come and pass beside the waiting heart and go as steps of those that move away, they beat despairing rhythms in his ear. Oh, for the steps that pause and enter. He imagined that he heard a sigh that went, he thought, through a frozen world wherein the voices of all nature were stilled. Of all earth's once myriad cries, there remained only this thin and broken sigh, the lasting thing being grief, unresting grief. When earth is dead and the sun has perished, some poor belated and lost soul, heaven banished, hell rejected, will wander hitherward and come back and sigh like that, he said. Looking again toward the curtain, he saw now a white hand thrust between, a hesitating, timid hand, which slid away again. His head drooped. So had he seen a tiny promise creep toward a life palled with sorrow, the dull monotony of grief fluttered by a beckoning finger, which vanished when the frozen heart began to beat. Strange torturing trick of fate. When he raised his eyes again, he became aware of Jessamine's presence. A woman, clothed in a long white gown, held the folds of the curtain apart and stood between, darkness behind her. When their eyes met, She dropped her hands and came a step forward and paused and looked at him again. The weight of years was in her face, and in her eyes questions deep as death. He rose from his seat. More startled than he could have conceived possible, he barely managed to murmur her name. She advanced and placed her hand in his. "It is you, at last," she said in a small, low voice, about which, as on a weak string, hung heavy beads of most impressive tears. "Jessamine," he repeated, drawing through the name the lingering memory of what had once been bright and fair. She turned aside as though her little strength gave way, and, sinking down, laid her face against the cushions of a chair, like one for whom the storm has been too cruel. Life had its ghosts, it appeared. The woman before him was but the ghost of Jessamine. He bent above her, searching in her face, and fighting all the time against the mournful influences which seemed nipping the heart out of his courage and his impulses of healing and of help. She turned suddenly and gazed at him with her dark eyes. "Doctor, doctor, doctor," was all she said. At which he found himself forced to walk some paces through the room, oppressed by the distracting, desolating hopelessness which infected him from her eyes and paralyzed his resources. He did not remark that when he turned, she rose and followed him, casting as she did so many an anxious, flitting look upon him. When he paused, she paused too. They stood together, the slender woman's form against the sturdier male shape, the ever-symbolical air, whether united by love, friendship, or mere chance position, the world's cruelest enigma, the two who hide between them secrets which forever they strive to impart the one to the other, and have not the power to disclose. He was startled when she touched his arm, and he heard her voice close beside him. "I am not mad, doctor," said she. "My mind is clear. I am not mad." "No, no," said he. "You will help me?" "If a man can, if there be a way." "There is a way." He placed his arm about her and led her back to the chair. "I try to get this look out of my eyes," she said anxiously, "but I am not able. Once I tried to smile." She laid her hand on the lace and cashmere about her throat and bosom, and looked at him. "I understand," said the doctor soothingly. "I know." She shrank back against the cushions and moaned. It was like the moan of some trapped animal, and beyond what is human in its despair. "Come, come now," said Dr. Cornerstone. "Tell me the whole history. I am here to help you. Do not hide anything. Tell me the whole, from the beginning." "I shall hide nothing from you." "That is well. I was a little overcome at meeting you again, at finding you in distress. But there's a way out of the heaviest trouble, you know." He drew upon his resources of wholesome cheeriness, yet it seemed to him that the hopes he threw out fell with a hollow sound. In the atmosphere of that room, the little lamps which experience, will, and philosophy light for the human soul burned low indeed. "I have lately seen that there is a way, just one," said she. "So far, for many years, I thought that there was none." "Tell me," said he, "how did you come to make this marriage?" "Ah, why," said she, "it is too late now." "Too late?" he repeated. "It is never too late to pluck up will. We may shake ourselves free from our worst error. I do not say without loss or suffering." "Is it so?" said she. "No, there are errors which are as living nerves into which we dare not cut. Jessamine, my child, you overestimate your sorrow. Your will and strength are broken for a time. Take courage. Tell me all." She looked at him with meek eyes of unfathomable, moveless grief. "Listen," said the doctor, apprehension hurrying his speech. "You think, many women do, that a marriage is an eternal thing which cannot be broken, but that is a mistake. We live in the 19th century, and not in the Middle Ages. You can go away tomorrow if you wish. Pluck up a will and escape." His own words chilled him with an incomprehensible sense of missing the mark. "Is that your way, your help?" she asked. "Jessamine, it is. I do not hesitate to advise you to act as I have said. This bond is breaking you. I find you crushed. Moreover, it is a degradation. Escape from it. I say that it is the only right step left for you. You had better be a crossing sweeper or a scullery maid than remain in this splendor, set to this work. Gather together your resources of courage and will." "Escape?" she repeated blankly. "How is that possible? Escape from what?" She eyed him with perplexity, as one looks at a person who introduces an irrelevancy. "Other women have done it," he said. "Yes, I have wondered," was her simple reply. The doctor's lips parted for speech and closed again. An incredible idea stole into his mind. "You do not love this man?" he asked after a little hesitation. Something faintly rippled the settled mournfulness of her face, but there was no answer. The doctor, from experience, knew that a woman's heart has strange, deep phases. He knew, too, had not Carteret reminded him, that the individual experience is a charmed circle for the individual sufferer, and that no human help can avail until the enchanter who lurks within gives the signal of release. "I think I understand, Jessamine," said he tenderly. "The thought of your child keeps you now." She cast a shrinking, suspicious glance at him. "If that be the case," said he, yet by no means certain that he had touched the right chord, "I think you ought to face the suffering. As the law stands, it is true that the child is the father's and not yours. But I do not hesitate still to say that it is your plain duty to separate from Harriet, to resign a life which is for you a degradation." He had been noticing the slim white hands, laden with rings, which lay in her lap. Faint suggestions came to him from the sight of them and touched his heart. He now remarked that the fingers twitched nervously. "The child," she said in a low, quick voice. "No, no, it is mine, too. The responsibility is mine as well." By this time dusk had gathered in the room. The glow of the lamp beneath its red shade was scarcely an illumination. He saw Jessamine as a willowy figure in white, leaning back in her chair, the dark hair against the cushion, the pale, sweet face beneath with closed eyelids, and the slim hands moving nervously upon her knee. So far he had reached no further than surmise. He must break that mournful reticence, if he could. He had no assurance that at present he had found the sore. "Tell me about it from the beginning," he said firmly. "Give me an account of how you were induced to enter into this alliance." She roused herself a little and opened her eyes. He thought that they were always pondering some fixed, intense idea. "You wish me to tell you about it?" she said. It will be well that you should do so. Was it of your own will?" Jessamine leaned her cheek on her hand and seemed to be thoughtfully considering. "It is a long time since then," she said slowly. "Still, I remember. There were things in myself that terrified me, even then." "Yes," said the doctor. "I recall a stupefied feeling, a numbness. I recall feeling as though everything were dead, as though I were one of those fallen autumn leaves which the wind blows where it will. The wind that blew me on, that kept me moving, was just restlessness, no more. I had something unsatisfied, hungry in myself, something that kept driving me into action, display. I wanted to fill, what? There was a hollow place where my heart ought to be, a burning confusion where my thoughts should have been. There was nothing to which I cared to put my life. I think if I had fallen into good hands, it would have been better with me. But I came back to my Aunt Arabella." "Ah." The doctor's tone was significant. "Do not blame Aunt Arabella," said Jessamine gently. "She and I are kin. There lies the root of the evil. What is in her is in me also. If it had not been just so, she would have had no power to influence me." "Ah." "She only interpreted my own self to me. It was that which made the dreadful thing happen." "Your marriage." "No. Must I tell you this also?" "I think it best that you should tell me all." "It frightens me a little to recall it, yet I will tell you. Why should you not know me through and through?" "It is well that you should tell me." "She worked on me when I came back." "Came back from where?" A crimson wave rushed to Jessamine's pallid cheek, and her eyes became suddenly suffused with tears. She threw her hands before her face with a single hopeless sob. Her grief was intense, and yet the sight of it relieved the doctor, because it was the sharp, natural grief of a woman, and not that strange, incomprehensible despair. "Came back from the thing that killed me," said she in a loud, hoarse whisper. "Well, well," said Dr. Cornerstone soothingly. "It does not matter where I came back from," said she when she had recovered her more composed bearing. "When I returned, I had nothing but this feeling of stupefaction, and as though I had been braced up to something too high for me, a sense of relief in sinking back to vain, luxurious ways. Aunt Arabella worked on this last." "I can imagine it." "I was conscious of degradation, yet had not the force to resist. I am not sure that I wished. I saw, without putting an end to them, all her devices about Lord Harriot, my husband. The spring of my desire for goodness had dried up. I had lost my self-respect. Nothing seemed to matter. Such a vain pursuit of such a miserable social triumph as she placed before me seemed all I was fit for. But there came a day toward the end when my apathy was suddenly fired, when something, I know not what, rushed over me. She was talking to me. I was listening or not listening, as the case may be. Then she began to go on and on about my beauty, and all along vanity in me, vanity, ached like a diseased nerve. She spoke of Lord Harriot being in doubt between me and the blonde woman, of what people would say, were perhaps saying, as to my disappointment. and suddenly I seemed to feel my brain like a spot of fire. Wild anger and hate were in my heart, hate against her and against myself for being like her, and against society for turning out such creatures as we were, and I wanted to end it in a moment. I had not any clear thought. I felt as though all the great cruel wrong, whether in me or outside me, was impersonated and stood before me in the figure of my aunt, and a wild impulse of energy against it seized me, as though it were possible to destroy by one blow the devil in myself that was tempting and dragging my life down. At that time I was physically strong and vigorous. Have you ever felt the vanity of words and the necessity of flinging out acts instead? Men do, I think, but they disallow it to women. Well, I flung out at the traitor within, who spoke to me by the mouth of the traitor outside. I felt a blaze in my brain and a blaze in the room. I don't know what I did, but it was over in a moment, and I sank back in my chair with every spark of self-respect dead within me. I did not know whether I had hurt or perhaps even killed her, and I did not care if I were hanged. I sat there looking away from her as she lay on the floor and trying to get my own breath back. I think I hoped she was dead, because then the end would come, for I felt that now I had done this, there was no more anything to cling to or to live for. I wished to be put out of misery. So I sat looking away from the heap on the floor. But just then we heard James coming, and suddenly Aunt Arabella sprang up. She looked dreadful, and the first thing she did was to rush to a mirror. The one thing she thought of was that if James saw her with all her toilette spoiled, he would tell. And then I perceived how complete was our degradation. We were too trivial and contemptible, too shriveled and dead in our souls, even for hanging. And when she had got her hair right and her collar arranged and was crouching in her chair, and James had come in to put on the coals and had gone out again, I turned to her and said just this: "Aunt Arabella, I will marry Lord Harriot as soon as you like." And at that she began to shiver and whimper, and thanked me and praised her God. "So," said the doctor, "you knocked Aunt Arabella down. And afterward?" "Nothing that I recall until one day I woke up from my stupor." "That was after your marriage?" "Yes, months after. A tiny ray of hope, it was scarcely hope, came to me one day. It was a little thought, no more than that." "Yes?" "I caught at it. You do not know the darkness that went before. Sometimes I think men do not guess what settles down on a woman's heart when she is hurt that way. But suddenly I saw that it was possible to live a difficult life, but still a life. Something, so small, so tiny a link it was, but still a link, came to me out of what I had lost." "What had you lost?" "Hush, do not ask. Let me tell you my own way. It was for the sake of that I strove to be good again. I realized that I had married Lord Harriot. I thought, that way my duty lies. It was all the goodness I had ever learned about. I thought it linked me onto what I had lost. And in that idea I lived. I woke up day by day and clung to it." "You do not wish to leave Lord Harriot?" said the doctor perplexedly. She put out a trembling hand and laid it on his arm. "Wishes with me are dead," said she. "I find no way save through devotion to my duty. Once I learned something better. I cling to the thought. but I see no chance of faithfulness to that, save faithfulness to this." He gazed at her with a frown of perplexity and doubt. Her eyes were anxious, she feared his words, her looks were weighted with deep questions which she shrank from putting. "I married him of my own free will. My eyes were wide open, wider than you think, than you dream. I would not quarrel with him, would not go back on my steps, had self-respect enough to keep, not break, this tie, even when I comprehended what it meant." Her grasp tightened on his arm. She feared, he was certain that she feared his words, yet the sources of her dread were dark to him. "One day," said she, "the little cord of hope to which I desperately clung found a fellow. I began to dream of motherhood." "Yes," he said, "yes." "Doctor, did you guess that I had that feeling, that yearning?" "No," he said. "It was my strongest passion," she said. "Even my vanity was second to that. I know that it is so." "It will redeem you, Jessamine, my child," he said. She looked at him with an awful reproach. "Ah," he hastened to add, "for years you have been disappointed." "Disappointed?" She leaned forward and stared at him. "Disappointed? Is that the word? From dreaming over it as a half-hope, I have come to think of it with concentrated horror. But I am chained. I am chained." "Jessamine," he said, "I have told you that to efforts of the will there are no chains that cannot be cast aside." "Death," she said, "will release me. Death alone. Death is the solver of my problem, doctor." "It lies with God," said he, a sudden apprehension in his tone. "The only way," she said, "is death. I have considered and found it so at last. What holds me back is cowardice and something further. Oh, doctor, doctor, is it so easy then? Death even hides his face at times from me. Responsibility holds me like a vice, and breathes an icy breath upon my heart, and kills even that hope. I cannot yet resolve to leave my post and die." She rose, and, advancing to the curtain, stood holding the folds back with both hands, and looking at him over her shoulder. "Is it so easy, doctor?" she repeated. "Can we by one firm act undo our errors? They gather, they strike root within, they live without. Come, come, you shall see the chains that bind me." He stood with her on the threshold of a wide and cheerful room toward which she had led him. A woman dressed as a nurse had frowningly objected to his presence. She spoke of his lordship's strict command, of the secrecy of years. Jessamine, with gentle firmness and entreaty, broke through her objections. And then he stepped forward, and the secrets of the house of Harriet lay before him. The room he stood in was a nursery. There were 1 or 2 attendants, more than would be naturally required, and there were 2 children, aged respectively, he surmised, 8 and 6 years. He passed with rapid scrutiny and a horror-stricken heart from one to the other. On those frail tiny forms lay heavily the heritage of the fathers. The beaten brows, the suffering eyes, expiated in themselves the crimes and debauchery of generations. "My children," said Jessamine, with a look into his eyes. Once, in a confusion of horror and shock, he put his hand out to touch the drooping head of the elder, and then the mother caught his fingers and snatched it back. "Take care," said she in a dull and gentle voice. "At times she is malicious." "That is my boy," she said, pointing to the other. And he saw a poor, malformed thing, a child who lived in pain, and whose eyes alone answered for him. And these, the doctor thought, followed his mother up and down the room with an awful look of perpetual reproach. Subdued and gentle, Jessamine walked among them. No one spoke. The attendants, with their quiet, secret faces, hung back like jailers. The silence in the nursery was scarcely broken, save for Jessamine's few words, and the aimless scratching of the idiot girl's hand upon a little table by which she sat. Of all the scenes of anguish upon which his eyes had rested, this, in its repressed and concentrated horror, was the most appalling. They stood again in the sitting-room. Dr. Cornerstone's face was white as a sheet, and he was speechless. Jessamine closed the door behind the curtain and locked it. Then she went swiftly to the second door and locked that also. After that she returned to the hearth, where the doctor stood silent and smitten. He could not look her in the face. "You understand me now, a little," she began, in the same low, gentle voice, a voice whose grief was too deep for outcry. "I told you that when I waked to understand my own deed, I accepted it. I took up duty, clung to all I knew of that. For the sake of something in the past, out of fear of something in the past, I made it my aim to be simply a true wife to the man I had married. God knows that I meant rightly. It was what I had learned of right. Do efforts of right-doing turn to fruits like those? When I saw and understood the face of my first baby, when the little hope born of dreary patient effort turned to that, do you think I did not have my desperate moment? But there upon my breast lay the child itself, breathing perpetual warning. I dared not stir. Terror and horror held me fast. I strove, good God, how piteously, to do, moment by moment, all the duty and the right I knew of. I came to think, and there were reasons more than you know, that our first child was my crime, and not his, my husband's. And a little hope and comfort lived on. You see the dreary years, the working on in darkness and suspense, and clinging to the only light I knew, oh, with such desperate fear. And then the answer dropped so slowly, doctor, the awful sameness of reply. My God! She sank to the floor at his feet in a kneeling posture, bending her head and crushing her hands against her breast. "Jessamine," said the doctor, finding words for the first time, "was it no crime to become a mother by that effete and dissipated race?" Whereat she straightened herself a little, kneeling more upright, and seizing his hand and arm, to which she clung convulsively. She had the look of one on whom a dreaded blow has fallen. "You say that, doctor?" "Alas, what else should I say?" "Kill me, then," said she sharply. "Don't let me live to commit it any more. Give me the means of dying, so that my baby does not see the light of day. I have seen, at last, that this was the only way. Of my own will I can do nothing. I am bound with chains. Give me the death which is my only release." "Will that undo the error?" cried the doctor sternly. "That more than desertion? She caught her hands together and laid them across her eyes and brows and held them there while she considered. Then she rose softly to her feet. "You are right," said she. "It would be useless. I was a coward to think of it." He saw her standing for a moment poised in thought, her finger on her lips, her mind concentrated upon the hideous problem of her own creation. "The children," she said, "they live on and on when I am gone." He stood silent. Words would be fatuous. His uttered phrases struck him now as cruel. He was without resources. She, with her facile, undisciplined brain, untaught, unguided, set to this torturing riddle, face to face with a situation so awful and supreme. He was silent indeed. She looked up presently with dark, interrogating eyes, and pointed a question swiftly. "You believe in will, Doctor?" "In will, assuredly." Then, you are right. In will, the only safe way is from within, outward, from within. She repeated it slowly and emphatically, bowing her head as she did so. She approached and laid her hand gently on his arm. "Do you know, Doctor?" "Yes? What?" "The crime, I think you called it so, came from within." "Alas, poor woman!" "You said it was a crime? You are right. I see it. A crime." Her eyes darkened, concentrated, and the brows contracted as in strong mental effort. "Crimes come from within," she repeated. "All is not lost," murmured the doctor. "Because," said she, with sudden energy, speaking in a loud whisper and tightening her grasp upon his arm, "I will cancel it from within. I will repudiate it, reject it from within. If there is a crime, I will not connive at it. I will throw myself on the side against it. I myself will annul it. I shall will and will and will. God himself shall side with me, and fate be forced to have mercy." She paused, sighed, raised her arms high above her head, and looked up. "I beat with my willing against the very door of heaven. I will tear my wish out of the center of things," she cried. "Who has a right to his will if not I? And I shall win it. There is nothing," she said, "stronger than a mother." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Dr. Cornerstone sat in Lord Harriot's dining room. His wine remained untasted beside him. He leaned his elbow on the table and his head on his hand, and fixed his eyes thoughtfully on the figure of his host. There was ample opportunity for observation. Lord Harriot was asleep. He had fallen asleep upon his chair, the table napkin spreading over one knee, his hands dangling and his legs crossed, the dainty shoe being pointed stiffly and with singular aimlessness upward. His immaculate shirt front, with the diamond sparkles at regular intervals, hooped outward, and his head, the hair most carefully tended, nodded sideways. "The best valeted man I ever beheld," said the doctor. All that the tailor and a priceless personal attendant could do had been done to turn Lord Harriot into a reputable figure of a man. If starch, fine cloth, and shaving could have erased the traces of a past, that past would have vanished under the applications as completely as breath on a well-rubbed mirror. But Lord Harriot's past was a long one. It did not begin with himself. There had been a sameness in the history of the Harriots for generations. It was varied only by the differences in manifestation caused by the different tastes and fashions of the time. The lines of the resulting contour cut deep. Violence and excessive animation in the first instance, the unabashed and muscular tiger who founded the family, had, in the inevitable processes of time, degenerated into meanness, irritation, and vice in such members as did not reap their heritage in insanity, disease, and shocking malformation. That the Harriots had survived at all was the result of the extraordinary advantages in sick nursing which wealth had permitted them to enjoy. That is, the hotbed fostering and care which go to cherish an enfeebled stock. That cause, and one other, had prevented their natural extinction, the other cause being the alliances into which their wealth and titles had tempted England's fair daughters from time to time. For generations the Harriots had purchased handsome women as wives, in much the same way as an Eastern despot buys the inmates of his harem. Had it not been for these two measures, the family would have died out as quickly as the generations of the vicious are said to perish in the slums of London. And in effect, the force of the original cause had by this time overmastered the antidotes, and the natural doom had reached them, settling upon the present representative in a horror which appeared to him inexplicable. While he slept, Dr. Cornerstone watched him. In imagination, he took this instance of the unfortunate semi-criminal loafer and placed him in the position that suited his capacity, subtracting him, that is, from the House of Lords, and setting him down in the casual ward. Thus clothed upon by circumstance and rags, he presented to the eye of the mind a consistent image. Suddenly the sleeping nobleman awakened. His eyes opened in an empty stare upon a world of which the uppermost reminiscence was of jaded appetite and ennui. Catching sight of the doctor, troubled recollection passed into his face, while his hand betrayed him by seeking the decanter. But he recalled the action, snatching back his fingers and turning his head nervously aside, the consciousness of temptation being writ in his eye and profile, as in a dog's face one may see the consciousness of a forbidden bone. The doctor still perplexed him by his watchful glance, and at last uneasiness waked him up completely, so that he sat upright on his chair. "Beg pardon, doctor," said he confusedly. "Been having 40 winks, I'm afraid. Trouble. Sleepless nights." He opened his red, pale-lashed lids and stared before him at misery. In truth, there were causes and to spare for desolating reflection. A sort of whirlwind had passed over the house of Harriot during late past months, and if the confused mind of the master was still capable of entertaining a ray of hope, it was apt to be obscured or hunted down by images of terror. The truth was that the secret chambers of the mansion were empty and open now. In one moment of fierce horror, the brood concealed therein had destroyed itself, the hand of the idiot girl having been lifted suddenly and dexterously against her helpless brother. After the event, the fair mother had sunk into a condition of mental and physical collapse from which she had not yet revived. As to the noble lord himself, only one form of collapse was possible, to which he immediately betook himself. The restraining, guiding hand of his wife being withdrawn, the careful artifice of his reformation tumbled to pieces, and in her enforced absence he plunged into every downward-tending consolation which his diseased taste could devise. Just at this moment, when he sat under the doctor's eyes, staring at misery, his conscience crept with memories and superstitious foreboding. "Not been called yet, doctor, then?" said he presently, rousing himself and recollecting that he was a Harriet and noble. "Not yet," was the obvious reply. The doctor's tone was gentle. This was not a case for abuse. His sympathetic finger was, as it were, on the pulse of that dim bit of humanity before him. "Is there any chance?" asked Harriet, setting forth his importunate hope in a nervous question. "What of, my lord?" returned the doctor. "You know," replied the other after a sulky pause, "you know what I want." The doctor made no answer. The man's willing and desiring was too lamentable a spectacle in the face of the universe. "It's deuced hard on a man to be thwarted in his ambition and wishes," went on Harriet, the flood of complaining being loosed. "I seem singled out for misfortune, and yet all I ask to make things complete is an heir to my name." "Yes," said the doctor, "you seem singled out for a particular misfortune." Lord Harriet took the reply for encouragement. He had ideas to lay before the doctor. They seemed to him an imposing logical array, if only he could get the right one uppermost. He took a silver fruit knife and beat with it upon the table to aid his speech. "I want," said he, "I want her ladyship to pluck up heart and courage. I tell her it rests with her." He glanced up cunningly to see if he had said something impressive. The doctor, gazing at him with quiet, speculative eyes, was striving to draw from his appearance a further clue to Jessamine's mysterious faithfulness. What hidden argument sufficed to hold the wife to her unloved bond, to make her to this diseased and ineffective creature a miracle of self-sacrificing patience? Receiving no answer from his silent guest, Lord Harriet drew out his handkerchief and mopped the moisture from his brow. "Lady Harriet has been a good wife, doctor," said he querulously. "I've nothing to say against her. I wouldn't have anything happen to her for half my fortune. When I married her she was a pack of whims, but I liked that. It's wonderful how she changed after. Steadied, you know. Well, I don't mind telling you, she set herself to reform me. He rose a little in his chair, tilted the knife up, and lifted his other hand with the weakly spreading fingers, and showed his teeth in a mirthless laugh at the doctor. The latter pursued his silent observation. "I'm not given to sermons myself," continued the noble lord, dropping back to an unbraced attitude. "Don't like them. But when it's a pretty woman preaches, don't you know?" His watery eye, seeking sideways for sympathy in the looser suggestions of his mind, came in contact with the doctor's collected mien. "I give you my word, I haven't tired of her yet. Come, 9 years!" he jerked out in a burst of confidence, the man within him appealing to what he conjectured of the man over there. "No," said the doctor with uncommitting caution. "Fact," returned the other. He drew together the sides of his dress coat and absently fastened the bottom button. While he contemplated this unusual instance, a faint surprise at its existence in himself rose to a noticeable sensation. It gave weight to his following disclosures. "Look here," said he mysteriously. "I knew you knew. She told me. Well, I didn't want a scandal, see? Kept it all deuced dark. That is why I sent straight for you when the crash came. Now, look here," he repeated, opening one hand, the fingers widespread, and laying the tip of the other upon it to indicate the logical force of his conclusions. "I don't pretend to be a religious man, but I believe in a thing or two. I believe in Providence. And when I see how, at one stroke, Providence cleared away the whole difficulty, swept the place clean of trouble, I feel myself to be specially marked out for something or other. Do you see? I believe in Providence. It would be ungrateful not to trust for the best. What did he make a clean sweep of things for? Why, that we might begin afresh, of course. I don't pretend to be a religious man or claim more than I should, but that's how I look at things." He pulled his waistcoat down and stretched his dim eyes at his guest, making them into points of watery light. God, how the face was marred! What frightful excess was written all over it! What bestial memories! Where had he been during the months that his wife lay ill upstairs? Again, the doctor saw by inference the martyred patience of the woman who had borne the chains of the marriage she had made during the 9 years of which he boasted. The powerful concentrated gaze, which Harriet's attempt at a steady look encountered, seemed to swallow it up. He did not know whether his disordered soul had touched on comfort or not. His eyes wandered off shiftily and nervously, the feeble lids fluttering with weak apprehension. He started off on a new topic. "Yes, she took me in hand," he began. "A powerful mind, doctor, a powerful mind." He shook his head sagely. "I assure you," here he stretched his spreading fingers over the table confidentially, "since our eldest was born, I've been a reformed man. That is, to be accurate, until lately. She regularly talked me over, frightened me a bit, I don't mind saying. I was deuced cut up when they told me the girl wasn't right. But she bore it like an angel, got me to promise all sorts of things, regularly took me in hand. You'd not think a man like I am, experienced, you know, doctor, could be talked over by a woman. Well, I was. Don't mind owning up, either." He rubbed his mouth with the table napkin and flicked an imaginary crumb off his knee. Though silent for the moment, his lips were parted, as though the babbling of his fragmentary thought could scarcely be retained. The massive silence of the doctor shook speech out of him as no questioning could have done. If the brain of the woman had but matched this extraordinary power of endurance, the magnitude of this conception of duty, thought the doctor. "Well, I don't mind saying it over again," babbled Harriet. "She fair frightened me. She's not the bullying kind, you know, doctor, or by Jove, I'd have made her feel it." A curious impress of his tigerish ancestor crept out onto his mean face. "No, Lady Harriet is the right sort, gets hold of a man the right way. Pretty woman, too, though I say it that shouldn't. And I promised her there and then. I promised her if she'd help me to keep to it and be good to a fellow." Here he wept into his handkerchief, falling suddenly into an access of grief. A slight frown wrinkled the doctor's forehead. He had a shrewd idea that this trickling of tears was as much induced by feeble remorse as anything else, and Harriet presently confirmed the impression. He stammered out his wretched confessions. They comprised a long history of resolutions, which in themselves it was a shame to have made, but some of which, under the assiduous care of Jessamine, it appeared he had kept until the illness induced by shock removed her from his side. Oh, then indeed he had gaily plunged. Every confession of the wretched man was accompanied by praise of the woman whose commiserating care had availed to drag him out of his more conspicuous wallowings, and to place him even so far on clean firm ground as he had reached, before, that is, her withdrawal lent him the opportunity to relapse. "I'm not fit for her, you know, doctor. By gad, I'm not. But I mustn't lose her. You must see to that, you know. Only set her on her legs again, and give me my heir, an heir to the name of Harriet, you know, doctor," he continued with fatuous and grotesque pride, "and I'll show what I can do in the way of reforming." The doctor's frowning silence continued. The important thing was not that Harriet should reform, but that he and his race should pass into annihilation. Virtue itself meets some too late, and the best to be hoped for is painless extinction. But that the pale, exhausted woman upstairs should have pursued through such dark and fetid ways for years a quest so useless wrung the doctor's heart and amazed his intelligence. What force had not been expended in kindling the tiny rushlight spark to which the titled loafer confessed? What paths of horror had she not traversed in hunting after his worthless soul? What motive lent the impulse to a spiritual expenditure so enormous? "Brain," said the doctor to himself, "brain is wanting. This meaningless strength and sweetness excruciate the heart that contemplates them." As to the wretched creature before him, hardness and contempt were scarcely possible. In the awful degeneration of the race of Harriet, a depth too low had been reached for even the tonic kick of mankind. Besides, mingled though it was with grotesque vanity and selfishness, the sincerity of the broken creature's attachment to his wife was evident, and turned aside severity. His lordship, copiously weeping into the fine cambric handkerchief, scarcely seemed to expect a reply to his asseverations. He possibly did not remark the doctor's silence. Regaining his composure, he sat quiet, turning his weakened face sideways and contemplating presumably bleared images of his own creation. When at last the doctor rose to go, he also sprang from his seat, and, nervously seizing his guest's hand, broke into an explosion of incoherent murmurs. "Do your best for me, doctor," said he in a helpless appeal, feeling that his moment had surely arrived, but that Providence was, after all, capable of scuttling off in a base desertion, and that in the strong hand of a friendly man was his final trust. "Any pay, doctor," continued he, appealing now to Mammon. "I'm inclined to think the other fellows bungled. Do your best." The doctor pressed the wretched man's hand quietly, pity and loathing meting out his heart about equally between them. Then he turned toward the door. Harriet sank down on his knees by the table in a whimpering access of uncontrollable grief and fear. "Don't be long, doctor," he cried. "Help me, I mean her. It's an important moment. By gad, if we fail this time, heir, delicate female." His words scattered themselves off into sobs. The doctor looked back for a moment at the spectacle. Even Jessamine's singular faithfulness could not endow this titled loafer with any halo. "He has been drinking badly, said the doctor to himself as he closed the door behind him. "He'll rot down to the grave in 6 months." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. A small rim of safety and an abyss below. The terror of that abyss was still in her heart, but a hand, rough and sudden, had plucked her thence and thrown her to this edge. So it seemed to Jessamine. She still feared what lay below. Down there they had pinned her to a place of torture in the center of a whirl of fire and noise. There were shapes and cries, regiments of creatures, waves of fire, and wide shouting mouths with fangs that darted out and fastened on her heart. But the great dread was that which lay behind. Somewhere beyond that wheel of discord and suffering lurked a shadow. Small, still insignificant, but containing within itself monstrous possibilities. The consciousness of this was worse than the sharpness of the severest pain. It lay like a stone, black and heavy, dropped through space from a distant star, something that was meant for her, which lay still enough now, but which the pressure of a myriad miles was not sufficient to hold down. That was the horrible, uneasy dread. Suppose the thing moved, or grew, or uttered sounds. Her heart, bare to those other fangs, trembled at this surmise with unutterable fear. The dread was secret, too. She stifled it, kept it down, looked away from it, dared not protect herself or confess her horror, lest she should arouse the treacherous shade. And yet, while holding her fear at bay, she knew it was in vain. Little by little the tiny murmur began, a low, fatal whisper full of foreboding. Through all the nearer clamor it reached her ear. And then did it not grow, so small, so shapeless, and so dim, it waxed and increased. With averted eyes and an agony of will, she denied that it was so, said it lay still and tiny and harmless, was but a stone and nothing more. Little by little the murmur increased, and the shape became greater. Her heart was cold with apprehension, her blood ran ice, her nerves crept and quivered. While the whirl of fire went round and the fangs fastened on her, that murmur gathered volume, that shape heaped on vastness, until the heaven itself grew black. Then it moved. Now her secret dread was held at bay no longer. It turned to frantic panic. Better surrender to the fire and the whirl and the fangs than await that treacherous horror beyond. For she knew. All that mountain of dismay had been gathering through ages for her and her alone. She was the object, the victim. It came to claim her. On and on, slowly, then more swiftly, and at last with bounds. With it drew onward the murmur, and this altered as it neared, and formed a word, a single word, that would break over her in a clash like thunder, and let some dreaded secret into her ears. Defend her against that word. The thing overshadowed her. It had wings and eyes and claws that fastened on her heart. And then she understood. It was the outward embodiment of what she hid within. The thing knew about the nerve of nerves, the hidden sensitive fiber, the secret place. It was part of that, the inevitable necessary consequence. As she had nursed the one into being, the other, black and horrible treachery, had been coming too. It intimately belonged to her. It had an irresistible, irrevocable claim. The citadel of citadels was open to that ill-omened shade. That was its place. No remotest corner was safe or could be safe from its rifling beak. Bars and defenses, will itself, were vain. It was close upon her. She felt it swooping down with wings and claws. Horror and black darkness overwhelmed her. Yet she turned to defy it. She fought the demon with puny hands of unimaginable despair, clutching the red throat open at her. She would stifle the spoken word, choke it in the utterance, break it off though the talons slew her. Heavens, how she dreaded that word, how the idea of the unknown thing appalled her. There, a wrench, a crash like thunder in her ears, a shriek that tore the sky, a horrible moment. And then, when all was lost, the mighty hand, rough but merciful, snatching her away to toss her here, apart, on the narrow rim of safety. Hell was over. She lay still. A sound like the tramping of departing armies, the rustle and beating of hundreds of wings was all she heard. The orderly, regular tread, the shiver in the air above. But the sound lessened and sank to a quiet, distant hum. After the terror, there was peace. Jessamine. Whose was the voice? It came from an unimaginable distance. Must she indeed arise already? Ah, yes, she was too near the abyss. The thing might overtake her yet. That rim of safety was a small shelf from which she might fall back. Besides, did she not know that a journey lay before her, and that the way was long and the time too short? Moreover, what was the secret? The word that crashed in her ears was overpowered by sound, the meaning lost in thunder. She must seek it yet, seek and find it for herself. She no longer dreaded it. It was the way she dreaded, the going thither where the secret lay hid. Her feet were lead, her limbs like those of a corpse, her hands feeble. Yet she must go. The way lay before her. How terrible, how weary. An upright series of enormous steps, cloud-like, rough-hewn, with no apparent ending. That was the way. Weak and beaten, up those she must climb and cling until she reached the summit. Her feeble limbs essayed the fearsome progress. With leaden, aching efforts, with nerveless hands, stumbles and hairbreadth escapes, on and on she pressed, clinging, climbing, dragging herself on hands and knees, and this for ages, on and on, till time was gray. Then invisible hands raised her, and the effort was over. There was a plain, wide and desolate, and full of twilight. Afar off lay a range of mountains. It was there that the secret would be found, and miles and days of weary journeying lay between. She sat alone and mourned, her head in her breast. She drew the veil closer about her face and sorrowed. It was because of those whom she knew would pass by, because of the steps that were coming and the eyes that pressed toward her. Fain would she hide from those eyes. Behind lay a vista of the ages of the future and the unborn. Faces, little faces, came up from them. Her ears were full of the tread of little feet. Little hands clutched at the veil and dragged it from her. Eyes, the eyes of unborn children, looked at her with an awful reproach. They came and touched her with cold hands, and looked and passed. Little feet and little hands and eyes that were dreadful. Each had the eyes of her suffering boy. Each had the impress of her husband. She rose and tottered on. Tears rained down her cheeks. By her side walked another shape, something unknown yet intimate. She had no fear, but knew not who it was. Her hand was locked in that other's, and she heard the tread of little feet before her, yet saw nothing. "The children," she said, "the children. I am smitten by the eyes of children." They toiled on toward the mountains. And suddenly there fronted her the walls, as it were, of a city with gates in the midst. And this she neared, but always before ran the sound of little feet hurrying. "The children have gone first," she said, "bearing their accusation. They carry," she said, "my sins, my crime." She would have fled and turned back. Fear of the children overpowered her, fear of the little cold hands, of the feet that made such haste before, of the eyes that told so much. But her palm was pressed by iron fingers. "That is fate," said she. The gates swing back before them, and she saw a light beyond. "Is it over?" she said. "Am I dead?" "Dead," said a voice close to her ear. Dr. Cornerstone stood by the bedside of the exhausted woman, watching her face anxiously. What he saw was a marble-white countenance, with pinched, worn features, lying like a carved ivory wedge between two heavy curtains of flowing, dishevelled hair. The white lids and long dark lashes hid the eyes, and only by the tiny laboured whistling breath did he know she lived. The hand, slim, feeble, in a strangely tired attitude, lay outside the coverlet. Every now and then he took the unresisting wrist in his and laid his finger on the pulse. So still she lay, so nerveless and beaten, with so much the look of a creature that has abdicated from her place and resigned all effort, the hand itself abandoning its toil, that from hour to hour he could hardly have said whether she lived or not. How should he know the agony of effort through which the poor soul passed, the torment and the weary expiation? Not all his insight and his sympathy could teach him. He saw only the small, worn face lying between the masses of the hair that tumbled over the pillow. From watching her, he directed his attention elsewhere. His patient lay in a spacious room which opened to an antechamber. It was night, and the curtains were drawn. The fire and the lamps brought everything to a beautiful, subdued glow, and the quiet of a perfectly appointed sick room was only broken by the sound of the fire and the hum of a kettle. On the hearth sat a young woman in the dress of a nurse, her quiet face turned to the glow. She sat, significant fact, with idle hands. A young but experienced nurse she was, with an aptitude for difficult cases, who attended Jessamine for the first time. The doctor walked toward her. She rose respectfully, yet, as it were, tempering her subordination with a sense of merit. "She will do for the moment," he said, "but I shall remain until I see clearer signs of consciousness." A little hurt dignity flecked her cheek. She knew so well her own capacity, was so ready for emergencies. Indeed, in sudden difficult moments, she was sure that she excelled. 100 instances rose to her mind. "Certainly, Dr. Cornerstone," she replied with studious gentleness, "but in any case I should know how to evade her questions. I have had cases before where tact was called for." "Just so," said the doctor absently, and passed on. The nurse rose and hovered near the bed, deftly keeping an eye on the patient without troubling her. Her step could not be heard, her movements were soothing and wholesome, but her feeling was sore toward Dr. Cornerstone. The same room saw the tragedy of Jessamine's soul and the small upset dignity of the nurse who was assured of her qualifications to treat it. About the catastrophes of life play all sorts of tiny shafts of the smaller kind, the little affairs of irrelevant minds, all unconscious of the depths they shoot across. That is the little worldliness, intermingling itself, as ever, with the mystery and reality of life. Meanwhile, Dr. Cornerstone, unwitting of the flutter left behind him, raised a curtain and passed into the antechamber. This, too, was warmed and lighted, and here, too, a second nurse sat idle and silent on the hearth. Not all the warmth nor all the light could warm that which lay within the handsome cradle, coldly pushed to a far corner. The chill of it was in the air. He stood contemplating the 100 nursery appliances which had been prepared for the last hope of the house of Harriet, the luxuries and comforts which should have coaxed and cosseted the small life onward to its splendid destiny, the material angels which should have carried the heir in their hands over perilous years and landed him securely at last in the heritage of his fathers. The heritage of his fathers. He had gathered that already. Dr. Cornerstone walked up to the cradle, which in its baby magnificence was shaped for a lord, and drew the silken curtain aside. The heir and the heritage of the house of Harriet both lay there together. Thus had fallen the answer to the will and the designing of man. The doctor returned and took his place by Jessamine's bedside. No patient in all London needed his care, his consolation, so much. The nurse sat by the fire, thinking of her merit and telling herself anecdotes of her past achievements. And so the hours of the night went on. After a time, when the silence was heaviest, when it lay like a weight in the midst of the warmth and light, and when, like an unwelcome ghost, the chill ray of early dawn crept through the closed shutters, she saw the doctor bend close to the face of his patient. Jessamine. The eyes, locked so long beneath the half-moons of their lids, opened and gazed at him in an astonishment that slowly altered to suspense. The plane and her companion had vanished. Jessamine's consciousness of earth and of herself had returned. She lay still in her own chamber, as she surmised, but her senses were numb, so that she could neither see nor hear, neither could she move or speak. Her mental power was, however, the clearer for that darkening of the rest, and her brain conjured up thoughts with a force and directness hitherto unknown to her. Memory, especially, was active. Pictures of her past life rose before her, clear, defined, yet passionless. The emotion which had accompanied each scene had faded. They lay before her in the calm light of the judgment and reflection. "Here and here," said she, placing the finger of her mind upon this and that, "I stumbled, I missed the way. Deliriously I chose wrong." She went backward from the last scene of all, which, blurred and terrible, struggled at last into remembrance, the last scene which had blotted out her mind for a time, and from which onward she recalled nothing. Slowly, with effort, with shrinking reluctance, she reproduced it. The wide, bright nursery, the sudden unlooked-for fury of the idiot girl, the fear of the helpless cripple, her own falling form, with the flash of tables and chairs and common objects in the last glance of her eyes, and the shrieks that were suddenly silent to her ears. Yes, she remembered. From that time onward, she must have been ill. And now her mind dropped the memory wearily. From it, she wandered far away to the days when hopes of many kinds, varied, bright-colored, and glittering, danced through her heart like noisy children through a playground. In those days all her thoughts were little shouts of laughter and victory. Out of the mirrors of her mind looked the young, fresh, fatal beauty. My bitter fate! The way I missed! Where was the way? She asked. Surely it was where duty lay. With clear, unfailing memory, she recalled the 9 years of her steady adherence to that path. Those who weaved beheld in the woven tissue some reward to their labor. Those who plowed and sowed reaped a harvest. Those who persevered reached a goal. But for her, nothing. The narrowest, most carefully followed path led to disaster. "What is duty?" asked the sick woman. "Who taught me how to find it?" Her lids were heavy and hurt her eyes. Her lashes hurt as they lay on her cheeks. "I see nothing. I am too weary," she said. One spot of earth, and one alone, was dear to her in memory. The very pain of it was sweet. Time discriminates for us the reality of our treasures from the show. We may come to take pain as our dearest possession, not distinguishing it from happiness, because it is the one thing which, if we lose, as it were, the self, the soul. That memory lay at the bottom of her heart. It was a hidden consciousness which for 10 years had neither sunk beneath the horizon of vivid recollection, nor passed the bars of her lips. For her, the pastures of a distant land were ever moist with morning dew, and the harvest was still growing toward completion, and the everlasting hills lying silent above a human drama. She retraced that past. One by one, the kindly, gentle faces rose before her. All, that is, save the one face. His face, from the day she had fled to this, neither in dreams nor in memory had she ever been able to summon before her again. It had been blotted out. He walked through her mind, always with head averted. She sank for a time into something that seemed like slumber, or rather it was the unforced wandering of the thoughts. She was back in the heaths and fields of Dalfaber. She felt the sun smite hot between the rows of stooks in the barley field. She heard the wind ringing the music from the nodding heads. She felt the breeze blowing over the heather. The melody of the quivering birch trees was in her ear. The scent of fir trees filled a sunny air. And suddenly, out of the midst of it all, clear, vivid, and real as reality, the long-lost and unseen face, which her treacherous memory could never conjure, bent over her, looking in her eyes with the smile of his old love. "Colin!" "Jessamine?" That was not his voice. Slowly the vision faded, but she had had time to learn his features afresh. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. It was cold early dawn, the gloomy presage of a gloomy day. In the antechamber the attendant drew back the window curtain and looked out. A drizzling rain fell, and she saw the leaves of the trees in the square beaten by it, and dropping from the twigs in silent, helpless surrender. Earth to earth was their birthright, but they fell on the stony pavement, where no soft mould sucked them in, but where the remorseless grey light found them out with its cold glitter, and warned the unburied things that for them there is no resurrection. In the inner chamber the nurse stirred up the blaze and drew the curtain close over the door of the anteroom, and made a cheerful stir of life and movement. The sick woman lay with her great eyes wide open and fixed on the warm light nestling here and there on the canopy of the bed. The eyes were too conscious and far too full of thought for the satisfaction of the little nurse, who had made up her mind that the beautiful Lady Harriet should be restored through her good offices to her enviable position in society. And Jessamine obediently turned her head when required, and opened her lips to the food offered her. But it seemed to her that the needs of the body were over, that she had dropped life, dropped it like a heavy stone down some fathomless well of the past, on the edge of which she herself sat waiting. There was no reason why she should go on living. Life was a memory, a book she had read. She could turn the leaves and look at it now, as though it were the tale of another. Every now and then she dozed. Waking, she found peace, too long a stranger, hovering near her pillow. Peace whispered that it was over. The doctor, who had been absent some hours, returned at noon. Jessamine welcomed him with a smile. "It feels," said she, "like a fresh spring day to me. The flowers are growing." "It is late autumn," said he. "No, spring," said she. "The year is beginning." He touched her wrist and looked at her features. They were altered and pinched. An invisible hand moulded and prepared them afresh. The eyes grew larger and softer every moment, and there was no longer either horror or terror in them. "My life lies back from me as a dream," she said. "It is something I have passed through. It is all shadows, and they roll away like a curtain." "Yes," said he. "I am so free," she whispered. Later in the day, Dr. Cornerstone saw fit to summon into the chamber the incongruous figure of Lord Harriet. Like a beaten hound, conscious of delinquencies and of the direst failure, he crept up the magnificent staircase of his mansion and in at the door of her room. He came like a shameful shadow of the past, bringing with him his tainted memories. But she looked at him steadily, nor shrank as he approached the bed, nor resisted when he took her hand in his. Nothing in this present belonged to her any more. He evaded her eyes. Over the hazy something which he called his mind, his conscience scribbled scores against him. His shifty glance fell on those mental records with dismay, and he hurried into such refuge as could be found in words. "It's an awful business, Jessamine," he said. And the ready tear, the symbol of unbraced will, stood in his eyes. She answered nothing. Their two wills were two whole worlds apart, and hers had triumphed. In that moment she realized what a frenzy of willing she had thrown into her desire that the baby should not live. Fixing her thought on it, clamoring hour by hour against nature and God, casting the wild gauntlet of her single rebellion against fate, and filling day and night and space and time with the relentless demand for the extinction of that life and the effacement of her crime. And the baby had not lived. It had fallen out as she had resolved. Her husband came with eyes red with tears and wine, and face flecked with the pale lines of failure and shame, to meet her looks, fixed on him with the first quiet sense of achievement she had ever experienced. That frightened him. It set him in so isolated a region. With trembling lips and shaking hands and eyes that searched an empty heaven, he essayed once more the refuge of words. "'Pon my word, it's a bad business," he stammered. "There isn't a Harriet left to take up the title. 'Tain't your fault, Jessamine," he stuttered. "I married for an heir, and Lord knows I thought I chose well. It's our infernal ill luck." She lay in unassailable silence. Death, the angel of mercy, had passed his hand here and there and cancelled her sins. There were no terrible vistas of the future. The horror was washed out of her eyes. That frightened him more. The one point of union had been their mutual responsibility in parentage, but now her eyes set him apart. His conscience winced at the thought of what a headlong plunge into the mire he had taken once the prop of her presence had been withdrawn. "I feel it badly, Jessamine, 'pon my word I do," said he, shivering. He was astounded to see the look of peace deepening in her eyes, and to feel her hand unresponsive within his. It lay there quietly, it is true, for her mind retained its proud habitual attitude of gentle acquiescence in the deed of her own doing. But as she looked at him, she knew that that too was over. His very appearance dwindled and dwindled to an immense distance, for all their touching fingers. The feet of her soul travelled fast and sure. She was terribly silent. At last she withdrew her hand. That frightened him more and more. The perspiration stood on his brow, and his hair lifted with dismay. Her solemn fixed eyes were awful, and he looked away from them. A horrible sense of inability possessed him. The world was in flux. "You ain't going to leave me?" he stammered anxiously. "'Pon my word, I can't do without you." "We have to stand each one alone," said she. Stand? Why, every footstep was a slough. There was only bottomless morass everywhere. But she looked calm and strong. Her eye, in its secret peace, forsook him. And then confession tumbled out of his soul headlong. There were neither locks nor bolts left in his character, and the mere suggestion of a closed door in another mind set the deficient portals of his own flapping. He confessed out of a mere ineffectiveness and inability to retain. He tried to catch her hand, but missed the pure, slim fingers, and, burying his head in the pillow, whispered between choking sobs his catalogue of offences, and the ready promises which were but an added sign of looseness in the soul. She listened tranquilly, her mind withdrawn. That also was part of the dream and the past. It was as though she heard the history of the dead and pitied it. Afterward he slipped from confession into murmuring complaint. He uttered laments against destiny and denounced the fate that singled him out for disappointment. "What is the use of being good when you can't get what you want out of it?" he asked. "There is no use," said Jessamine. The doctor stood behind the curtain and watched. "Go now," he ordered. Harriet rose to his feet. He mopped the moisture from his brow and looked at the still face on the bed. "Get well," he said, "and come down. It's damned lonely without you." Vaguely in his mind lingered the ineradicable impressions of his superiority as a man, of his prerogative as a husband, of the magnificence of an alliance with the Harriets. It hovered on the surface of his thoughts that he would encourage her with assurances that he still hoped, that he would let her know that she need not be downhearted, because he intended to be as kind to her as ever, and they would jog on together as before, and so forth. Something, perhaps the mesmeric eyes of the doctor, prevented this speech. He began to want to get out of the room. He was quite ill and weak with the outburst of weeping and confession and the unusual moral exercise. His mind was already on the bottle as a restorative, his thought stealing to the indulgence and laying hold on it, while the more surface and open portion of his mind lingered on the luxury of good resolution. "Ta-ta," he said. "See you again tomorrow." And he shuffled to the door, opened it, and closed it again behind him. A thin wooden partition, it seemed. It was the door of eternal separation. The material click of the latch might have startled him like some magical trick. Such untraversable space did it set between him and her. When he turned away, she had followed him with her eyes, and in them was a faint astonishment. The husband of 9 years was so complete a stranger. More shadow-like than all the shadows, she felt him pass away into annihilation. She lay and looked quietly at one place in the canopy of the bed. The whole of life, save one spot of it, became more and more, to the eye of her mind, a colourless region. "What do you see, Jessamine?" asked the doctor. "Oh, my good friend, come here, and I will tell you. Hold my hand." Then it was that for the first time Jessamine opened her lips upon the story of the Highlands. She told the tale by degrees, sometimes with broken utterance, but she hid nothing from the doctor. "You understand it?" she said anxiously. "I wish you to know that I am not better than some others. All that was wanting was the skill to win." She trembled a little, still shivering under the cold mailed purity of the man who could not guess the nature of her surrender. "I do not know," she said, "what I was born for. On looking back, I cannot see what path was meant for me. Everything coerced, but nothing taught me. I have been perishing ever since I began to exist. There has never been a way for me at all. I have rushed from extreme to extreme and found nothing." She drew a long, deep breath. "Ah, dear Colin, he hurt me," she murmured. The doctor sat staring before him silently. "Poor woman," she said. "That is what came into my mind when I heard of a fall, and I envied them." The doctor stared hard at the curtain and said nothing. "It took the bitterness out of my heart when I went down to them and sat with them hand in hand and counted myself one with them. It soothed the pain in time, a little." The mouth of the doctor was grimly closed. "I strove to be better from henceforth, but God knows I meant no harm even then. "I have been a dutiful wife to Lord Harriot," she murmured. "It was for Colin's sake. I feared to lose Colin out of my soul. God, the way was long." Her voice was weak now. Presently it ceased, and she seemed to slumber. The doctor sat by her, holding her hand. His mind was heavy with thoughts of life and death, of choice and conduct, and the ways of men. Later he noticed a restlessness and fever about her. He saw a flush in her cheeks, and that her eyes shone. She appeared more beautiful than before, but the white lids had opened with a strange look of expectation. He bent over her, watching her carefully, and when she saw it, something between assurance and perplexity passed into her face. "Lift me, doctor." He obeyed, and Jessamine, clinging to his arm and shoulder, made shift to peer anxiously over the side of the bed. In her eyes was the piteous, hungry look, and upon that followed a wan look of disappointment, and she sank back upon her pillow as though convinced. What had she sought? What had she imagined? A lump rose in the doctor's throat, for she turned her face to the pillow, and he knew that she was sobbing. He took her hand again in his own, and stroked it gently. The new access of grief and excitement perplexed him. Presently the tears ceased, but then he was assured that she looked and listened again, and that for something hidden from himself. "Tell me what you seek," he asked. "Doctor," cried the weak voice of the dying woman, "is there nothing by the bedside?" "No, Jessamine, no, my dear." "Oh, yes," said she, "surely there is." He replied more warily, "And what is it?" "Is there no little child there?" He mistook her idea altogether, and answered quickly, "No, no, my dear." "Yes," she cried anxiously, "a little boy, doctor, with steady eyes of a yellowish brown, and sturdy red limbs, and crisp hair that curls over his brow." "There is none," faltered the doctor. "Rest, my dear." She struggled up again and clung to him, looking imploringly in his face. "Yes, yes," she said, "it is there, it must be there. It runs by the bedside smiling. Oh, sweet little face! I carried it as a baby 10 years ago. It lay in my breast. I saw it. It gurgled and smiled, eyes of a yellowish brown. And all through the years I watched it growing. When I walked alone through the passages, it ran after and tugged at my skirt. Crisp curls over the brows, doctor, sturdy limbs, and a red, red mouth. It grew older. Sometimes its little arms were tight about my neck. At evening, when I was alone and all was still, it sat on a little stool, with its head on its hand, reading a picture book. And now it runs round the bed, smiling and beckoning. Surely you see it too." In the next world," he faltered. "Yes, I see it too, Jessamine." And he turned his head away, stifling a groan. But the half-delirious woman was satisfied. Hearing the last words, she rested in them. She lay with closed lids, a smile parting her lips. Presently the doctor saw her feebly, very feebly, moving her left hand slowly and with effort toward the edge of the bed. She lifted her fingers and dropped them softly, tenderly, upon the little head she pictured there. And as she raised and let them fall, from the thin finger slipped the wedding ring and rolled away unnoticed. The doctor sat by her side, holding the other hand in his, He would not leave her now until the end. In all London no one needed him so much. No creature was so lonely as this admired queen of beauty. In all London he was the one friend she possessed. The nurse sat by the fire and nursed her grudge. She was unjustly robbed of the prestige she had hoped to earn by close attention on the brilliant and envied Lady Harriet. The doctor plainly distrusted her. Death, the great messenger, was the other inmate of the chamber. He stood there waiting, felt yet invisible, with mercy in his eyes. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. It was summer again, and it was summer in that most beautiful of all places, a fir wood. It had been hot for a week, so that the air was full of a most sweet aromatic odor, and the fallen needles of the pines made a sun-warm bed, and glowing light hovered over every leaf and blade and petal, and the flash of it was carried on the furry backs of squirrels and the wings of birds. In the air was a murmur of insects. Bees droned their music close to the flowers, and the flies made theirs higher in the shadow of the trees, and the wind in the topmost branches was continuous and very soft, with a roll in it like the tumble of far-off seas. And yet the volume of sound thrown out was low to human ears, so that the patter of a dry leaf on the ground could be distinctly heard, and the noise of the squirrels' clinging feet on the bark of the trees. Every now and then came the cooing of a dove, or the cry of a woodpecker, or the scream of a jay. The rooks flew silently, save for the rustle of their passing wings, and now and then a soft complaint which did not rise to a caw. It was the place for a summer holiday, and Dr. Cornerstone, his wife, and friend Carteret had found it out. The doctor leaned back against the trunk of a fir. Carteret was silently measuring the spaces between the branches of a tree with absent eyes, and Mrs. Cornerstone, more thoroughly awake than either of the others, was bending her quiet, meditative face, full of home memories and peaceful joys, over some hand-sewing, and this, upon examination, proved to be a muslin pinafore, to which she was adding the motherly tribute of embroidery. She it was who broke the silence. "When you were telling us the story," said she, "you always spoke of her as the Superfluous Woman." The doctor opened his eyes and glanced at her. "And you never told me her name," continued she, still stitching. "She was called by the beautiful name of a flower." "Then I, if I had known her, would have told her she was no more superfluous than the beautiful flower she was called by. I would have shown her how to believe it." "But I am not quite sure that it would have been true," said Dr. Cornerstone. Mrs. Cornerstone looked at her husband reproachfully from beneath soft brown eyebrows. "We must be careful," said Carteret. "It seems we might easily slip into treason." "I am just a little fearful that my wife will touch this matter too romantically," said the doctor. "Oh, no, indeed," returned Mrs. Cornerstone, in surprise and with a hint of indignation in her tone. "I am rash enough to think so," replied her husband. "I did not think you would ever call me romantic," said Mrs. Cornerstone. "Prose is so cold and unattractive," said Carteret. "I am afraid when women discover how prosaic equality is, we shall not get them to accept it." He glanced at Mrs. Cornerstone with a twinkle in his eyes, but she, a model of composure, sat on her seat of fallen fir spines without turning her head. I dislike chaff, said she, with gentle dignity, but you are, both of you, better than your own talk, and neither of you mean what you are saying. I think I do, said Cornerstone, but come, let us then talk now on an equality. She flushed the sudden warm color and paused for her reply, tilting her head a little backward and contemplating the light that made the oak underwood blaze. As though we were 3 men, said she, or as though we were 3 women. Go on, I will consent to listen, and in the end I shall perhaps decide whether to keep my own standpoint or to condescend to yours. Might we not begin by inquiring what inequality is? Said Carteret. Define it, Cornerstone. Between men and men, the only definition is artificial inequality of conditions. Between men and women, it is enforced inequality of development. Stop a bit, said Carteret. That wants redefining. I mean that women, as a rule, are socially condemned to a too exclusive development of one side of the nature, whereas the object in man is to bring out an all-round creature. Yes, said Carteret in a judicial tone, I think you are right. I believe I agree. Wait a moment, cried Mrs. Cornerstone in her turn. Is this natural or artificial? The one-sided development? Oh, most entirely artificial. Hotbed culture, I think. Others might not agree with me. Mrs. Cornerstone nodded her head once or twice emphatically. Cornerstone, put in Carteret irrelevantly, did you ever search the dictionary for the meaning of the word honor? I don't know that I have. In Webster you will find it defined under 2 heads. Honor for a man signifies integrity, that is, wholeness. Certainly. For a woman, however, it means chastity. Is that so? A man is a man, and a woman merely a function. That is a cruel thing, cried Mrs. Cornerstone. Does anyone consider that such a definition is false? And a false definition may be accepted as though it were something final. It is a cruel thing, said the doctor gravely, and the meaning of the inequality of the sexes was never better defined. Is anyone to wonder if a woman should adapt her moral conceptions to the idea expressed? Said Mrs. Cornerstone with unusual heat in her tone. I fancy it accounts for some dry rot in the ship's timbers all round, said Carteret. Then, cried Mrs. Cornerstone, opening her hands and lifting her face, I think I want a tempest to come. Neither of the men replied. Her work dropped on her knee and lay there in a soft heap. Her thimble, a little bright spot, escaped and rolled over the fir needles until her husband caught it with his foot. The peace of the summer's day was apt to steal long pauses in between the conversation. A squirrel, holding a cone in its mouth, ran along a bough near, peeped at them from its safe position, dropped the cone, and with a simulation of terror scampered away. The Lord will not be in the tempest, said the doctor when the shadows were longer by 1/4 of an hour. I suppose it is this stillness in the woods, for I protest I am glad to hear you say it. The dastard within me cowers at the thought of turmoil, said Carteret. Why not a tempest? Asked Mrs. Cornerstone. Because, replied her husband, I do not think that wholeness was ever won by clamor. A woman will conquer just as soon as she is in herself all she would desire to seem to be, and not 1 hour earlier. Equality is not a thing that can be given. It has to be won. Once won, I do not think men will resist. For all its fortresses, the heart desires conquest, and loves no one like the conqueror." "That is a very pretty remark," said his wife, "but there are too many ugly things said on the other side for me to be able to believe it." "You are right, Mrs. Cornerstone," said Carteret. "Our manly egoism will defend itself against its death wound." "Besides, I do not like fighting," said Mrs. Cornerstone firmly. "I do not believe good comes of it. What is the use if we women add to the noise and turmoil in the world? We had better be quiet and safer." "Oh, no," said her husband. "You must not relapse into that." "It plays," said Carteret rather dryly, "too much into the hands of man." "Besides," added the doctor, "I am not sure that the choice is left to you." "He means," said Carteret, "that the tendency of the age is toward equality, and its main business the break-up of monopoly, and no one can escape the influence." "I am sure," said Mrs. Cornerstone, "the spirit of the age cannot tell me to fight." "Possibly not in the way you mean, for the same impulse which urges women to take equality urges men to yield it." Mrs. Cornerstone took up her work again, and her husband got the little bright thimble back and handed it to her. "The aim is not, you know," said he, as she pushed her finger into it, "to take things and places, the one from the other, but to have in the character the sort of qualities upon which the possession of them depends." "Ah," said Mrs. Cornerstone, "the struggle is not, then, between women and men, but between women and life." "Now that fires me," cried Carteret excitedly. "There was a dream once that God became man. The dream of the future is that all humanity is many-sided man." "Precisely," said the doctor. "Give them but a headpiece." "Wait," said Mrs. Cornerstone. "All this is still too masculine. You have not consulted me, and I am by no means certain that I am pleased with it. I will have a new headpiece if you like, but I will choose it for myself, and all women shall not have the same." Her husband laughed delightedly. "That is, of course, what is wanted. Resist, resist, and choose your own." Mrs. Cornerstone, who had a many-changing face, softly responsive to clear thoughts within, bent over her work and gathered it suddenly to her breast. "I have not yet said that I wish I had known the woman of your story. If I had known her, I would not have let her be beaten. I would have taught her that no man had a right to call her superfluous. And tell me, in your heart, do you think she was beaten?" "I have asked myself the question," said her husband. "There was more in the end of the tale than in the beginning," said his wife, "and that is the most the best of us can attain." "Return to the general," said Carteret. "Need it be an execrable thing to be a woman?" Mrs. Cornerstone smiled sweetly and leniently upon him. "We must really beware of touching the problem too emotionally," said Cornerstone. "It is favor and flattery that blow women up into air bubbles. Give them a fair field and no favor." "Hound!" Mrs. Cornerstone turned her face, soft danger in her eyes and on all the points and tips of her features, to her husband. "I accept the bargain for the whole sex," said she gravely. "I wish the rest of the world were of your mind," said he. "It is pressure that brings the good wine out, and we must avoid putting too much sympathy into the problem. The mischief with women is that they are too sympathetic. I am convinced it is an indication of contempt. I have remarked that every woman thinks all men beneath her, save the one she is in love with." I am very much shocked at what you are saying, indeed, put in Mrs. Cornerstone, blushing, however, in a way that looked as though she recognized some truth in the remark. Do not mind him, Mr. Carteret. He does not talk like this when we are alone. But what is the average woman's conception of understanding men? Continued Cornerstone. Merely a facile adaptation of herself to his weakness, or possibly to his virtue. The women give us just what our egoism demands, said Carteret. We reward her by treating her as an angel, and alternating that by snubbing her as a growing boy. Both are exceedingly disagreeable, said Mrs. Cornerstone, and affect me as bad manners simply. I feel it difficult to excuse a treatment of myself as something that I am not. Her husband laughed. You must be more lenient, said he, and pardon it. The rougher conduct is merely the sign of the advance of thought, man being more awkward than woman in accommodating himself to a change. I think, said Mrs. Cornerstone playfully, that we shall be able to teach him we are reasonable and adults. That is precisely what he longs, the best part of him, to be convinced about. Once make him sure of it. I have always held, said Carteret, that intellectuality is a necessary ingredient to fine emotion. Yes, human nature is of a piece. What is our best is their best. The joy of earth is in mind, and we have not been choice enough in our pleasures. Mrs. Cornerstone listened with parted lips and a half-smile. Adam, you see, was the first coward, and was frightened of the apple that Eve dared to gather. He promptly invented the voice in the garden and set her under, said Carteret. Admirable Eve! Let her steal the apple once more. And it is to be hoped she will give Adam the drubbing he deserves. I fancy not. Here and there, maybe, of course. But on the whole, the creature is of a fine generosity. She has a noble honor. One day she will teach the meaning of integrity to man. Oh, yes, indeed, said Mrs. Cornerstone softly to herself. So she will. Is he as perfect as he assumes? We need a lesson, exclaimed Carteret, who had not caught Mrs. Cornerstone's murmur. Do we not judge her life as of less consequence than our own, and her suffering of less account? I'm afraid that is true. I am afraid we must confess that we shuffle as much of our share of the burden of suffering as we can upon shoulders which it is convenient to us to name the weaker and to treat as the stronger. True, true. I have before now remarked that so long as we keep in our eye Webster's definition of a woman's honor, and have not trespassed in that particular, we adapt the rest of our honor to the insignificance of the subject as we conceive it. What is a lie in a man's mouth to a man is not a lie to a woman, and the whole masculine conception of integrity takes a lower tone when the question stands between him and one of the other sex. So that a man have not seduced the purity of a woman of his own class, but have left her intact to some other man's thirst, he may cheat her commercially, break his word to her, insult her by a depreciating manner, underpay her work, add to his own plenty from her penury, accept any sacrifice from her without repayal, cozen her with any sort of false promises, and ease himself cheaply at her expense on any opportune occasion. All this deleterious consequence to our manhood is the result of that Websterian definition of a woman's honor which man's fastidiousness has conceived. The distinction lurks at the back of every man's mind. Why, argues he, should I be whole in my conduct to a creature who has not wholeness in herself? who is there not for herself or the world, but for me, for me. Mrs. Cornerstone rose to her feet, looking somewhat severe. "Your tongue," said she to her husband, "is running away with you. This is really very extravagant language. Is this the place to debate matters with such extraordinary warmth? Listen! I protest I hear the woodpecker tapping. Oh, really, we have lost a great deal through not having sat silent. Do not, Mr. Carteret, allow him to work himself up to a white heat any more. For myself, I am going where I can be still. Is this a London drawing-room that we should talk so much? There have been moments when the sight of the winged creatures over there in the tops of the trees affected me as a kind of warning. Only be still, they seemed to be saying. And besides," here she glanced upon her husband with a dewy eye, "I am convinced that only I really understand the story of that beautiful woman with the lovely name of the flower. I am going where I can think about her and not theorize. Perhaps, who knows, I may discover that she is not so very distant from me after all. If so, I shall have the opportunity I wish for of telling her that she is not superfluous." She glanced down again at the two men with a mysterious, reproachful look. When, with a soft, undulating movement, she passed down the wood away from them, her skirt turning the leaves and flowers as she went, they followed her with their eyes. Upon her departing steps came silence. It was broken by the far-off cooing of a dove, a sound which stole the thought away to regions of leafy peace. Evening began to bring her deepening hues within the wood. Every leaf burned with an indescribable ethereal glow. The atmosphere was golden and amethyst-tinted, and the light on the branches of the firs was red as flame. An unspeakable pomp and glory reigned, and neither had an inclination to break the embargo of silence which Dr. Cornerstone's wife had laid upon them. Thus passed away an hour of silent enjoyment, the faces of the men changing and softening under the natural impressions. At last, with a mutual impulse, they rose to go. "She was right," said the doctor softly. "I have the sort of perturbation which too much talking leaves behind. Have you any assurance that we spoke sense?" "No," said Carteret, "but in the after silence I felt dreams like startled birds flying from my heart." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. It was early autumn before Dr. Cornerstone began to make an end of holiday time, and he finished off his unwonted pleasure-taking by a lonely journey to the Highlands, where he penetrated to the remote corner of earth which Jessamine had described to him. It seemed to him, when he discovered it, to be the one hidden nook in a world which is too public. But even here privacy was fast being driven from her last retreat. The place had been discovered by the tourist, and the story of the Mackenzies' mysterious farm help could not have been repeated a decade later than it occurred. The peasant of the district was himself becoming sophisticated. His canniness began a little to overlap his primitive hospitality, and to threaten to submerge it. Were not the roving folks with long purses in their pockets created to supplement an ungracious climate with cash payments? And thus the hunger for relief from town civilization became here, as elsewhere, its own defeat. The hand robs the nest of simplicity, and yet supposes that the brood will be reared, and restlessness chases repose from the land when undertaking to purchase it by overbidding in a rising market. Moreover, the spiritual outstretch of London, with its mingled good and evil, overflows by degrees to remotest corners. To be unsophisticated is a characteristic of ever-increasing rareness. It falls insensibly from the catalogue of modern qualities, and its possession, though refreshing, begins to argue an intellectual want. In truth, native unsophisticatedness of soul is being exchanged for that less fleeting possession, the simplicity which is the result of choice and of deep thinking. As old good things go, new good things come, and loss is mingled with gain. The Highland village was changed. For one thing, the laird, not at all from a convinced or instructed mind, but out of deference to a force which he began to recognize as compelling, had reluctantly ceased to put up gates and fences where the enterprising Society for the Preservation of Public Rights of Way as persistently pulled them down again. The war, begun in bluster, was dwindling to a tacit acknowledgment of defeat, and the secular machine of the peasant farmer rattled over moor roads which formerly were proclaimed, by a sort of religious desolation and silence, to be consecrated to wild and therefore shootable nature. Moreover, the common London socialist left his literature behind him, and the peasant farmer picked it up and read. The modern spirit, the conception of thorough emancipation, struck a fruitful root downward, and a man's vision became acute enough to detect shoddy in the pretenses of another, and to disperse the illusory halo surrounding purchased or inherited rights, the communal idea intruding upon and effacing the individualistic notion of his or mine own. That stretched the heart and strengthened the nerve fibers. The canny peasant perceived that in a world suspended upon fortune's fickle wheel, his own depressed spoke might come up top at last. He cast firmer glances on the expanses of deer forest, which would be so convenient for pasture, and his eye was speculative of coming increase. When the glance of a peasant is so, the era of the deer forest is over, even though the fir trees still stand. Not to be so nipped, not to be so harassed, to have a little margin here and there, a little more life, and less expenditure of unrepaid effort, that, to the long-enduring worker, is heaven. When Dr. Cornerstone dropped his knapsack at the little inn at Rychar and prepared to walk over to Jessamine's village, Scotland entertained in him as revolutionary a guest as had ever visited her. He had a superfluity of disdain for shams. He knew of no worth save the worth of a man. Where the laird and his rights were concerned, instead of a conscience was a cheery jest. His sentences dispersed time-honored claims, and he scattered his intensely modern spirit in words that dissolved the pious pretenses of property. As to the genuine grievance and human need, he sought it out by tavern tables and at the wayside, and the sympathy he gave was here, as elsewhere, tonic. He did not soothe with words of resignation and a reference to compensations hereafter, but used the laird's word rights in strange contexts, and summoned up revolt in the heart by the suggestion of a remedy, leaving in the breasts of Scotch peasants, as elsewhere that he touched, the first dawning conception of free man and womanhood, the dawning of it in minds astonished at themselves for what they began to harbor, but proud and secretly joyful. Jessamine had been at rest for 9 months before the doctor found his opportunity of fulfilling his wish to visit Colin McGilvray. The continued existence of the man was a matter of speculation, but knowing the persistent habit of the Highland peasant, he had little doubt on that score. He plodded over the long white road where Colin and Jessamine had driven together on the occasion of the encounter with the sheep, and where they had sauntered the evening after the sports, without being certain that he followed in her steps, and yet he found the road full of her. The moors, the hills, the forests, the beautiful and desolate parts, were things on which her eyes had rested, and he saw them in the light of that thought. When the houses and the hovels became a little less scattered, and even today that was all which could be said, he knew that he neared Jessamine's village and her hiding-place. Pausing by a large field that edged the road with a wire fence enclosure, he scanned the near country. The fence was spiked to prevent the trespassing legs of truant children or of tramps, and a man drove a mowing machine round the field, and the barley fell with a musical sigh. "Mechanism even here," said the doctor. "One would welcome the iron man, did the fruits but fall into the right lap." And then he hailed his agricultural fellow-mortal. A shouted conversation ensued, in the course of which the doctor seemed to encounter many shades of many Mackenzies, the description of none of whom wholly satisfied him. "There will be Peter Mackenzie living west." Here his informant pointed vaguely with his whip in the direction from which the doctor had laboriously trudged. "Mackenzie Craiggowry, they call him, and there will be Alexander Mackenzie, south." Here he pointed over the valley and the river to a distance, beautiful indeed, but desolating when contemplated from the point of view of a journey of research. "I don't know of any John Mackenzie nearer than Muirton." That was 30 miles off, if an inch. "John Mackenzie Dryknock," said the doctor, falling into the country manner, which had been easy to Jessamine's tongue, of naming the peasant after his bit of hired land. "Dryknock, Dryknock," repeated the man. "Dryknock will be yon." Here he pointed his whip to the slight appearance of chimney-pots and the side of a barn amid a cluster of birch trees. "Welly McBain owns Dryknock, and I'm not knowing any John Mackenzie nearer than Muirton." Here he lifted his hat, shouted "Hadoof" to his horses, and the fall of the barley continued. The doctor walked on in the direction of Dryknock. He found a handsome modern farm building erected on the ground where the Mackenzies' curious dwelling-house, with its superfluity of doors and paucity of windows, had once stood. He walked up to the entrance, knocked, and inquired for John Mackenzie. "There will be no John Mackenzie here. This will be Welly McBain's." The doctor sat down in the porch and wiped his brow, though in truth the day was grey and cold, not raining, but reminiscent of rain, and ready to rain again. To all inquiries after John Mackenzie, all tentatives toward winning some lingering legend of his farm help, the woman who had opened the door at Willie McBain's was blank. Then, slowly, almost fearfully, he inquired after the man whose name was the last spoken murmur on the dead Jessamine's tongue. The woman's face brightened a little. "There will be changes," said she, "and Welly built the farmhouse and the barns himself. He will not be here long, you see, sir. But I'm minding it all suddenly. It was John Mackenzie he took the land off, sir." "And John Mackenzie?" "Well, sir, I'm thinking he just went off to Muirton. He has a brother there, in the timber trade, sir, and land will be ever very changeable. So he went, him and his wife, sir. John will be seeing a bit into the world, whatever." "And Colin McGilvray, what of him?" pursued the doctor. "Oh, Colin, sir." The woman smiled a little. There will be changes, but Colin will ever be for stickin'. He's slaw, sir. The doctor perceived from this that, whatever else he might discover in Colin, he was certainly not a prophet within his own country. No startling achievement had marked him out for the wondering admiration of his fellows, it was plain, and the quality of sticking tells chiefly when it is withdrawn. Doll Faber, it appeared, was in very measurable distance, and the doctor, turning away, took the same road, the little path through the heather, which still, to his fancy, palpitated with the fall of Jessamine's flying feet. It might be that to another heart than his it ever beat to the same measure. The aspect of Doll Faber struck him as dreary. Where all else went on and gathered some of the fruits of modern progress, displaying a new idea in the shape of a good barn, or improved implement, or better house-building, Doll Faber stood arrested. There was precisely the same measure of application as before, without the faintest sign of an advancing notion. The barns, which had been built before Jessamine's day because the still older ones fell down, were there, of course, but the worse for the beating on them of the winds and showers of 10 years. And the patch of land, the 6 poor fields and the stretch of moor, had the pathetic look which land wears when the tilling is done by steady industry without the aid of inventiveness. Plod and magnificent patience, that was the sum put into the land. Mind was absent. As to the small stone house with the great chimney, that was as before. Its capacity for improvement had not been taken advantage of. No additional building had been added, nor had 1 square inch of the moorland been redeemed for a garden. In the same primitive way as 10 years ago, the fields were unfenced and unwired, and the straying cattle and hens were shouted off by a hired lad, though the acquisition of such a help must have been a difficult matter. Over the clumps of heather, blossoming now into a rich purple, Dr. Cornerstone saw the shaggy broad heads of the longhorns, snatching bits of sweet grass here and there, and looking up now and then with wild, startled, threatening eyes, and the limping shapes of the farm horses, painfully wandering in search of pasture with their fore and hind legs tied together. Picking his way toward the door of the small stone house, pitched in such astonishing, ungarnished desolateness on the brink of the moor, the doctor mightily wondered within himself what manner of man this winner and rejecter of the heart of Jessamine Halliday would appear. As he approached, the smoke swept down the side of the house from the great gaping chimney in a malicious gust. He passed the dim stained window where old Rory used to descry the nearest glimpses of a world other than his own peat fire, and stood before the ill-hung door and knocked. It seemed a great while before his knock awakened any movement from within. Presently he heard a chair thrust back. The sound gave him the impression of an empty house, or rather of its being the lonely habitation of one. Slow, firm steps were followed by the opening of the door, and a man stood before him, lifting his hand and touching his brow in the distant salute of the peasant. The action waved him off rather than deferred to him, and the doctor recognized at once a proud and solitary nature. He was a majestic-looking man of about 40 years, with a brown, weather-beaten skin and a broad pair of shoulders having a slight stoop, which appeared rather as a patient inclination toward the ground that nurtured him than a defect in the figure. The face touched the imagination of his visitor at once. Slowness and firm patience were written on every feature, a temperate nature with untold powers of endurance. The brow was proud, and the lips kindly. As to the eyes, the yellow-brown orbs, when he opened the door to the doctor, they looked at him full of a long-waiting expectation. They were the eyes of a person to whom something of import, long delaying, will occur at last. Such indeed was the impress of the whole face. Save for this, it was clear from the signs of mental conflict, but hours and hours of waiting had writ themselves upon it. It was a face full of hope, deferred and yet courageously cherished. These eyes of his changed suddenly when they met the doctor's. They widened, flashed, and settled into certainty. With that, holding them quietly upon his visitor, he awaited from him the first word. "I come from London," began the doctor gently. "Waken, sir," said Colin. "I am most glad to see you." His tone was subdued, as is the tone of one to whom the feast of life is solemn. Nevertheless, as he spoke, the doctor knew by the clearer brownness of his skin that the blood had forsaken his cheek, and that his heart was throbbing. He followed him into the room into which Jessamine had so timidly stepped on the occasion of her first visit, and sat down as she had done on one of the carved, straight-backed chairs. Colin stood before his visitor. He clasped the wrist of one hand with the fingers of the other, and looked out of the window, his eyes still finding, as it were, their home and inspiration among the hills. A man of massive strength and staying power, both physically and mentally, and slow as he had been described. He did not hurry now, though every pulse beat thunders. He waited, with the same large patience as through 10 years he had waited, reluctant to snatch hastily what he knew had come to him at last, reserving and ever reserving himself. "You live alone in this wide and airy place?" said the doctor, who was indeed impressed by the sense of boundlessness which Colin's unfenced fields suggested, flowing as they did over into the moorland tract, and on from that to the mountains. "My father and my mother will be dead," answered Colin. "And you are not married?" The yellow-brown eyes slid from the hills and rested on his visitor, a trifle startled. They were, the doctor remarked, too full of light. The Scotch believe in second sight, and these eyes, the doctor thought, possessed the faculty. MacGillivray did not answer the question put to him, but his lips were wistful. Vague poetry, wordless, yet done into 10 years of patience, struggled in his throat. It was still torn by the moment of loss 10 years ago. But above the unseen wound, Colin kept his fancies. When all else fails, the lover finds the unseen bread on which to feed, loaves unmanufactured and unknown, a delicate and growing store that increases with the use, the guiltless faithfulness that never swerves, and which becomes in the end its own sustenance. Colin, without reply, eyed the doctor, with his face slowly changing under the stirring of deeply repressed sensitiveness. "I bring you a kind of message," said the latter huskily. "From Jessie." The long unuttered name, the word too ever-present to be spoken, loosed itself from his tongue with trembling reluctance. The doctor inclined his head. "She is dead," said Colin, with conviction. "You had heard it, then?" asked the doctor, both surprised and relieved. "I will just be knowing it," he returned. And then he seated himself as though he needed support under the strain of this conversation, but motioned with his hand that the doctor should continue his story. And that was a difficult thing with a man who knew one burning chapter off by heart, who was in himself the essence of that chapter, but who possessed no clue to the beginning or the end of the volume. Dr. Cornerstone endeavored to hint, as clearly as he could, what position in the great world had been held by the Mackenzies' farm help. The man listened attentively without exhibiting surprise. "Oh, yes, indeed," said he, "she will not be common." The doctor came to her marriage. The patient brows of the peasant changed very slightly. "I am just naething but a farmer," said he, "and he would be a great laird. And will she be loving him best? She was bonny enough to be queen." His worship disallowed of jealousy, but the crux of the story lay here. With intense, painstaking care, cutting the lines at each sentence a little deeper to make the impressions clearer, the doctor strove to render truly the history of Jessamine. He was deeply conscious as he spoke of the incongruity between this troubled, complex tale and the massive simplicity of the nature that had the right to hear it. A silent, mountainous greatness, it seemed to him, akin to the scene in which the man had passed his days. But a nerve of Colin's nature burned responsive to all that concerned Jessamine, and it is probable the Highlander understood more than the Londoner guessed. "It will just open locked doors to me," said he presently, when the doctor had ceased speaking. "Whiles," he added, the sensitive reluctance creeping again into his face when he spoke, "whiles I have felt as though it had all been a dreamin' and asleep, and as though I was just on the edge of wakin'. You'll not be knowing the feel of that, maybe, sir. I must just be getting up to open the door and look. I must just be turning my head over my shoulder to catch sight of her slipping away like the wraith that she was. Whiles it has seemed like a great lonely darkness, and me walking in it forever straight on, and nothing at the end. And then when I was fit to lie down with a sore great cry, sir, if you will excuse the liberty, I would just be feeling a wee bit hand in mine, and a tug against my shoulder. And you'll not know the feel of it, sir. The loneliness filled up, and there was ever a flutter of a woman's garment after me in the fields and on the moor. You see, sir, I changed nothing. I was ever fearing, indeed, to turn a clod that her wee bit foot had pressed. I was fearing to mend up an altar, lest I should take something that her hand had touched. And I was ever fearing in myself, sir, to lose her from my heart. It will be just there that I was building the new house for her, whatever. The neighbours laugh and call me slaw. It will seem no great matter to me. I'm thinking whiles that the roof that had her under it will be good enough for me indeed. I'm busy at another kind of work. My house and my land will just rot down with myself, sir, and my Jessie will be in them to the end." His hands moved with the first nervous feeling he had exhibited, and the doctor surmised the stirring of mighty repressed emotions. "You will notice what I said of building her a house here, sir?" And he laid both hands together with a gentle primitive movement against his heart. "Yes," said the doctor. "Weel, it would be one evening last autumn that I was just dozing a bit by my fire after the day's work was done, and I will hardly know if I was dreaming or not. But indeed, and I was thinking that I saw her clear, face to face again, A wee bit white face it was, and it lay before me like a picture. I am not knowing if I was dreaming it or not, but indeed I sat looking, and fearing to move lest it should go. But it stayed with me, sir, and it was an uplift to a sair heart. And an evening or two after, I was sitting here again, and indeed I was thinking and waiting, and there came a little whisper. It will perhaps just be an echo. She would be saying my name whilst long ago, with a bit of a laugh at the end of it, to get it right she would be saying, and I just heard her voice again in a little whisper, calling MacGillivray dal Faber. It went like the cut of a sword to my heart, and set me all listening and shaking. I sat still as a mousie, listening and looking. God, how a body can look whiles. I was feeling her just behind me. I was seeing her in the angle or near the door. I was hearing the rustle of her dress past the window. And then I knew she was running over the moor to my house. So then I sprang up and opened the doors and set them wide, and stood looking into the night and stretching my arms for her. God, how a body can look whiles. I thought my eyes would cut the darkness open. God, how the soul can call when the tongue is still. I kept the door ever on the latch all these years, so that she could never be saying that Colin's door was barred against her, so that she could feel, wherever in the world she hid, that my door was open. But that night I threw it wide, and sat and bided, and presently it seemed to me that the house I had been building was full. The man's head dropped suddenly, and he covered his face with a great sigh. "You will understand, sir," said he in a low, quiet voice when he had regained his self-mastery, "that I just knew she was dead, and had come to me that way." The doctor said nothing, but stared at the hills. A great silence fell between the two. When Colin spoke again, it was with his ordinary composure. "And so my Jessie was a great leddy," said he. The doctor marked the quietly appropriating pronoun. "In the world's eye she was so, but not in her own." "She was just a wee bit thing, and it would be a sight of turmoil for her." "It was a great turmoil." "She loved me best?" "She loved you only." "I'm just a common farmin' body, but she was true." "As steel." Explanations, definitions, excuses, and all the glosses necessary for a less balanced and less deep nature were, the doctor perceived, superfluous here. Colin had the sort of greatness which can see the thing in its essence, without the small despairing restlessness of those who curiously inquire into the imperfection of detail. The lasting and the eternal were enough for him. The passing flaws went unconsidered. "It will be a sight of comfort," he said, "a sight of comfort. But I was ever knowing it in my heart, though sore perplexed to understand. There will be things," he added, "a body does not go into easily." He made one of his long, slow pauses. "And now," he said, as though to himself, "she has come home." The doctor rose. MacGillivray rose also, wearing that hospitable manner which sat well on his proud and lone nature. His visitor murmured something of finding his way there another year. "I shall be most glad, whatever," said he, with his gentle aloof air. As he stood at the door, Dr. Cornerstone turned to get another glimpse into the yellow-brown eyes, and he saw that they glanced past his shoulder and rested upon the mountains. "The hells look beautifully," said Colin. And then he raised his hand quietly in the peasant's salute. End of chapter 31. End of A Superfluous Woman by Emma Frances Brooke.